the end of the world arrived and the eerie forces invaded, Chen awakened the SSS class talent, the Battle God Physique. He safeguarded millions of people of the human race in Sioux City and ensured a decade of peace. However, in the end, the common people of the human race he had protected sent him to the guillotine on the charge of colluding with foreign races. His family was also driven out. He died full of resentment. After his death, he turned into a zombie. With boundless resentment, he massacred all living things, became an immortal emperor, and accomplished his magnificent revenge. Chapter 1. After 10 years of defending the city, he faces judgment and death. Chen, due to your transgressions, the Jiangning fortress has fallen, resulting in the tragic demise of 100,000 soldiers and civilians at the hands of foreign tribes. Do you acknowledge your crimes? In the 11th year of the apocalypse, on the 7th day of June, under a gloomy sky, in Sioux City, at Wanda Plaza, over 100,000 gathered, their spirits ignited, voices raised in a fervent uproar. Today marked the public trial of Chen, the former commander of the Jiangning fortress. Countless military personnel and civilians from Sioux City condemned Chen, vehemently attributing the fall of the fortress solely to him. Their anger palpable, wishing for nothing less than his demise. Kill him. Chen conspired with foreign tribes, a heinous criminal. He deserves to be flayed alive, to pay for the lives of the fallen soldiers and civilians. I oppose it. To kill him alone would be too lenient. As the commander, Chen colluded with foreign tribes and failed to defend against the enemy, leading to the fortress's fall. Nearly 1 million sea beasts invaded Jiangning, slaughtering 100,000 in Sioux City. Such an atrocious crime cannot be forgiven. His entire family should be executed as a warning. Otherwise, the souls of the dead shall find no peace. I implore the mayor and esteemed jurors to deliver just punishment. Yes, execute Chen, annihilate the Yi family. The throng of Sioux City's military and civilians rallied together, fervently chanting, demanding that Chen and his family pay with their lives for the 100,000 souls lost at Jiangning Fortress. The presiding judge today was the mayor of Sioux City, Peng Hui, the supreme authority responsible for all affairs in Sioux City, wielding immense power. The jury comprised influential figures of Sioux City, including the 7th-tier human king Lei Baxian, the wealthy merchant representative Su Jinlong, the 5-star commander of the Defense Forces Zheng Zhe, the head of the Sioux City Judicial Department Gao Jianliang, and the head of the Sioux City Police Department Luo Chuan. Each was a prominent figure of power and wealth. Esteemed mayor and honorable jurors, I am Lu Ruyan. The villain Chen is my fiancé, that I testify that he and his family, cowardly and self-serving, secretly conspired with the 6 great sea beast kings, betraying humanity and Sioux City, resulting in the tragic deaths of 100,000 soldiers and civilians at Jiangning, that he deserves death, and so do the Yi family. I implore you to decree the execution of Chen and his entire family. From the witness stand, Lu Ruyan, engaged to Chen, tearfully accused him of colluding with foreign tribes, inciting a wave of outrage among the crowd. They roared, demanding the presiding judge and jurors to render a death sentence upon Chen, to eradicate the Yi family. Esteemed mayor and honorable jurors, I am Zhou Teng, Chen's cousin, and I too wish to testify. Chen and his family conspired with foreign tribes, leading to the fall of Jiangning Fortress. They deserve the most severe punishment. I beseech you, judge Chen and the Yi family to death, to be dismembered and turned to ash as a demonstration of justice. From the second witness stand, Chen's cousin Zhou Teng also stepped forward to testify. His noble act of familial betrayal solidified the belief among many that Chen was a traitor, inciting further anger and calls for the presiding judge and jury to condemn Chen and his family to a gruesome fate. I am Lu Shan, that I witnessed with my own eyes how Chen colluded with foreign tribes, allowing sea beasts to invade the fortress. 100,000 compatriots perished due to his treachery. He is a traitor and deserves death. Failing to execute him would not suffice to quell the public outrage. On the witness stand, Lu Shan, a former subordinate of Chen, accused him of conspiring with foreign entities, betraying Sioux City and the human race. Li Rin, Zhu Tianji, Lu Shan, PNG Hu, Your hearts are pitiless. Not only do you seek my life, but you also wish to annihilate the entire Yi family. If I, Yi Chen, survive today, rest assured, I shall pursue you relentlessly in the future, demanding retribution for every drop of bloodshed. And you ignorant souls, devoid of gratitude, unable to discern right from wrong. What have I done to deserve your fervent desire to see me utterly destroyed? What crime have I, Yi Chen, committed? I have fought valiantly, safeguarding Sioux City for a decade, granting you 10 years of peaceful existence. I have slain no fewer than 100,000 sea beasts and zombies. Without my protection, whom would you rely on? These hypocritical figures on the stage? Will they care for your lives? Without my six-stage pinnacle strength and the army at my command advocating for you, would you enjoy your current resources and lifestyle? Are you aware that these individuals once plotted to utilize foreign tribes to massacre you, the powerless common folk, merely because the resources of Sioux City dwindled? They wish not to sustain you, the ordinary citizens. It was I, Yi Chen, who opposed this plan, thereby allowing you to survive. And now, you dare to kill me, to annihilate my entire family, to obliterate the 9 clans of the Yi family? Have you no conscience left? On the center seat, Yi Chen, the former commander of the Jiangning fortress, let out a self-mocking cold laugh. His expression was a mix of sorrow and indignation. The fervent heart he once bore for the protection of the people had turned to ice. His bloodied robe, weakened breath, and feeble form were bound by 2 thick chains that, in the face of such injustice, he had attempted to struggle against his fate. But the chains held him captive, leaving him only to seethe with anger and dissatisfaction, his eyes ablaze that he loathed the heavens for their indifference, despised the world for its ancient heartlessness, and resented his own folly. He could not comprehend whom he had fought so fiercely for over the past decade. Heartless, ungrateful, and utterly callous. Yi Chen, that scoundrel, truly deserves death. Even now, as he approaches his end, he refuses to relent, determined to tear a hole in the heavens. On the high platform, PNG Hu and others grew increasingly anxious upon hearing him. Yi Chen spoke the truth. This plan had been shelved due to his opposition. Now, they feared that the populace might believe Yi Chen's fantasies, potentially inciting a riot that would spiral out of control. Yet, as they grappled with their unease, the reaction of the tens of thousands of citizens exceeded their expectations, filling them with unexpected joy and elation. Yi Chen, you shameless scoundrel colluding with foreign entities, your demise is imminent. Yet you still attempt to invert the truth and slander others. You take us for fools? Your collusion with outsiders is backed by irrefutable evidence. We shall not believe a word from your lips. What nonsense is this about using foreign hands to eliminate us powerless and insignificant individuals? Such lies and deceit are worthy of 1,000 cuts. Lords, we demand the execution of Yi Chen, the annihilation of the Yi family. Kill him. The hundreds of thousands of citizens consumed by their emotions have lost the ability for rational thought. They no longer discern right from wrong, nor do they care who is virtuous and who is malevolent. They are merely blind and fervent, yearning only for Yi Chen's death to end this public trial. Not a single soul stood up to defend Yi Chen, the hero who had protected them for a decade. The moral fabric of society has decayed, and the hearts of the people have turned cold. A decade of guardianship, and this is the treatment I receive. I am truly foolish that, if I am fortunate enough to survive this ordeal, henceforth, I, Yi Chen, shall live solely for myself. The notions of protecting my home and country, safeguarding the common folk, are but empty words. From now on, these matters shall no longer concern me. I shall only protect my family. Anyone who harms my family shall perish. As for those who clamored for my death, let them meet their demise. They are not deserving of pity. Those foreign entities will tear them to shreds. Yi Chen understood that he would not leave this place alive today. This public trial was his burial ground. Yet, despite his unwillingness to accept this fate, he felt powerless to alter it. He could only hope for divine mercy, that he might return as a vengeful spirit to claim the lives of his enemies. Preposterous! Yi Chen, facing your end, yet you remain so arrogant and obstinate. Silence. We shall now pronounce the verdict. Peng Hui, the presiding magistrate, spoke with indignation after interrogation, it has been confirmed that Yi Chen colluded with foreign entities. The evidence is irrefutable, and the charges are substantiated, according to the edict issued by our Dragon Empire's Empress. Anyone who colludes with foreign entities shall be treated as a traitor in wartime, sentenced to death without mercy. Their entire family exterminated, their 9 clans obliterated. With a brief pause, he continued to announce the judgment against Yi Chen and his family. The verdict is as follows. Yi Chen is guilty of collusion with foreign entities, sentenced to 1,000 cuts. However, considering his slight contributions to the nation in Sioux City, his sentence is commuted to poison. After death, his body shall not be buried but cast aside in a mass grave, to be scorned for eternity. All members of the Yi family's 9 clans are to be expelled from Sioux City, forever branded as criminals, and shall not return even if pardoned. Kill Yi Chen! Kill Yi Chen! Kill! The multitude of soldiers and civilians continued to roar, their ignorance and selfishness rendering them cold-hearted. Utterly oblivious to the sacrifices Yi Chen had made. Lu Ruyan, Zhou Teng, Lu Shan, Peng Hui, and all of you, I shall remember you. Even in death, I, Yi Chen, will return as a vengeful spirit to reclaim the blood debts owed to me. Yi Chen bellowed with profound sorrow and fury, raising the cup of poisoned wine to his lips, drinking it down. Subsequently, the poison took effect, and he met his demise, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. In the fleeting moment before his soul began to dissipate, a faint mechanical chime resonated deep within his consciousness, igniting a surge of elation within him. He exclaimed in his heart, "It has arrived! It has arrived! My golden finger has finally come. My life is about to ascend." Ding! The invincible attribute allocation system is currently binding. Ding! Binding successful. Ding! This system is designed to provide you with unlimited allocation. Services.by absorbing and converting various energies and triggering system tasks. You will acquire attribute points. These points may be freely utilized by the host for personal enhancement. Once allocated, attribute points are non-refundable. Please use them judiciously. Ding! Detection reveals the host has perished and currently lacks the conditions for revival. This system will automatically switch the host to the invincible Zombie King evolution route. Please do not despair. With perseverance and diligent practice, even a zombie can experience a renaissance. What the hell? The invincible Zombie King evolution route. System. Are you mocking me? I protest. I object. I refuse to become a zombie. I wish to remain human. Zombies are simply too hideous. I do not wish to sprout hair all over. Within the cadaverous body, Yi Chen's soul roared in a frenzy, vehemently opposing the system's inaction. Ding! Detecting signs of agitation in the host, suspected rabies symptoms detected. The system graciously awards 1 rabies vaccine. Ding! Rabies vaccine is currently being administered. Yi Chen was left speechless. Chapter 45. The Ancestor of the Maoshan Sect? The 1,000 Illusions Sword Technique. Destruction. Within the tavern, numerous tentacles emerged, infiltrating every nook and cranny. The once opulent establishment had been ruthlessly stripped, the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking, resulting in numerous casualties. Many tentacles of the Hydra penetrated within, impaling countless bodies and devouring their flesh, leaving behind only grotesque skins stretched over bones. Shangguan Xian'er possessed strength that surpassed both Qin Yudong and Zhao Shanhe. With her SS-level talent and the Holy Spirit sword body, her offensive power was exceedingly fierce and terrifying. She barely managed to repel these tentacles, yet exterminating them proved to be a formidable challenge. A rare bloodline. Such rich blood energy. Excellent. With your flesh and blood, I may have a greater chance to break free from my shackles. A tentacle spoke, surprisingly articulating in Mandarin, creating an eerily bizarre situation. Monster? What nonsense are you spouting? Begone! Shangguan Xian'er retorted sharply, her spirit unyielding and fearless in the face of adversity. Begone? Woman, you are woefully ignorant. You are blaspheming against the divine. My grandeur is beyond your imagination. Surrender your flesh, and I shall grant you eternal life. Otherwise, I will ensure you perish without a grave. Do you understand? The tentacle spoke in an unsettlingly arrogant tone, eliciting great disdain. Better to die than submit, Shangguan Xian'er declared resolutely. Woman, You are severing your own path to survival. Kill. The tentacle commanded, furious. Yet before the command could fully resonate, numerous tentacles were severed in swift succession. A striking figure then appeared. Who else but Yi Chen? Brother Yi Chen, you have returned. How wonderful! Shangguan Xianer exclaimed with immense joy upon seeing him. All right, we must leave this place immediately, Yi Chen urged. Ping. Defeated a tentacle. Reward. 1,310 attribute points. Ping. Defeated a tentacle. Reward. 1,420 attribute points. Ping. Defeated a tentacle. Reward. 1,620 attribute points. An additional 20,000 attribute points acquired. A small profit indeed. Good. Shangguan Xianer nodded, placing her complete trust in Yi Chen's decision. Go speak with the elder Bian Hong and his grandson. We must depart at once. We cannot remain in Sioux City. This Hydra monster is a peak existence at the 8th tier, intent on sacrificing millions of lives in Sioux City to ascend to the 9th tier quasi-emperor realm. I cannot guarantee I can deal with him, Yi Chen explained. What? This fiend is so deranged? Sacrificing millions? He is a demon. Shangguan Xianer cursed upon hearing this. Let's not dwell on this any longer. I will take you away immediately, Yi Chen stated. All right. Shangguan Xianer briefly communicated the situation with Bian Hongba. Boss Bian, we cannot linger in Sioux City. We must leave at once. She inquired, can you depart now? Your Grace, we are ready to leave at any moment, Bian Hongba replied. Excellent. Let's go now. Subsequently, she departed with Bian Hongba and Bian Xiulan, while Yi Chen remained to cover their retreat. No, do not leave without us. I implore you. We truly do not wish to perish. Wang Kun, Song Laosi, and the earlier whom Matzi shamelessly approached Yi Chen, pleading for his protection, oblivious to the fact that he was the very person they had previously insulted. Did you not derive great pleasure from berating me, Yi Chen? He mocked. And now, what is this? You beseech me for salvation? How absurd. Do you think so little of me? Yi Chen communicated with the trio using his soul power. What? You are Yi Chen? Impossible. Yi Chen is clearly dead. They stammered in horror, recalling their past actions. As they finished speaking, Yi Chen swiftly raised his hand and severed their heads. Remember to be a good person in your next life, he remarked before vanishing. Gulp. Many other survivors watched in sheer terror. What? He is Yi Chen? Surely not. This. Song Laosi and whom Matzi must have made a mistake. We witnessed him being publicly tried and poisoned to death, did we not? After Yi Chen's departure, astonishment enveloped their discussions, most of them displaying expressions of fear and dread. After all, they had participated in the public trial of Yi Chen. Now that he had returned, they feared retribution. Perhaps the scenario was indeed real. If that figure was not Yi Chen, why would he have killed Song Laosi and the others? It was clear he was enacting vengeance. Previously, Song Laosi and whom Matzi had openly humiliated Yi Chen, thereby inviting their own demise. At that moment, countless tendrils swept in, piercing their bodies, and they vanished forever, taking their secret with them. They deserved their fate. Yi Chen's soul power distinctly captured their discussions. Had it not been for those tendrils, he would have eliminated them as well, for he could not reveal his identity. Once he witnessed their demise, he resolutely departed. He had not traveled far when he swiftly dashed away, heading into the distance. Damn that Hydra Bai, it truly has no vulnerabilities. I shall take my revenge. He realized that Yi Chen and others were in peril. Upon his arrival at the scene, he discovered hundreds of tentacles ensnaring Shangguan Xianer and her companions. Fortunately, although Shangguan Xianer was at a disadvantage, she possessed a treasured artifact from her sect which allowed her to establish a protective barrier, albeit one that was precariously on the verge of collapse. Xianer, hold on. I am coming, he urged her. Grasping the burning desolation sword, he swept towards the encroaching tentacles. Heaven-slaying sword technique. This strike epitomized the utmost intricacy of swordsmanship, unfathomably swift and exquisitely profound. The sword light surged forth, and the terrifying force of annihilation instantaneously shredded the tentacles into mere dust. This strike yielded an astonishing gain of over 200,000 attribute points, a significant windfall. Good heavens! Who is this man? Such formidable power. Could he possibly be a top-tier master from the Maoshan sect? Bai Qiulan speculated. Her conjecture was not unfounded. It was indeed the most logical deduction. Such a level of mastery could only be possessed by the elite families or ancient sects worthy of such prowess. Moreover, given that this individual was by Shangwan Xiener's side, she further believed that Yi Chun served as her protector. He is my granduncle, a pillar of strength for our Maoshan sect, holding a high position in our lineage. His cultivation is extraordinary, which is why he appears so young and handsome. As for his name, I must respectfully withhold it. I ask you all to keep this confidential. Shangwan Xiener acknowledged by Qiulan's inference, recognizing that Yi Chen's identity served as an excellent guise. After all, as the saintess of the Maoshan sect, having a young man by her side could easily incite baseless speculation from those with ulterior motives, potentially revealing Yi Chen's true identity. Thus, it was prudent to present him as an ancestral figure from their sect, here to protect her, which would eliminate many unnecessary troubles. Understood, saintess. We assure you that we will not mention this to anyone, Bai Hongba affirmed. Thank you. Shangwan Xiener responded with a respectful gesture. With Yi Chun clearing their path, they promptly made their way toward the harbor, needing to depart Sioux City without delay. Throughout their journey, although there were minor disturbances, they successfully reached the port under Yi Chen's guidance. Upon their arrival, they fortuitously encountered Zhao Shanhe, who had just arrived as well. Boss Bai? Zhao Shanhe greeted, approaching Bai Hongba. Leader Zhao? Chapter 46. Refusal to be a disciple. Master Zhao, are you all right? Inquired Mr. Bien with genuine concern. He had a certain rapport with Zhao Shanhe, as many of the Bien family's businesses in Sioux City benefited from Zhao's support, and in turn, Zhao had received his share of advantages. Such favors ought to be cherished in memory. I'm fine. Just a minor setback, Zhao Shanhe replied with a hint of embarrassment. Is that so? As long as you are well. Now that we are in Jiang City, you have my assistance, Mr. Bien reassured him, for he was a man of virtue, known for his benevolence and generosity. Thank you, Mr. Bien. At that moment, a group of individuals hurriedly approached from a distance. The families of Commander Liu, the relatives of Advisor Ma, the concubine of Commissioner Su. Zhao Shanhe recognized their origins. Master Zhao, do you know them? Mr. Bien asked. Indeed, I have previously interacted with them. They are prominent figures in Sioux City. Alas, they now find themselves as lost souls. How lamentable, Zhao Shanhe remarked, lifting his gaze towards the rippling energy in the sky. These individuals sought to escape via the harbor, but would they truly find a way out? Would that monstrous creature, the Hydra, permit their departure from Sioux City? Could they overcome the barriers of that rippling force? All right, let us depart. I fear that delay may bring unforeseen changes. Bien Qiulan urged. Agreed. To the ship. The Bien family had merchant vessels docked at the harbor. Set sail. However, before they could react, a cacophony of desperate cries erupted from afar. Why? Damn it. What is this abominable thing? Why can't we leave? A ship. We must board the ship. Many began to shout in panic. What is happening? Bien Qiulan exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. That monster has cast a barrier. We are trapped, with no way to ascend to the heavens or descend into the earth. We cannot escape. Zhao Shanhe's countenance turned ashen, engulfed by despair. He had harbored such doubts previously, yet clung to a flicker of hope. Now, his fears had been confirmed, draining him of vitality. They could not flee Sioux City, and when that beast turned its attention to them, how could they possibly evade its grasp? Their prospects appeared grim. What? We cannot leave? Why? No, this cannot be true. Grandfather, it is my fault. I have brought this upon you, Bien Qiulan lamented, overwhelmed by guilt. Had she not encouraged Mr. Bien to come to Sioux City, they might not have encountered such peril. Enough, Qiulan, this matter is not your doing. General Yi, who has a bond with me, was wrongfully accused and perished in Sioux City. I came to pay my respects. I had originally intended to return General Yi's remains to Jiang City, but regrettably, our search has yielded no results. General Yi's body has mysteriously vanished. Bien Hongba shook his head and began to persuade. Bien, are you here for Brother Yi? Have you not found his body? Could it be that Qin Yudong and his cohorts have concealed Brother Yi's remains? Upon mentioning Yi Chun, perhaps out of guilt, Zhao Shanhe's words multiplied. There's a possibility, albeit a slim one. while I have dispatched searchers. I have also noticed that the Qin family is secretly seeking General Ye's body as well. Bien Hongba replied, shaking his head. Where could my brother Ye's corpse have gone? Zhao Shanhe lamented, overwhelmed with guilt. Previously, he had been blinded by ambition, ingratitude, and betrayal of his brethren. Now, he had lost everything, even the woman he cherished. This was his retribution. He brought this upon himself. All right, Bien, perhaps I have a solution for this barrier. No, to be precise, it is my Maoshan sect's ancestor who may possess a way. Seeing the despair etched on the faces around her, Shangwan Xiener pushed Yi Chen forward. Firstly, she blindly trusted in Yi Chen, and secondly, this was their only recourse. What? The ancestor of your esteemed sect? Is he capable? Bien Xiaolan, upon hearing this, recalled the moment when Yi Chen wielded the burning silence sword to vanquish those tendrils. Now, all her hope rested upon him. This should not be a problem. My ancestor is formidable. He is at the 8th tier, Shangwan Xiener asserted with unwavering confidence in Yi Chen's prowess. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, fell silent. He had intended to feign ignorance, yet Shangwan Xiener had thrust him into the spotlight. Now, he could neither remain idle nor refrain from action. The barrier laid by the Hydra was indeed tricky, but for him, it posed no challenge. Brother Yi, can you manage this? Shangwan Xiener inquired softly. This should be feasible. I shall give it a try. Yi Chen humbly responded, assured in his abilities. The ancestor of the Maoshan sect? Is it him? My benefactor. Zhao Shanhe recognized Yi Chen as the one who had saved him. Having witnessed Yi Chen's strength firsthand, he mused, perhaps this venerable figure could conjure miracles. With the gaze of several onlookers upon him, Yi Chen raised his hand and wielded the burning silent sword, executing the celestial slash technique. The brilliance of this strike cleaved through the heavens, and where the sword's light passed, the tenacious barrier finally yielded a breach. What an astonishing strike! Truly befitting an ancestor of the Maoshan sect. This venerable one must possess at least 8th tier strength. Remarkable! Zhao Shanhe exclaimed in awe. As a peak 7th tier martial artist, he comprehended the might of the 8th tier transformation into a dragon. In the face of those tentacles previously, he was utterly powerless. However, Yi Chen managed to cleave open a rift in the barrier conjured by that monstrous entity with a single stroke of his sword. Such formidable prowess undoubtedly signified an 8th tier mastery. Sister Xiener, the swordsmanship of this esteemed senior is simply exquisite. That last strike resembled a startled swan. I scarcely caught a glimpse of the sword's radiance. It was too swift. Esteemed senior, do you take disciples? I wish to become your apprentice, inquired Bien Xiaolan softly. What? You wish to take him as your master? I find that inappropriate. Our revered ancestor is not one for conversation, and he has never accepted disciples, Xiener replied, declining the suggestion. Sister Xiaolan, if you seek a mentor, I can recommend other formidable masters from our Maoshan sect. They are highly skilled as well. Upon hearing this, Xiener felt compelled to refuse, for the earlier statement was merely a pretext. If Xiaolan truly became Yi Chen's disciple, it would herald the beginning of troubling times, as Yi Chen's secrets would likely be exposed. Is that so? I appreciate your assistance, Sister Xiener, Bien Xiaolan said with a hint of regret. However, she understood that Yi Chen was an almost invincible elder of the Maoshan sect. Such a figure would not easily take on disciples. Let's board the ship, Zhao Shanhe announced. He approached Yi Chen and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life on 2 occasions. Yi Chen, unable to speak, merely nodded in acknowledgement of Zhao Shanhe's words. Zhao Shanhe then passed through the opening alone, followed by the Bien family duo. When Xiener reached Yi Chen's side, he conveyed a message to her. Xiener, you go ahead and board the ship. I have matters to attend to in Sioux City. Once I have resolved them, I will personally come to Jiang City to find you. Do not worry about me. There is yet to be born a being capable of ending my life. He was determined to confront the Hydra by. Brother Yi Chen, what are you planning to do? Xiener asked, her voice laced with concern. Trust me, Xiener, Yi Chen replied, providing minimal explanation, as he feared that elaborating would only heighten her anxiety, especially since the Hydra was a peak 8th tier beast. I'll be fine, he reassured her. All right, Brother Yi Chun, I will heed your words and leave Sioux City first. However, I must inform you that I will wait for you in Jiang City. If you do not come for me in a month, I shall return to Sioux City. If anything unfortunate happens to you, I will not survive either. Xian E declared resolutely, a stark declaration of her unwavering commitment. Xianer, Yi Chun was profoundly moved, reflecting on his fortune to have such a devoted partner. He felt both unfortunate and blessed. Curse it, you insufferable fool, once again disrupting my plans. Come fort. A tremendous roar erupted, and Yi Chun sensed the ground tremble violently. Boom! The earth collapsed. Yi Chun suddenly fell into a deep pit. Before his descent, he had ensured the safe departure of Shangguan Xian-er. Xian-er, for your sake, I shall survive as well. Wait for me. Chapter 47. This female ghost is a chatterbox. The pit is exceedingly deep. After falling for at least half an hour, Yi Chun continues to descend. The tendrils on either side do not pose a threat, as they all seem to avoid him. Could this be an endless abyss? He speculated. Damn, what kind of dreadful place is this? It's both dark and damp, obscuring his vision completely. Good grief. After several more minutes, Yi Chun finally hears voices. By employing his spiritual power, he discovers he is not far from the bottom of the pit. The voices he heard earlier are emanating from a short distance away. Indeed, what a ghastly place. Someone echoed his sentiment. Just as Yi Chun was about to use his spiritual energy to observe further, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the darkness. Oh, a living person has entered? Another Tomb Raider? How delightful. I'm so lonely. Young master, please take care of me. As those words were spoken, eerie rustling sounds echoed nearby, followed by a chorus of agonized screams. Oh no, don't bite me. Who are you? What kind of monster are you? My flesh is not clean, please. Before those voices could fade, the unsettling female voice returned. Little brother, don't be nervous. I will be very gentle. Don't you find me appealing? I am quite beautiful. Cool me. Let me give you a kiss. A hug, perhaps. What? Yi Chun, upon witnessing this, swiftly maneuvered, releasing his spiritual energy. At last, he spotted his target. A woman in a red dress, with disheveled hair, was perched on a man's back, a blood-red tongue slithering across his body, each pass tearing away a portion of flesh. Ding! Detection reveals a level 3 corpse raising ground. This place is a convergence of the 3 Yin energies. Approximately 2,000 meters ahead, there is suspected to be an abundance of extreme Yin water. Extreme Yin water, a supreme treasure for raising corpses? That Hydra cypress is the most sinister object in existence. Perhaps I have found it. Yet, why are there no tendrils in this place? He pondered. Oh, what a handsome young man. You truly are striking. I like you so much. Come, embrace me. I can be quite tender. This woman in red suddenly became acutely aware of Yi Chun. She then discarded the mangled man and turned to glide toward him, her feet hovering above the ground. A spectral apparition? Or perhaps a senior in a red dress. As the red-clad woman approached Yi Chun, she transformed into a shy and alluring beauty, attempting to entice him. Little brother, I not beautiful? Her voice seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Such trifles, in Yi Chun's eyes, were mere child's play. His soul, having undergone profound enhancement, was immensely formidable, harmonizing with the heavenly fire. How could such malevolent entities hope to beguile him? How dare you provoke me, you ignorant specter? Seeking death, are we? As he spoke, Yi Chun's movements were as swift as lightning, firmly grasping the throat of the woman in red. W.Y.? No. Are you a corpse? The red-clad woman gasped in sheer panic upon seeing her plight. She attempted to struggle, yet found herself utterly powerless. Tell me, what is this cursed place? Yi Chun inwarded, communicating through the essence of his soul. Please no, do not kill me. This is Biluoching. It is the domain of Lord Biluoching. I am but a servant of Lord Biluoching. The woman trembled, instinctively respecting Yi Chun's formidable presence. He exuded an aura of profound danger that deterred her from any reckless actions. A corpse? A zombie? Lord Biluoching? Biluoching? Yi Chun was utterly taken aback by her words. What? The Lord Biluoching you speak of? Could it be the General Biluoching, who, a millennium ago, was dismembered for treason by the imperial court? No. Could this be his final resting place? Has he transformed into a vengeful spirit? He queried. Yes, you are correct, the woman replied, trembling. After being dismembered, remnants of his followers gathered his remains and buried him here. In time, his immense resentment manifested as a vengeful shade, and now he occupies this place. Calling himself the Emperor Biluoching. The woman was astonished by Yi Chen's extensive knowledge, for the original Biluoching had merely been a lowly general of the 4th rank. The Emperor Biluoching? Is he an 8th rank ghost emperor? Yi Chen inquired. Yes, Lord Biluoching is at the late stage of the 8th rank, the woman confirmed with a nod. Late stage of the 8th rank? Indeed, he is a formidable adversary. However, it is not insurmountable. A trivial matter, Yi Chen asserted confidently. I have divulged all that I know. Will you spare me? I am merely a pawn. I do not wish to be reduced to ashes. I seek vengeance. The woman pleaded pitifully. Cease your pretense. I am not swayed by such theatrics, Yi Chen retorted sharply. Having faced death once himself, only a select few could evoke pity within him. The woman's display of vulnerability held no value in his eyes. Please, the woman attempted to protest further, but upon sensing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Chen, she quickly changed her tone. My lord, I beseech you, I shall not dare again. She regained her composure, no longer feigning distress before Yi Chen. At least you were quick to adapt. Otherwise, I would have dispatched you. Now tell me, where can I find a 9-headed serpent cypress? Yi Chen demanded. What? The 9-headed serpent cypress? What is that? The woman clad in red spoke with a face full of perplexity. A creature with countless tentacles, Yi Chen reminded her. Tentacles? Young man, are you referring to vines? I understand now. You are speaking of that peculiar entity within the 3rd layer of the Bailuo tomb. Bailuo City is an ancient mausoleum, and we, the Bailuo clan, only occupy the 1st layer, which is also the weakest. In the 2nd and 3rd layers, there exist exceedingly terrifying beings. The 3rd layer of the Bailuo tomb is a forbidden zone. Anyone who enters is doomed. However, a few years ago, a young man ventured into this forbidden area. He was remarkably formidable, causing even our Bailuo sovereign to retreat in fear, unwilling to confront him. The woman in red continued to chatter incessantly. Her loquacity, though overwhelming, provided Yi Chen with a wealth of information. A young man? Entering the 3rd layer? Surely not. Are you certain? Yi Chen inquired, as this news was simply astonishing. Indeed, young man. Interestingly, this youth bears some resemblance to you, albeit with dual pupils and golden hair. He is quite handsome, the woman remarked, her words flowing like a river. Yi Chen was left with a myriad of questions regarding this young man's identity and the power he wielded. After all, it was inconceivable for an ordinary person to triumph over the pinnacle of an 8th-tier, 9-headed serpent. What is your name? He asked. Young man, I am Su Rongrong. 12 years ago, I was at the Sioux City Drama Academy. On the night I perished, the vice principal, Luo Bin, sought to reprimand me. He intended to assault me and compel me to become his mistress. I refused. Subsequently, he attempted to force himself upon me. In despair, I leapt from a building. After death, my resentment lingered, leading me to Bailuo City, where I became a restless spirit, the ghostly woman recounted. Surongron? A restless spirit? The Drama Academy? Vice Principal Luo Bin? Are you speaking the truth? Yi Chen queried, recognizing Luo Bin as his own instructor. He could scarcely fathom that the impeccably dressed vice principal was, in fact, a tyrant who preyed upon the vulnerable. It is true. I do not deceive you, she affirmed. Chapter 48. The City of Ghosts not long after setting forth. Yi Chen's soul, I revealed an expanse of endless bones. The quantity of remains in this place far surpassed that of a mass grave. Countless skeletal remains blanketed the very depths of this abyss. What is this? He inquired. Young master, prior to the Bailuo tomb, this was an ancient battleground, where countless soldiers were interred. Most of these bones belong to those warriors. Curiously, a decade ago, these bones underwent a transformation. Some of them even gained consciousness. Under the command of our esteemed Bailuo Emperor, there exists an army of over 100,000 skeletal warriors. Not only them, but our own spectral powers have also been significantly enhanced. I was merely a wandering spirit before, but in the span of 10 years. I have ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th tier, and just recently, I felt my strength increase once more. I believe it won't be long before I reach the 6th tier, and perhaps the Ghost King status is not far off either, the red-clad ghost, Su Rongrong, articulated. What? These bones have gained consciousness? How is that possible? The dead revived? Why? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen sensed that the apocalypse concealed a profound secret, one that was certainly not without foundation. Perhaps this secret could only be unraveled by the ancient ancestors of long-standing sections. The ancient Inyang sect? He pondered, yearning for the truth, which could possibly offer a path forward. I am uncertain. Our Luo Emperor has also mentioned it cryptically, referring to a calamity that recurs every 3,000 years. When he spoke of this calamity, it was not with fear, but with immense excitement. What it precisely entails, I did not comprehend. The ghostly maiden Su Rongrong continued. Having spent considerable time with Yi Chen, she no longer harbored fear towards him. Young master, do you intend to visit our Luo tomb? I believe that with your prowess, you could become the foremost general under our Luo Emperor, the first Ghost King. She flattered. Yi Chen, being a zombie and a nemesis to these spirits, was also seen as an abomination by the righteous path. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Just continue to lead the way, he replied curtly, ever vigilant of the skeletal remains that unnerved him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little Rongrong, your Uncle Wonkai has come to care for you. Come quickly into Uncle's embrace. A chilling wind swept through, heralding the arrival of an exceedingly grotesque male ghost. He was a lecherous spirit, leering at Su Rongrong, utterly oblivious to Yi Chen's presence. His gnarled hands reached towards her. Ah! A startled scream erupted. Su Rongrong recoiled in sheer terror, seemingly petrified by this lascivious ghost. The previously silent multitude of bones suddenly erupted into grotesque laughter. What? These ghastly beings are still alive? Yi Chen, upon hearing, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Old Wonkai, there's a person here. No, he is not angry. This is a zombie. Xiaorong, why did you bring this zombie to our Biluo city? Are you not afraid of the wrath of Lord Biluo? Countless voices questioned Su Rongrong. The cacophony of these spirits was utterly irksome, a discordant symphony of complaints. No, I did not bring him here. The ground collapsed, and they fell in. There were many just a moment ago. Su Rongrong hurriedly explained, her trepidation towards the Biluo Emperor palpable. What? The ground collapsed? Is that true? The lecherous ghost Wonkai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. The collapse implied their potential escape from the tomb, where they had languished for far too long, yearning for freedom and the fresh air of the outside world. Yes, it is true. Many fell down just now. They are the best evidence, Su Rongrong stammered, unwilling to conceal the truth, aware that Wonkai was a ruthless spirit. What? Brothers, this is monumental news. The humans outside are exceedingly delectable. We can indulge ourselves, Wonkai declared with unrestrained enthusiasm. Indeed, we shall break free and feast to our heart's content. Moreover, I shall seize a human body, allowing me to revel with those enchanting women of yours. As he spoke, numerous spirits drifted forth from the skeletal remains. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was rendered speechless. Women? Revel? Was the temptation of a woman truly so potent? Even in death, reduced to mere bones, they could not forget their desires. Afterward, the lecherous ghost did not linger on Su Rongrong. Instead, he turned and floated towards the nearby ground. Phew, that was close. Are you all right, young sir? Do not take offense. These creatures are of that nature. In life, they were soldiers devoid of aspirations, solely fixated on women. Even after a millennium of death, this obsession remains, Su Rongrong explained. Is that so? Yi Chen began to comprehend the situation. Let us proceed to Biluo City, he urged. The temporary departure of these spirits was indeed fortuitous, sparing him from immediate obstruction in his quest for slaughter. All right, young sir, what brings you to Biluo City? To pay your respects to our esteemed Biluo Emperor? Su Rongrong casually inquired, completely unaware of Yi Chen's true intentions of wreaking havoc. What? Pay respects? The Biluo Emperor? He is not worthy. I'm going to eliminate him. Yi Chen replied with unwavering confidence. The Immortal Emperor was formidable, yet he did not regard him with any trepidation. He was here to annihilate the Hydra, and should the Immortal Emperor prove obstinate, he would dispatch him with a mere flick of his sword. Ah, young sir, you must not speak recklessly. Our Lord of Immortal is exceptionally formidable. He possesses immense powers and can achieve anything. Such words may bring about your demise. Upon hearing this, Su Rongrong's pallid visage displayed profound terror, her ethereal form trembling uncontrollably. Enough with the prattling. Lead the way. Yi Chen commanded citerni. Having no time to squander on Su Rongrong's hesitations. Seeing his determination, Su Rongrong, albeit reluctantly, steeled herself and guided Yi Chen to Immortal City. Young sir, we have arrived. Ahead lies Immortal City. She spoke with a sense of reverence. Very well. In light of your guidance, I shall spare you this time. From this day forth, Immortal City is doomed, Yi Chen declared, summoning the burning silence, sword into his grasp. With a swift motion, he surged forth, unleashing his lethal intent. Who goes there? The shadowy sentinels guarding the city gates barely had time to react before Yi Chen's blade had already claimed their lives. Their spectral forms disintegrated instantaneously. You spirits are far too feeble, he remarked disdainfully as their souls attempted to flee, only to be consumed by the burning silent sword. Before he could activate his soul-devouring ability, the spirits vanished, much to his chagrin. Undeterred, he continued to slash his way into the city, a deadly force with each swing of his sword. Notification: slain a 4th-tier ghost, triggering plunder, acquired. 890 attribute points. Notification: slain a 5th-tier ghost, triggering plunder, acquired. 920 attribute points. Notification: slain a 6th-tier ghost, triggering plunder, acquired. 1,600 attribute points. In mere moments, Yi Chen had dispatched over 1,000 specters, reaping substantial rewards in the process. Suddenly, the alarm bells of Immortal City rang out. Alas, a horde of zombies approaches. Chapter 49. The demon-slaying master. What? Zombies are attacking? What nonsense are you spouting? Moreover, what is there to fear about zombies? With so many spirits at our disposal, why should we be afraid of them? As the other spirits retreated in disarray, a mid-level 7th-tier Ghost King made his appearance. With hair like flames, this Ghost King's ethereal form was remarkably solid, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. He had come personally to confront Yi Chen. Bold zombie, this is the city of Immortal, the domain of our esteemed Lord Immortal. It is not a place for you to rampage at will. If you wish to avoid utter annihilation, kneel at once and pledge your loyalty to our Lord Immortal. Additionally, surrender a fragment of your soul as an offering. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes, the red-haired Ghost King declared, his words dripping with arrogance. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. The 7th-tier Ghost King? Merely an ant. How tiresome. He had no desire to listen to the incessant prattle. With a casual gesture, he advanced toward the red-haired Ghost King with lethal intent. How dare you? I'll kill you. The red-haired Ghost King, witnessing Yi Chen's audacity, was consumed by fury. Just as he was about to unleash his ghostly power to eliminate Yi Chen, the latter, with his sword in hand, had already closed the distance, striking him down mercilessly before the astonished eyes of thousands of minion spirits. You played the fool, didn't you? Despicable. Coward. Though the red-haired Ghost King's ethereal form was destroyed, his spirit escaped his body, and he began to hurl curses at Yi Chen, his demeanor exceedingly vile. You wretched creature, your words are tiresome. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen summoned the burning silence sword to consume the Ghost King's soul. No, the red-haired Ghost King met his end. Ding. You have slain a 7th-tier Ghost King, triggering a plunder, gaining 26,000 attribute points. 26,000? A 7th-tier Ghost King. Yi Chen's heart soared with joy at this unexpected windfall. Ding. Absorb a wisp of ancient tombs' dark energy. Attribute points, 3. Ding. Absorb a wisp of ancient tombs' dark energy. Attribute points, 3. You have killed Lord Kunz? You zombie, you are finished. Lord Kunz is the brother-in-law of our esteemed Lord Immortal. You are doomed. Many spirits cast scornful glances at Yi Chen. Doomed? What Lord Immortal? That dead spirit. Does he even warrant respect? You wretched beings, perish. Kill. Yi Chen's voice rang out with authority. His soul power surged forth instantaneously, followed by the blaze of his divine fire. What is this foul thing? No. My body is disintegrating. Why? Countless spirits shrieked in horror. Yi Chen's soul, now intertwined with the celestial lotus fire, became nearly invincible. Within his consciousness, a sacred blue lotus, radiating holy flames, shimmered brilliantly, exuding purity and imperviousness to all malevolence. These days, the flames burned fiercely, an awe-inspiring terror. Those malevolent spirits are unable to withstand them. Many feeble entities are reduced to ashes within mere moments. As for the fourth and fifth tier specters, they too succumb quickly, turning to dust. Is that the azure lotus heavenly fire? This zombie possesses an extraordinary fortune, having earned the recognition of such a formidable flame. However, he should not have sought trouble with me. His demise is inevitable. Meanwhile, within the nearby palace complex, the sinister Immortal Emperor gazes at Yi Chen, his eyes glinting with covetous desire. What? The azure lotus heavenly fire? The second-rank flame on them? Is this not the bane of all malevolent beings? Why is this zombie unscathed? The enchanting female specter in Immortal Emperor's embrace is Cui Yin, the sister of the previously mentioned red-haired ghost king, Koenzei. Now, she serves as the emperor's favored concubine. This zombie harbors great fortune. If I can seize it, I might transcend my current limitations and ascend to the pinnacle of the 8th tier. At that point, I shall become the true ruler of Bailuo City. Upon hearing this, the Bailuo Emperor beams with pride, his ambitions stirring within him. Our esteemed emperor is indeed formidable, Cui Yin remarks. She attends to this grotesque figure solely for her own survival, secretly plotting to become a ghostly immortal. Achieving such status would allow her to shed her past and possess a true corporeal form, enabling her to step out of Bailuo City with dignity. No longer confined to this sunless realm. Let be known, any who slay this zombie shall be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 200 Xianin pills. In Longjing, at the Imperial Palace, Ji Yilan is seething with anger. Incompetence. What are Qin Yudong and Peng Hui doing? Have they lost their minds? 20,000 warriors lie dead. And what of Lei Baxian? Is he devoid of intelligence? Her voice booms, rendering the palace maids and guards mute with fear. They tremble in trepidation. Was a mistake on my part? Should I have placed my hopes in Qin Yudong? Now, Su City has fallen, and countless citizens have become fodder for those alien beasts. This is a grave error of mine. She begins to reflect. Yet the cost of this mistake is far too steep. Your Majesty, I believe the most prudent course of action is to send forces to reclaim Su City. It is the front line against the sea beasts invading our continent. If we lose it, Jiang City and Hui City shall also fall prey to their avarice. Moreover, we cannot allow these sea beasts to establish a foothold in Su City. Otherwise, once they consume and digest our millions of people, their power will surge. And that will herald true calamity, a palace made respectfully advises. Wanner, your perspective seems excessively grim. The gains and losses of a city are of little consequence. We must remain composed in the face of challenges. Those sea beasts, despite their overwhelming numbers, pose no significant threat, for each one we vanquish diminishes their ranks. My true concern lies with the newly reported mutated zombies. The apocalypse has recently evolved, and the emergence of these aberrant creatures signals the onset of a far greater crisis. The Empress Jilan remarked that nearly 1 million sea beasts may seem formidable, yet they are not our primary concern. The genuine peril for humankind resides with these mutated zombies, which possess an even more potent contagion. Should we fail to eradicate them, they could escalate into a calamity of millions, even tens of millions of undead, a veritable nightmare. Your Majesty, we must dispatch forces to eliminate these mutated zombies, urged the maid known as Wanner. Indeed, it is imperative. I have already made arrangements. I have commanded the demon-slaying Master Lu Qi, who is stationed at Fulong Valley, to lead a contingent to Su City and ensure that every last one of these zombies is exterminated, Ji Yilan declared with authority, fully aware of the gravity of the situation in Su City. What? The demon-slaying master, Lu Qi, will lead the expedition to Sioux City? Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. The zombies in Sioux City are as good as doomed. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Vanya exclaimed, visibly relieved. Her praise was not mere flattery. The demon-slaying Master Lu Qi was indeed a legendary figure of immense power. Chapter 50. A Rampage, Unleashing Attribute Points Report. Your Majesty, we have just received the latest news. Qin Yudong is dead. A palace attendant entered to convey the message. What? Qin Yudong is dead? Are you certain? Ji Ilan responded, her surprise palpable. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely true, the attendant affirmed. Qin Yudong? His life or death is of little consequence. I have never paid him any mind. What truly concerns me are the two 8th-tier ancestors of the Qin family, whose strength is perilously close to the 9th tier, mere steps away from becoming quasi-emperors. Previously, out of fear of their power, I sought to unite them against the alien races, which is why I overlooked Qin Yudong. Now that he is dead, I fear a shift within the Qin family. Ji Ilan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of murderous intent radiating unintentionally. Your Majesty, is she truly contemplating an attack on the Qin family? Surely not. The palace maids and attendants exchanged fearful glances, trembling in trepidation. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. They stammered. Enough, rise, Ji Ilan commanded. I'm not a ruthless murderer. Just remember to speak cautiously and remain loyal to me. I will ensure your safety. Yes. The maids and attendants immediately pledged, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve from death, relieved that Ji Ilan would not silence them permanently. Inform Master Lu Qi of the demon suppression that I grant him the authority to act first and report later. Additionally, mobilize 20,000 Crimson Flame soldiers under his command. Those mutated zombies must not be allowed to survive. Understood? By imperial decree, anyone who slays an invading zombie shall be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 200 Xianing pills. The edict of the Immortal Emperor swiftly spread throughout Bailuo City. Countless spirits flocked to the call, enticed by the promise of 200 Xianing pills, a truly irresistible reward. Xianing pills are treasures that enhance Yin energy and solidify the essence of Yin spirits. Kill, kill, kill. The myriad spirits charged toward Yi Chen, undeterred by the specter of death. Yi Chen, witnessing the onslaught, was taken aback yet remained unfazed. In fact, he felt an exhilarating anticipation. Slaying monsters to level up. These spirits represent countless attribute points, my greatest delight. In the 3 layers of Bailuo City. Haha, this wretched little zombie dares to confront me alone. Has he lost his mind? How utterly presumptuous. He believes himself worthy of challenging me? Perfect. Let that fool expand his strength first. Then, I shall refine his body, and perhaps then I can finally escape this prison. I have languished in solitude for far too long. An ancient tree, vast and imposing, trembled slightly, its vines quivering in excitement and anticipation. Shadow Serpent King, my loyal servant, go forth and bring that little zombie back to me. As the great tree swayed, a body fell from its summit, crashing to the ground. Indeed, this body belonged to the Shadow Serpent King, though a peculiar mark adorned his forehead, reminiscent of the Hydra cypress. Subsequently, the Shadow Serpent King vanished, embarking on a task assigned by the Hydra cypress. This mark is a slave seal. Previously, when the Shadow Serpent King intruded, he had taken a different path into the 3rd layer of Bailuo City and encountered the Hydra cypress. Upon realizing that the Hydra cypress was at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, he panicked. Yet, he did not flee, instead striving to alert those outside. The Hydra cypress spared his life, merely branding him with the slave seal, compelling the Shadow Serpent King to serve him. System, grant me enhancements. I wish to augment my soul. He relentlessly harnessed the Azure Lotus heavenly fire, pushing Yi Chen to his limits, as the consumption of his soul power was immense. While this fire was formidable, its toll was equally great. The flames of this zombie possess an uncanny quality, seemingly capable of injuring our souls. This is dire. This zombie harbors mysteries. Retreat swiftly. Many spectral entities finally recognized Yi Chen's anomaly, for the number of ghosts that had perished at his hands was staggering. Ding! Successfully deducted 10,000 attribute points. Ding! Successfully deducted 10,000 attribute points. Ding! Successfully. As attribute points were bestowed upon his soul, Chen felt his essence burgeoning with extraordinary vigor. The prior frailty dissipated, and now, the potency of his azure lotus heavenly fire was continuously amplifying, its scope extending from 100 meters to 200 meters, then 300 meters. This range continued to expand outward. Chen discerned that his soul power was undergoing a subtle yet profound transformation, though he lacked the leisure to scrutinize it further. As an increasing number of spectral entities surged towards him, these apparitions coveted the 200 Xian pills, valuing them above their very lives. Kill! Chen brandished the sword of annihilation, unleashing a ferocious assault. The sword in his grasp was dreadfully formidable. With each strike, none could impede his advance. He was truly terrifying. The sword of annihilation seemed to come alive, its blade enveloped in a blood-red aura of slaughter, capable of instantly absorbing and devouring the souls of the vanquished, transforming them into sustenance for the sword's restoration. He could distinctly sense the avaricious laughter emanating from the sword of annihilation. In that moment, he comprehended why it was known as the Dread Sword. This blade was indeed fearsome. Ding! Slain a 5th-tier ghost, triggering plunder, gained 200 attribute points. Ding! Slain a 5th-tier ghost, triggering plunder, gained 500 attribute points. Ding! Slain a 6th-tier ghost, triggering plunder, gained 260 attribute points. Such a delightful slaughter. My attribute points are soaring once more. Chen's eyes were bloodshot from the relentless slaughter. He continuously fortified his soul, and with each kill, the azure lotus fire blazed ever more fiercely, amplifying the terror of his soul's power to an astonishing degree. This sensation was exquisite, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. Kill! In the span of 20 minutes, he had vanquished no fewer than 20,000 ghostly entities. At this moment, the spirits within the city of Biluo began to feel a palpable fear. Everyone stay calm. This zombie is problematic. His flames are bizarre. His body is exceedingly formidable. Our strength cannot even breach his defenses. And that sword of his, it's a menace. Many of our brothers have had their souls devoured by it. It is a demonic sword. Consequently, numerous spirits began to keep their distance from Chen, their courage waning. The allure of 200 Xian pills was undeniably precious, but it required lives to acquire them. Now, having lost over 20,000 of their own, they found themselves unable to subdue Chen, who only grew more formidable with each confrontation. They hesitated to press forward and meet their demise. Shall we retreat? One ghost proposed. Agreed. Following this, the spirits fled in haste. What? Why are you running? I can be quite gentle, Chen called out as he prepared to charge after them, eager to slay a few more and amass additional attribute points. Yet those spirits had already vanished into thin air. Though their combat skills were lacking, their ability to flee was unparalleled. Chen could not keep pace with their swift escape. This is absurd, he muttered, realizing he had no time to pursue them. He had more pressing matters at hand. Jiutu Shibai. He swiftly made his way into the imperial palace of Biluo City, where the ghostly guards assigned to protect the palace charged at him. Their strength far surpassed that of the entities he had just encountered, with the weakest among them at the peak of the 6th tier. Just right, Chen thought, exhilaration coursing through him. More attribute points awaited. He brandished his sword and engaged in combat with the guards. Anyone who intrudes upon the inner palace shall be executed without mercy, several guards proclaimed loudly. Chatter! Chen retorted, greatly displeased, and immediately lunged forward with his sword. Kill! He raised his hand and struck down the guard who had just been chattering, severing his head with a single blow. The numerous guards responsible for the palace's defense were left astounded. Who are you? Chapter 51. Triggering the passive. Slaying the Immortal Emperor at this moment. A warplane soared at incredible speed towards Sioux City. On board, a short-haired man engaged in a video conversation with Qin Tianda, expressing unwavering respect. Kinong. You are an 8th-tier master cultivated secretly by the Chen family with immense resources. Exercise utmost caution in Sioux City, where the situation is intricate. Not only are there 8th-tier sea beast monarchs, but even more terrifying entities lurk in the shadows. If circumstances become untenable, retreat immediately. Your safety is paramount, Chen Tianda advised. Thank you for your concern, head of the family. I, Chen Hong, assure you that I will accomplish the task, responded the short-haired man. Good. Chen Tianda concluded the video call. Lord Chen Hong, how shall we proceed? We have no leads on who killed young Master Chen, and Sioux City is in chaos. Inquired a stunningly alluring woman, her voice tinged with apprehension. Do not worry. According to the head of the family, Tong Dajuan from the Black Dragon Guard is still alive. We must locate him, Chen Hong stated calmly. Tong Dajuan, an 8th-tier master cultivated by the Chen family, exuded an aura of terror and commanded immense respect. His mere presence instilled fear, and none dared challenge his authority. Tong Dajuan? He's not dead? Blood Princess exclaimed, astonished. Anyone who joined the Chen family's Black Dragon Guard would have their soul token. The fact that his and several other Black Dragon Guard tokens were still active indicated that he was very much alive, albeit in hiding. A flicker of anger flashed in Chen Hong's eyes. To him and the Chen family, the Black Dragon Guard's failure to protect Chen Yudong was tantamount to betrayal, deserving of execution. Indeed, I am your father. Yichen cursed silently as he eliminated the ghostly guard and absorbed its soul. Onward, the remaining guards, loyal to the Immortal Emperor, charged forward without hesitation, ready to face death rather than retreat. Huh, is he truly a zombie? How intriguing. At that moment, the Immortal Emperor finally appeared, adorned in a dragon robe. Brother, may I know your name? He inquired. Yichen. Yichen communicated through his spiritual power. Oh, you cannot speak? It seems you have only recently evolved to the 8th tier. Brother, I acknowledge the difficulty of your cultivation. Would you be willing to serve me? The Immortal Emperor? The remuneration is generous, and I even provide a wife. What do you say? The Immortal Emperor proposed, his terms enticing. Serve you? Do you deem yourself worthy? I have come today to slay you. Yichen rejected the offer. Yichen, is it? One should not be overly arrogant. Arrogance often leads to calamity. This is my Bailuo city, the domain of my Bailuo Emperor. You are merely at the initial stage of the 8th rank. While I stand at the later stage, it will not be long before I ascend to the pinnacle of the 8th rank. To take your life is but a mere gesture for me, the Bailuo Emperor declared with unbridled arrogance. Is that so? Yichen replied distainfully. As he spoke, his figure flickered, charging towards the so-called Ghost Emperor. He unleashed the burning silent sword, executing the sky-severing sword technique aimed at the Bailuo Emperor. Seeking death. Little zombie, I will slay you. Extinction. The Bailuo Emperor, upon hearing those words, was consumed by fury. With a wave of his hand, an unparalleled force erupted forth. Kill. His right hand transformed into a terrifying ghostly hand that met Yichen's sword energy head-on. With a tremendous crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying wave that swept outward in all directions. Break! Yichen's burning silence sword erupted with a formidable power, manifesting all of his combat strength. The ghostly hand was cleaved apart by his sword light. What? This is bad. The Bailuo Emperor was taken aback. He immediately retreated, but it was too late. The dreadful sword light severed one of his arms, a foul-smelling torrent of blood spraying forth. Damn it! He was infuriated. I will kill him. He channeled his true energy, and before long, the severed limb regenerated. The body of an 8th rank Ghost Emperor is composed of spectral essence. As long as there is ghostly energy, regeneration is always possible. Kill me? You dare? You wretched creature, how pitiful it is for you, an 8th rank at the later stage, to be so weak. Do you not know how you have trained? Trash. Waste. Yichen scoffed, mocking the Bailuo Emperor. You despicable creature. You are the true trash. I'm a prodigy. A sovereign. The Bailuo Emperor's sanity began to fray, teetering on the brink of madness. Yichen raised his hand, gathering his strength for a thunderous strike. Yichen, you accursed zombie, I will annihilate you. As the Bailuo Emperor spoke, A terrifying surge of 8th rank ghostly true energy erupted around him. Soul-seeking ghost hand. Extinction. This was the culmination of his 1,000 years of depravity, the most powerful strike he had comprehended. Forced to unleash this technique after centuries of dormancy, due to Yi Chen's formidable prowess, he declared, "Yi Chen, to perish beneath my renowned technique is your honor." The Bailuo Emperor's arrogance knew no bounds. Ignorant, Yi Chen shot a scornful glance at the Bailuo Emperor. Then, without a hint of defense, he charged towards the Bailuo Emperor, bracing himself to endure the impending strike with his own body. What? You are insane. This strike of mine rivals that of the 8th rank pinnacle. You are courting your own demise. Witnessing this, the Bailuo Emperor's face contorted with rage, perceiving Yi Chen's actions as a path to self-destruction. Afterward, his palm struck Yi Chen's body, yet this blow appeared ineffective. Yi Chen remained unscathed, unmoving. Is this the renowned skill you speak of, Bailuo Huang? He mocked mercilessly. Me? Why? Bailuo Huang was taken aback, unable to comprehend why his deadly grip had failed. Congratulations to the host for triggering level 12 defense passive, successfully withstanding an 8th tier peak attack. The system notified him. Level 12 defense? Passive? Withstanding an 8th tier peak attack? In an instant, Yi Chen grasped the situation. Seizing the moment of Bailuo Huang's bewilderment, he raised his hand and plunged the burning silent sword into Bailuo Huang's body. The latter's 8th tier late-stage spectral form was pierced as effortlessly as paper. Why? Bailuo Huang's face was a mask of disbelief, struggling to understand. You cheated, he feebly accused Yi Chen. Buzz. The demonic essence of the burning silence sword, embedded in Bailuo Huang, surged wildly, voraciously absorbing his essence and flesh. As it consumed, Yi Chen noticed the damaged sword rapidly self-repairing, its power escalating swiftly. No. My strength, my cultivation, no. Before long, the 8th tier late stage Bailuo Huang was completely drained by the burning silent sword. The tyrant of Bailuo City had finally perished. His era of tyranny had come to an end. Killed an 8th tier late stage ghost emperor, triggering plunder, awarded 230,000 attribute points. Another system notification chimed. What? Lord Bailuo Huang is dead? This zombie is too formidable. Flee. The ghost guards scattered in terror, unwilling to confront Yi Chen, retreating like frightened birds. Useless. Yi Chen paid them no heed, entering the inner palace courtyard, where he sought the location indicated by the system, rumored to possess the extreme Yin water. The Hucking Pool. This name echoed the place where Yang Guifei bathed during the Tang dynasty. Here, Bailuo Huang had taken his pleasure, frolicking with his ghostly concubines. Who is it? Upon entering, he sensed movement within the extreme Yin water and unleashed his soul power, issuing a stern warning. No, please don't kill me. I am innocent. I'm not a ghost. I am human. Chapter 52. The water of extreme Yin what? Are you human? Yi Chen was immensely surprised upon hearing this. He communicated through his soul strength. Elder Zombie, I fell from above, and they capture me to serve that so-called Bailuo Emperor. How pitiful I am. Suddenly, a figure clad in a revealing bikini emerged from the pool. Her figure was truly stunning, her skin as white and delicate as mutton fat jade, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, leaving one in awe. Though Yi Chen was a zombie, his soul still felt a stir, and he thought to himself, this woman possesses an innate charm, a rare beauty. The Bailuo Emperor has been slain by me. You are free now. His soul quickly regained clarity. After all, he was a zombie, and certain functions of his body had yet to restore. Even though his soul was stirred, he could not act upon the desires ignited by the girl before him, thus suppressing any unnecessary wicked thoughts and embodying the virtue of sage. A what? That lecherous demon is dead? Really? The girl exhaled in relief, having genuinely feared for her life. The Bailuo Emperor was a monster, an ugly creature she abhorred, and she had no desire to surrender herself to him. Well, I have matters to attend to. You may leave. Yi Chen was unwilling to waste any more time with her, as he needed to seek the Hydra Bai. Zombie brother, may I continue to follow you? This cursed place is filled with fierce ghosts and lecherous spirits. I fear they may harm me, the girl said, still shaken. No, it would be dangerous for you to follow. Besides, I prefer not to have strangers by my side. Chen shook his head, refusing her request. He raised his hand with great force and threw the girl away. If you do not depart, I will kill you. Do you understand? He warned loudly. Me, the girl, upon hearing this, dared not approach Chen any closer, fearing that he might truly take her life. With a splash, Chen leapt into the hucking pool, commencing his absorption of the extreme Yin water. Beep, absorbed a drop of extreme Yin water. Attribute points, 300. Beep, absorbed a drop of extreme Yin water. Attribute points, 300. He frantically absorbed the extreme Yin water, which transformed into attribute points while simultaneously being drawn into his body, nourishing his dantian and every part of him, continuously augmenting his strength. What is this zombie brother doing? Cultivating? Indeed, this extreme Yin water is exceedingly precious for beings of the dark nature. Observing this, the girl did not leave, but instead lingered at the periphery of the hucking pool. She was not foolish. Chen had spared her life, indicating he was not a villain. Seated on the steps, she sighed in boredom. I wonder when Aunt Zhao Ji will find me. I miss home. Is this a barrier? 8th tier? What has truly transpired in Sioux City? Who has cast such an imposing barrier? What is this individual's intention? Has he lost his sanity? A plane descended outside Sioux City, and Qin Hong emerged from it, his keen senses immediately detecting that the city was shrouded by an extraordinarily vast barrier. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Lord Qin Hong, we have just tested it. This barrier is remarkably sturdy, and we cannot breach its defenses, Blood Princess said, her face betraying a hint of guilt. Do not fret. I shall handle everything. Qin Hong replied, raising his hand. To dismantle such a barrier, one must possess at least an 8th tier combat strength, if not the skills of a barrier master. Indeed, Blood Princess affirmed. Qin Hong channeled his 8th tier true energy and struck the barrier with tremendous force. In an instant, a gaping hole was rent in the barrier. Subsequently, the 30 or so individuals surged into the breach, but before long, the damaged barrier returned to its former state. Blood Princess, utilize our Qin family's tracking spear crane to locate Tong Dajuan's hiding place. Yes, Lord Qin Hong, Tong Dajuan is situated 15 miles to our east, within an abandoned civil defense facility. Let us proceed. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the facility. As they approached, they were met with a shocking sight. Numerous tentacles flailed menacingly, engaged in a gruesome slaughter of both humans and otherworldly beings. The scene left Qin Hong and Blood Princess utterly astonished. What is happening? Where did these tentacles come from? Qin Hong squinted, perplexed. Lord Qin Hong, these ghastly entities appear to be the vines of the Hydra cypress, Blood Princess remarked, bowing slightly. Hydra cypress? Are you certain? Qin Hong inquired, intrigued. The Qin family, an ancient lineage with profound heritage, possessed an extensive collection of tomes detailing numerous ancient secrets. Blood Princess, an avid reader, often immersed herself in these archives during her leisure, which allowed her to recognize the tentacles immediately. Lord Qin Hong, Blood Princess can confirm this, she stated, bowing again. The Hydra Cypress? What is this aberration planning? It is likely he is responsible for the previous barrier as well. Has he truly lost his mind? Qin Hong's eyes flickered with doubt. Blood Princess remained silent, tactfully refraining from interjecting, patiently awaiting further instructions. Regardless, let us first locate Tong Dajuan. Qin Hong produced a lamp-like artifact from his possession. My lord, could this be the legendary Xian Yang lamp? Blood Princess exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, the Xian Yang lamp is renowned. It is an ancient treasure imbued with a fragment of solar fire. When activated, this solar fire possesses the ability to annihilate all existence. This lamp is one of the many extraordinary artifacts belonging to the Qin family. Blood Princess had only heard tales of it before, and now, witnessing Qin Hong wielding the lamp filled her with immense envy. In the realm of the Blood Princess, those who ascend to the 8th tier are granted the opportunity to select an ancient treasure from the Qin family's vault. Currently, you stand at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Should you attain the 8th tier, such treasures will also be within your grasp. Encouraged by these words, Qin Hong offered a few words of motivation to the Blood Princess. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord," she replied with a bow of gratitude. "Now follow me," Qin Hong commanded, holding the Xianyang lamp. His 8th-tier power erupted instantly, illuminating the surroundings with the lamp's radiant glow, enveloping them in a protective barrier. "Annihilate," he uttered softly, invoking a spell to harness the lamp's mystical energy. A surge of flames erupted, incinerating the vine-like tendrils of the 9-headed serpent cypress in their path. "Cursed humans, I shall not spare you," the 9-headed serpent cypress hissed in fury, its limbs retracting as it retreated from the area. Boom! Ignoring the creature, Qin Hong directed the Xianyang lamp to breach the entrance of a human defense fortifications. His target was Tong Dajuan. With swift agility, he entered the fort's interior, commencing his search for Tong Dajuan. Blood Princess, split up and search. "We must unearth him, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground," he instructed. "Understood," Blood Princess responded, raising her hand to rally the others. "Did you all hear that? Search diligently." Before long, they discovered Tong Dajuan, who appeared utterly disheveled and was trembling in a corner, his mind in disarray. Tong Dajuan, who killed the young master. "Qui n'ont demandé charpli." It was Yi Chen, he is alive. He killed the young master. He is a demon seeking vengeance. Kill Yi Chen, kill. At the mere mention of the young master, Tong Dajuan's dazed expression sharpened, and he began to shout frantically. "What? Yi Chen did this? He is alive?" This revelation astonished Qin Hong and his companions. "Blood Princess, what is your take on this?" Qin Hong inquired, expressing his skepticism regarding Tong Dajuan's words, as Yi Chen's demise was widely known. "My lord, Blood Princess believes that where there is no wind, there is no wave. The true perpetrator behind the young master's death is likely not Yi Chen, but there must be a connection to him," she cautioned. Chapter 53. The Great Battle Against the Shadow Serpent King. What? Is it related to Yi Chen? Are you suggesting that this murderer could very well be the saintess of the Maoshan sect, Shangguan Sienna? No. Shangguan Sienna is at the pinnacle of the 7th rank and possesses an SS-grade Holy Spirit sword body, yet she still lacks the capability to kill the young master. She does not possess such strength. Qin Hong shook his head. "My lord, if it is not Shangguan Sienna, then the young master's death may indeed be the doing of Yi Chen himself. He is of the SSS grade talent, the Battle God body. Only he possesses the potential to slay the young master. But did he not perish?" Blood Princess speculated further. At this juncture, she paused momentarily before continuing. "My lord, do you think there's a possibility that Yi Chen is still alive?" "What? Yi Chen is alive? Is that even conceivable?" The poison wine the young master consumed is an extremely rare toxin, incurable by any means. After drinking it, Yi Chen would undoubtedly meet his demise. Qin Hong harbored disbelief in Yi Chen's survival, nor did he wish for it. For if Yi Chen were to live, it would spell disaster for the Qin family. After all, an SSS-grade Battle God body, once fully developed, would be immensely powerful. Tong Dajuan, your failure to protect the young master has resulted in his tragic death. According to the family law of the Qin clan, your crime deserves execution, death without mercy. He did not trust Tong Dajuan's words and immediately commanded his men to execute him. "No, I am a meritorious servant. Before Tong Dajuan could complete his sentence, his head was severed by Qin Hong. "My lord, what shall we do now?" Blood Princess inquired. "It appears we must continue our search for clues," Qin Hong replied, feeling utterly helpless. What he once deemed a simple task now seemed fraught with peril. Not only were there the foreign sea beasts to contend with, but also the formidable 9-headed serpent cypress. He understood that caution was of the essence moving forward. "Let's first seek out Shangguan Sienna," he proposed. Agreed. In Biluoching, at the hucking pool, Yi Chen fervently absorbed the extreme Yin water, his body voraciously drawing in the profound Yin essence. Simultaneously, he began to cultivate according to the methods recorded in the Yuan Shi Dao Jing, specifically the Spirit Sea chapter, continuously absorbing and refining the extreme Yin water. Is that Yi Chen? How infuriating. Was he not dead? Why is he here? The Shadow Serpent King concealed himself in the shadows, inching closer to Yi Chen, intent on hunting him down. This was a task bestowed upon him by the nine-headed serpent Cypress. This nemesis of his was now even more terrifying than before. No, he must be eliminated. He understood just how troublesome Yi Chen could be and what he represented to the sea beasts. Cloaked in invisibility, he remained undetected by anyone, including Yi Chen, as he stealthily approached, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Yi Chen, I shall ensure your complete eradication, he vowed silently. At this moment, within Yi Chen's body, his two dantians transformed into two spiritual seas. As he absorbed the water of extreme yin, the area and depth of the spiritual seas continuously expanded. 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. Hee. The Shadow Serpent King stealthily approached, and, as he came within 5 steps of Yi Chen, he struck. Kill, he commanded fiercely. He then raised his hand to strike at Yi Chen, his palm harboring deadly poison, the same poison that had previously afflicted Qin Yudong. This word escaped Yi Chen's lips. No sooner had he spoken than his sword moved. Whoosh! The burning silence sword transformed into a stream of sword energy, crashing down upon the Shadow Serpent King. Yi Chen wielded this sword with the intent to kill. Kill! Boom! With a resounding impact, Yi Chen's sword energy sent the Shadow Serpent King flying, injuring his beastly body and shattering the scales on his chest. Whoa! The Shadow Serpent King fell helplessly to the ground, having barely engaged with Yi Chen before finding himself at a disadvantage. Oh, it's you? Shadow Serpent King. You're not dead? Yi Chen inquired, astonished that the Shadow Serpent King had survived the hands of the nine-headed serpent by. No, you were controlled, weren't you? He continued. Yi Chen, you bastard, you're not dead? The Shadow Serpent King exclaimed loudly. Dead? Who told you I was dead? I have merely become a zombie, driven solely by vengeance. I had no intention of killing you, but you sought your own demise. This is not my fault, Yi Chen replied sternly. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the burning silent sword, and in an instant, the sword light erupted, mercilessly bombarding the Shadow Serpent King with countless streams of sword energy. Yi Chen, you bastard, you cannot kill me. It was not I who harmed you. If you seek vengeance, go after Qin Yudong. What does this have to do with me? The Shadow Serpent King, already injured, was rendered powerless to retaliate against Yi Chen's onslaught. He could only await his fate. Just then, the ground of the Huqing pool trembled, and a fissure opened up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of tentacles shot towards Yi Chen. You are Yi Chen, the general of the gate, who was publicly executed by the citizens of Su City? How unfortunate for you. Useless. It was the nine-headed serpent Bai, who had come to rescue the Shadow Serpent King, as the latter was his newly acquired servant. Losing the Shadow Serpent King would be a significant loss for him, and such a transaction was not one he would entertain. Nine-headed serpent Bai, you lurk beneath the earth, slaughtering countless lives. I am here to uphold justice on behalf of heaven. Today, you will undoubtedly perish, Yi Chen declared resolutely. He connected with nine-headed serpent Bai through his spiritual force. Kill me? Hee. Yi Chen, you think you are worthy? Nine-headed serpent Bai retorted with overwhelming arrogance, furious at Yi Chen's contempt, which he found utterly intolerable. With a mere gesture, I could extinguish the numerous vine-like tendrils. Yi Chen raised his hand, unleashing the azure lotus flame from within his spiritual essence. Boom! A wave of fire swept across, instantly igniting those vines. Is that heavenly fire? Yi Chen, you undead creature. How did you forge such celestial flames? No, this defies logic. There is something amiss. The nine-headed serpent tree finally grew anxious. Previously, he had overlooked the fact that the flames Yi Chen wielded were, in fact, the azure lotus fire. Now, realizing this, his expression shifted dramatically. The azure lotus fire is a prominent contender in a list of extraordinary flames. This fire contains the mysteries of creation and is also associated with destruction, making it an exceptionally formidable celestial fire. Without hesitation, the nine-headed serpent tree severed its own tendrils, fleeing at once. He understood that it was unwise to linger here. Nine-headed serpent tree, you think you can escape? Not a chance. Upon noticing the adversary's intent to flee, Yi Chen immediately took action. With a swift motion, the sword of annihilation in his hand erupted forth. Kill. The terrifying radiance of the sword cleaved towards the tendrils engulfed in heavenly flames. Ah, it hurts. What? The nine-headed serpent tree, injured by the heavenly fire, roared and cursed Yi Chen incessantly. As a creature of the plant realm, it naturally feared such celestial flames. Heavenly fire is their nemesis. Kill. With another fierce shout, Yi Chen charged once more. He intended to capture all these tendrils. To him, these tendrils were nothing less than points of attribute. Chapter 54. The beginning of chaos. The retreat of sea beast Yi Chen. Cease your arrogance. This account shall be settled with you in due time. Dare to ascend to the third layer, and I shall transform you into a mere puppet, to be manipulated by me for eternity, seethed the Hydra Bai, his hatred for Yi Chen palpable. Hydra Bai, prepare yourself. I shall send you on your way, retorted Yi Chen, his voice sharp and resolute. You? Hydra Bai seethed with rage, yet found himself powerless against Yi Chen. With a furious turn, he vanished into the rift. Yi Chen, I shall not let you escape. You are doomed, he declared ominously. Beep, you have slain a tentacle of Hydra Bai. Reward, 1,200 attribute points. Beep, you have slain a tentacle of Hydra Bai. Reward, 1,300 attribute points. Beep, you have slain a tentacle of Hydra Bai. Reward, 1,400 attribute points. A succession of 16 notifications echoed in the air. Each accrued a total of 26,000 attribute points. Quite a tidy profit. You dare to threaten me? You will regret it. In but a few days, I shall personally see to your demise, you ancient fiend, Yi Chen proclaimed before turning his attention to the Shadow Snake King. Shadow Snake King, your time has come. Your support has vanished, he declared, wielding the burning silent sword. His dark eyes fixed upon the Shadow Snake King. And no, Yi Chen, my esteemed master, spare me. I do not wish to die. If you grant me my life, I will serve you as a humble slave to toil for you, the Shadow Snake King pleaded, discarding all semblance of dignity in the face of death. He simply yearned to survive. I have no need for such servitude. Prepare to depart, Yi Chen replied with utmost disdain. And no, I still have value. He continued to beg desperately. Those not of my kin harbor treachery in their hearts, Yi Chen stated as he severed the Shadow Snake King's head. Beep, you have slain a peak tier 7th grade alien. Reward, 56,000 attribute points. System notification. Hiss, this individual is formidable. He has just repelled 2 monsters, the onlooker mused. Yi Chen? That name sounds familiar. The girl who had inadvertently fallen into this realm watched in awe at Yi Chen's astonishing prowess. Is he not human? Is he a zombie? And does he possess the celestial fire? Her curiosity about Yi Chen intensified. Yi Chen resumed his absorption of the extreme Yin water, striving to enhance his strength further. Having just engaged with Hydra Bai, he was acutely aware of the opponent's might. Even a mere tentacle posed a significant challenge. Without the celestial fire, he would not have stood a chance against Hydra Bai. I require greater strength, he reminded himself. Beep, you have absorbed a drop of extreme Yin water. Attribute points, 300. Beep, you have absorbed a drop of extreme Yin water. Attribute points, 300. Once again, it was an interminable period of training. Bored, the young girl began to wander leisurely outside the hucking pool. Alas, Sister Zhao Ji, come and fetch me. I wish to return home, she murmured incessantly. Due to Yi Chen's intervention, the spirits within the Bai Luo Palace had fled. Consequently, this place had become the safest haven in Su City. The girl arrived at the spot where Yi Chen was meditating. With his eyes closed, the water of extreme Yin visibly diminished at an astonishing rate, while the aura surrounding Yi Chen grew increasingly formidable. Who exactly is he? The girl sat on the stone steps, cradling her face in her hands, gazing at Yi Chen with utmost curiosity. To speak of it, he was rather handsome, possessing the potential to become a top-tier star. This apocalypse is truly tedious. There's no binge-watching dramas, no gaming, no. She lamented the tedium of the end times. Cackling, humans delectable. Old horse, I want this little girl. I shall make her bear my offspring. At this moment, Su City had descended into a hellish realm, overrun by zombies, sea beasts, deadly tentacles, and those vile spirits. With countless humans subjected to torment, some reduced to mere sustenance, others transformed into zombies. Once a thriving Sioux city, it had now been reduced to ruins. Damn it, everything is in chaos. The King of Wales gritted his teeth, looking striking in his human form. News had just arrived that the soul lamp of the Shadow Serpent King had extinguished. He was dead. Cthulhu, an elderly figure, bore a grave expression. It is the Hydra Ba. That wretched creature must be eliminated, growled the 8th-tier sea beast monarch. Yet he was powerless. Not to mention that the Hydra Ba was concealed thousands of meters beneath the earth. Even Cthulhu lacked the confidence to claim victory against such might. My lord, the experts dispatched from the Dragon Jing faction of the human race have also arrived. The Chen family is here as well. Shall we fight or retreat? The King of Wales contemplated a withdrawal. With the presence of spirits, the rampage of the Hydra Ba, and the arrival of human experts in Sioux City, he was unwilling to allow the sea beasts to become embroiled in the conflict. Have you spoken? Cthulhu inquired. In terms of intellect, he was inferior to the King of Wales. My lord, I believe we should retreat to the Jiangning fortress, the King of Wales proposed. What say you? Cthulhu turned to the other four. Sioux City is far too chaotic. We hold no advantage. This city, in its current state, is merely an unfeeling meat grinder for us. Not our paradise. My lord, we must recuperate. Our losses have been substantial. The other sea beast monarchs concurred with the King of Wales. Since their incursion into Sioux City, they had already suffered a 30 loss, a figure that continued to grow, while their gains remained minimal. Previously, they had devised a plan to conquer Sioux City, intending to claim it as their own and enslave millions of humans. Yet now, the city is overrun with zombies and malevolent spirits, all vying for a share of the chaos. This turmoil has shattered their ambitions, resulting in significant losses on their part. Even Cthulhu finds himself in a state of hesitation. Shall we retreat? Are we all willing to accept this? He inquires. My lord, though we may feel discontent, we have no choice. The waters of Sioux City have become murky. Should we remain, we risk being utterly consumed. Those spirits and zombies, alongside the Hydra, are formidable adversaries. We cannot afford such losses. If this attrition continues, our sea beast kin shall face extinction. Upon hearing this, the great whale king interjects with a respectful plea. Very well. Cthulhu gritted his teeth and declared, we shall withdraw. This decision is born of desperation, yet it is unavoidable. Indeed, the 5 great sea beast monarchs responded with a bow. Then, a resounding battle horn echoed through the air. This was the signal for the sea beast clan's retreat. Is this, indeed, the sound of retreat? Retreat. Countless sea beasts began to flee. At a nearby zombie encampment, Zheng Ximin observed this turn of events, astonishment reflected in his blood-red eyes. The sea beasts are retreating? Have they lost their minds? What the Lord's plan? He was about to mobilize his forces to intercept the sea beasts, but hesitated after taking a few steps. After all, he was no match for Cthulhu, the monarch of the sea beasts. My king, shall we send someone to intercept? A 7th-tier zombie suggested, raising his hand. This zombie, having recently awakened, was a former peak 6th-tier warrior who, due to mutation, had unexpectedly evolved into a 7th-tier zombie. Enough. Let them depart. Chapter 55, Successful Advancement. Green Zombie, Chen also heard the retreat signal of the sea beasts. They are retreating? He could not help but admire the courage of those high-ranking sea beasts. After all, not everyone can make the difficult decision to sever ties. This time, the sea beasts invaded Sioux City, suffering heavy losses, and just as they were about to seize the city, they chose to withdraw. Impressive. He had just finished his training. The extremely lean water in the pool had been completely refined and absorbed by him. His spiritual sea was vast within his 2 dantians. Additionally, his zombie hair had undergone a terrifying transformation, with 92 turning green. His entire body was nearly enveloped in green. All of this was achieved through the refining of the extremely lean water, without any enhancement from attribute points. Level 3 Corpse Cultivation Land. Delightful. This extremely lean water was truly invaluable. He felt immense joy. However, he understood that such opportunities were rare and could not be sought after. Next, he allocated points to the remaining hair. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to Green Zombie. 5 minutes later, Yi Chun had successfully leveled up. He had become a Green Zombie. The next level, Blood Zombie. Blood Zombie? As the name suggests, it is related to blood. Huh. The requirements for advancing to a Blood Zombie are surprisingly high. 95? What is happening? Upon checking his advancement status, Yi Chun discovered that he was merely a half step away from becoming a Blood Zombie. After a careful examination, he realized what was required. Blood Zombie? Related to blood. Previously, Yi Chun had allocated points to his heart, reviving it. The heart is responsible for blood production, allowing him to create silver blood ahead of time. Now, he merely needed to allocate points to his bone marrow. Once the bone marrow underwent transformation, his blood would turn golden, and he would instantly become a Blood Zombie. Excellent. He was filled with excitement. He then initiated the process of allocating points to his bone marrow. Ding, deducting 100 attribute points. Ding, deducting 100 attribute points. Ding, deducting 100 attribute points. As the points were deducted, Yi Chun could distinctly sense his bone marrow gradually reviving, and he noticed his strength continuously increasing. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The transformation persisted. What is happening to him? A young girl noticed something unusual about Yi Chun's body and murmured to herself. She did not approach him, for her family were martial artists, and she knew that Yi Chun was in the midst of training. An interruption by outsiders was the last thing he needed. I hope he is all right. The young girl possessed a kind heart, untainted by malice. Jiang City, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, Branch Office, Stargazing Pavilion. Alas, everything is a matter of fate. Regrettably, our human race has lost a gifted individual of SSS rank. The Empress, in her confusion, has made grave errors. At this moment, Su Miaoyi, the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts branch in Jiang City, deleted a recent text message from her phone. Master, what has transpired? Inquired a youthful maiden, clasping her hands in respect. Su Miaoyi, like Yi Chun, was among the first to awaken her talents before the apocalypse descended. She too possessed an SSS rank talent, the six-winged angel, with the ability to summon celestial beings of immense power. This maiden, Guillotine, was Su Miaoyi's most cherished disciple, endowed with an SSS rank talent of her own. The seven-star phoenix, a formidable spiritual companion of extraordinary strength, akin to a phoenix. Could it be that something has happened in Su City? She whispered, realizing that only the dire situation in Su City could cause her master such distress. She surmised that the recent message pertained to the developments in Su City. Despite the ruthless nature of the other races, a part of her heart furtively wished that they would breach Su City and eradicate the ignorant populace who had harmed her beloved Yi Chun. She was not a saint without her own desires to protect. When she learned that the citizens of Su City were to put Yi Chun, who had safeguarded them for a decade, on trial and execute him, her heart shattered. She loathed the millions of heartless people within Su City and inwardly cursed for the other races to annihilate it entirely, so that those who had foolishly condemned Yi Chun would come to regret their actions and that the other races could avenge the fallen Yi Chun. Su City had fallen to the invaders, suffering countless casualties, with even Qin Yudong perishing in battle. Nearly 20,000 warriors from Su City had been decimated. Now, the other races were mercilessly slaughtering the city. Su City was doomed. Su Miaoyi had previously dispatched spies to monitor the conflict in Su City, and upon receiving the text, her mood had been grave, though she later found solace in her thoughts. The citizens of Su City were not worthy of respect. They had shown no honor to their heroes or the strong. In the vast city of millions, not a single soul had risen to defend Yi Chun during his trial. And even now, some were cursing him. Such indifference was chilling. Master, those people in Su City deserve their fate. Who could blame them for their coldness and selfishness in condemning Brother Yi Chun? They have brought ruin upon themselves, and now they face divine retribution, Guillotine asserted. Enough of such divisive sentiments. They must not be spoken of outside these walls. Do you understand? Su Miaoyi warned. Master, I only speak of this in your presence. I shall not utter a word outside. The hearts of people in this apocalypse are terrifying. In the past, Brother Yi Chun fought valiantly for 10 years for Su City, securing a decade of peace Yet those people disregarded his contributions and even aided in his betrayal. They deserve their fate, Gu Yin'er exclaimed indignantly. Alas, let's not dwell on them, nor even the Empress, Su Miaoyi sighed. They all believe that an unrefined SSS-level talent holds no value. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that Yi Chun has not ascended to the 8th tier or become a warrior of the Dragon Transformation realm solely, because he has devoted all his energy to defending the city. He lacks the time to cultivate. Today, due to their misguided arrogance, humanity has lost a potential invincible being who could challenge the great emperor. As for Qin Yudong, he is insignificant. He possesses merely an S-level talent, yet he schemes to usurp Yi Chen's gifts and cultivation through underhanded means. It is astonishing that the Empress offers him her protection. She is utterly foolish. Su Miaoyi harbors profound disappointment towards the Empress. Yi Chun is not only a soldier, but also a warrior. He has been suppressed and harmed by Qin Yudong, and the Empress has not spoken on his behalf. Her confusion is truly lamentable. In the present day, within the borders of Longhua, not only soldiers but even warriors have lost faith in the imperial court. This portends the demise of the nation. The Empress is misguided in her own intellect. She will inevitably come to regret her actions. Gu Yin'er remarked with exasperation, showing no kindness towards the Empress. Enough of this talk. Liania, you're on the verge of breaking into the 7th tier. Go into seclusion. Do not emerge until you attain the 7th tier. Su Miaoyi, fearing that Gu Yin'er might cause trouble, arranged for her to enter seclusion. Yes, Gu Yin'er did not argue, understanding that Su Miaoyi's intentions were for her own good. Master, do you think Brother Yi Chun is still alive? Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. As for this, Su Miaoyi remained silent, merely raising her hand to signal Gu Yin'er to withdraw. She too was profoundly heartbroken. In their past, she and Yi Chun had been comrades bound by life and death. They had fought with fervor for humanity, yet despite the atrocities committed by alien races, they could never extinguish the indomitable spirit of humanity. Yi Chun, I miss you, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 56, Pinnacle of the 8th Stage, Beep. Beep, the host has allocated 1,026,000 attribute points to Bone Marrow. Beep, Bone Marrow Revival. Beep, due to the revival of the bone marrow, the 206 bones within the host body have completed their enhancement ahead of schedule. Beep, the host has advanced. Blood Corpse. Another advancement? Yi Chun was astonished by his consecutive boosts in strength, and his reverence for this invincible attribute allocation system deepened. This system is truly unparalleled. Since he awakened the system, it has been but a short while, and not only has he restored his peak combat power, but he has also ascended to greater heights. Now, he stands out among the elite of the 8th stage transformation into Dragon Realm. His combat prowess is boundless. All 206 bones have been enhanced. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of joy. He had just noticed a remarkable leap in his strength. The human skeletal system comprises a total of 206 bones. The axial skeleton, including the skull and vertebral column, consists of 80 bones. The upper limb skeleton, which includes the clavicle, scapula, humerus, ulna, and radius, accounts for 64 bones. The lower limb skeleton, including the ilium, ischium, pubis, femur, tibia, and fibula, comprises 62 bones. Bones are vital components of the human body, forming the framework that supports the body, protects internal organs, provides attachment points for muscles, and constitute the most essential physical structure of all living beings. System. Assess my peak combat power, Yi Chun exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He firmly believed that his combat capabilities must have seen a substantial increase. After all, he had just elevated 2 zombie levels, in addition to the revival of his bone marrow strength and the enhancement of his bones. Beep, detecting host peak combat power. Base combat power, 35,200. Level 13 strength amplification, 5,500. Martial strength in the Spirit Sea realm, 5,800. Battle God Physique, 10 times strength enhancement. Beep, the host's current peak combat power is 465,000. What? 465,000 combat power? With this, I can indeed claim to have reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage, right? Absolutely thrilling. Yi Chen was overjoyed at this revelation. Subsequently, he opened his personal panel. This base combat power of 35,200 has increased significantly, hasn't it? Host, Yi Chen level 5, Blood Corpse. Next level, Flying Corpse, Life, 1 billion, can reverse life and death through attribute allocation. Combat power, 35,200, Host advanced to Blood Corpse. Combat power increased by 20,000. Ability, level 15, Energy Attraction. Autonomously absorbing various energies within a radius of 55,000 meters, with an energy absorption speed increase of 8,000. Attribute point conversion of 520 points hour, and a daily attribute point conversion limit of 6,000. This ability can be upgraded without a level cap. Current required attribute points for upgrade, 150,000 points. Level 1 Zombie Resistance. Immune to various zombie and undead viruses. Maxed out. Cannot allocate points further. Level 1 Corpse Poison. Capable of inflicting harm through its toxic properties. Can be upgraded with no upper limit. The current requirement for upgrading is 100 attribute points. At level 13, Strength enhances combat power by 5,500 and is also upgradable with no upper limit, requiring 200,000 attribute points for advancement. At level 12, Defense becomes impervious to ordinary blades, suffering reduced damage from early-stage 8th tier attacks and having damage from late-stage 8th tier assaults. It can withstand a single peak strike from a 9th tier master and is upgradable with no upper limit, requiring 150,000 attribute points for enhancement. Level 10 Mobility has reached its maximum, allowing for the free movement of both arms, enabling the execution of even the most complex martial techniques with greater agility than the average person, while the legs are fully liberated, exhibiting superior flexibility compared to ordinary individuals. Level 10 Plunder has also maxed out and cannot be upgraded. This ability grants a 65% chance to successfully seize the majority of attribute points from humans, zombies, and other races upon their defeat. Talent. SSS grade talent, Battle God Body, has been awakened, allowing for the enhancement of talent potential through attribute allocation, with opportunities for talent sublimation arising with each allocation of 100 points. Soul Devouring, at level 8, is upgradable with a requirement of 60,000 attribute points. The enhancement is quite substantial. After upgrading to Blood Corpse, an additional reward of 20,000 combat power was granted. It seems that as one progresses, the increase in combat power becomes increasingly formidable. It is no wonder that in novels and films, lesser zombies are easily defeated. Yet a zombie king poses a challenge even to formidable foes. Seeing this, Yi Chen's heart swelled with joy. His combat power surged as he evolved into a blood corpse. He stood up. Huh? Have you finished your training? The girl approached Yi Chen, greeting him. Yes. Yi Chen suddenly found his voice. Is this due to the activation of the marrow? He pondered himself. You can speak now? Aren't you a zombie? The girl inquired. Little girl, your questions are quite numerous. These matters do not concern you, Yi Chen cautioned. Oh, can we leave now? She asked. Not yet. I must slay that Hydra by. He is my target, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. He anticipated the mysterious rewards mentioned by the system. Aren't you afraid of that monster? He is even more formidable than by Luo Huang, the girl reminded, expressing her concerns about Yi Chen's safety. Afraid? Why would I fear him? He is as good as dead, Yi Chen declared confidently, possessing peak 8th tier combat power. He felt no trepidation towards Hydra Bai. He intended to eliminate this menace. Without waiting for the girl to respond, he embraced her and soared away, heading towards the second level. As they entered the second level, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura swept over them. Is that demonic energy? Is this second level inhabited by demons? Yi Chen pondered in astonishment. Demons? In this cursed place? How could the demon clan possibly survive? Surely, you must be mistaken, the young girl questioned. There is no error. The demonic aura here is exceedingly potent. Yi Chen sheltered the girl behind him, then executed an intricate maneuver, swiftly advancing deeper into the second layer. He discerned the presence of the demon at the entrance to the third layer. Talp, tap, tap. Moments later, Yi Chen and the girl encountered the guardian of the second layer. He belonged to the mighty ape clan, did he not? You are Yuan Qi, are you not? The girl recognized his identity. You know me? Who are you? The guardian, the ape known as Yuan Qi, was indeed the one the girl referred to. I am Jiang Shiqi, the girl replied. Jiang Shiqi? You hail from that family? Yuan Qi's expression shifted dramatically. He was deeply apprehensive of the girl's lineage, and a moment of hesitation overtook him. Yuan Qi, I am well aware of your past. You once succumbed to the forbidden techniques of the mighty ape clan, falling into madness, and subsequently betrayed your kin, disappearing without a trace. I never imagined you would find refuge here. You are indeed formidable, Jiang Shiqi remarked. Jiang Shiqi, your status is exalted. I cannot afford to offend you. If you wish to enter the third layer, I have no objections, but he cannot. Yuan Qi conjured a coiling dragon staff with a mere gesture, directing it menacingly towards Yichun. To access the third layer, he must defeat me. Yuan Qi, how dare you? He is my savior, and should you harm him, the Jiang family will not rest until you are dealt with. Jiang Shiqi declared loudly, resolute in her stance to protect Yichun from harm. Chapter 57. The Great Defeat of Yuan Qi in Jiang Shiqi's Apprenticeship. Jiang Shiqi, your words pose no threat to me. The Jiang family may be formidable, but this individual is not one of your kin. Should I slay him? The Jiang family will not retaliate, declared Yuan Qi with unwavering confidence. You? Jiang Shiqi's fury surged, yet she found herself powerless, for Yuan Qi's assertion held truth. The great strength divine ape clan was indeed an ancient lineage. Although the Jiang family harbored no fear, they would not hastily engage in conflict. Very well. If battle is to ensue, let it commence. You just stated that should I defeat you, I may ascend to the third tier, correct? Yichun inquired. Indeed, but can a feeble human like you truly overcome me? I, Yuan Qi, am the prodigy of the great strength divine ape clan. My prowess can easily crush you. Come forth, Yuan Qi proclaimed, sprinting forward with fervor. He raised his staff, sweeping it menacingly towards Yichun. Little trickster, Yichun retorted, advancing rather than retreating. He swung the burning annihilation sword with fervent resolve. Kill! His innate combat prowess surged forth, unleashing the peak 8th tier strength in an instant. A terrifying aura manifesting as it bore down upon Yuan Qi. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful strike with the burning annihilation sword. A resounding crash echoed as the sword clashed violently with the staff, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The two combatants were jolted apart. Subsequently, a tempest of raw power erupted from their clash, distorting the very fabric of space around them, the air vibrating with a piercing sound. Who are you? How can your physical form be so formidable? Yuan Qi questioned, now standing firm against Yichun, gradually shedding his earlier disdain. Yichun's strength had earned his respect. I am Yichun, he declared with pride. What? You are Yichun? The possessor of the SSS grade talent, the divine combat body? You guarded humanity for a decade, only to be wrongfully sentenced to death? Yuan Qi had indeed heard of Yichun's exploits. It is I, Yichun affirmed loudly. Truly you? No wonder you possess the qualifications to contend with me. Yuan Qi. Yichun, you have earned the right for me to engage you earnestly in battle. Yuan Qi's demeanor shifted, growing increasingly cautious. The name of Yichun resonated profoundly. He was a prodigy of the demon race, yet faced with Yichun, he felt considerable pressure. He is Yichun? The young Jiang Shiqi finally recognized Yichun's identity, though she had long remained in the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. She had heard many legends surrounding him. Foremost, Yichun was renowned for his SSS grade talent and his decade-long defense of humanity, thwarting foreign incursions into Sioux City. However, upon learning of his wrongful execution, she had ventured forth to bid him farewell. Unexpectedly, upon her arrival in Sioux City, she encountered the city being besieged by a foreign tribe. Subsequently, she fell into the city of Bairo and, by a twist of fate, met Yichun. She perceived this as a fortuitous encounter. Enough chatter, come forth, Yichun commanded sternly. Arrogant. Seeing this, Yuan Qi was exceedingly agitated. His formidable 8th-tier combat prowess surged forth, unleashing a terrifying force of vitality that bore down upon Yichun. Kill. He merged with his staff, a singular entity, and struck down with immense force. In that moment, countless shadows of the staff erupted, sealing off all of Yi Chun's escape routes. However, Yi Chun remained unperturbed in the face of this onslaught. He stood resolute, gripping the burning silence, sword tightly. At last, he made his move. Raising his hand, he unleashed the sword technique of Heaven's Severance. A resounding hum echoed as a brilliant sword light erupted instantaneously. This strike was immensely formidable, its radiance unparalleled, far beyond what Yuan Shi could compare to. Yi Chen truly demonstrated his prowess, embodying the unparalleled genius of the human race and the SSS-grade talent of the Battle God Physique. Such power was terrifying. Should he continue to grow, he would surely become one of the most fearsome beings in this realm. He was indeed a potential powerhouse, as Jiang Shiqi boldly speculated. Boom! A tremendous explosion occurred as the sword light cleaved through Yuan Shi's myriad staff shadows. The very fabric of space was rent asunder by Yi Chen's blade, creating fissures imbued with otherworldly force, wreaking havoc and shattering everything in their path. Yuan Shi was also sent flying. However, caught in the midst of the rift, he remained unharmed by the otherworldly energies that fell upon him. Impossible. This is otherworldly power. How is this possible? What is your physique? What level of zombie are you now? He inquired. Blood corpse, Yi Chen replied softly. What? Blood corpse? Were you not just decapitated? How can you evolve so swiftly? Yuan Shi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Perhaps it is due to my immense resentment. I bear grievances and refuse to die, hence I have returned as a corpse. Solely for vengeance. I shall annihilate all my enemies. Su City shall not escape unscathed, Yi Chun declared chillingly. He articulated the endless grievances and hatred within him to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi finally felt the pressure. A blood corpse? Although he hailed from the mighty divine ape clan, he was well aware of the nature of zombies. Blood corpses are advanced undead beings, not far removed from a zombie king. Come, let us continue. Yi Chen wasted no time, unleashing his peak combat power. Kill. His hatred surged, releasing the solitude in his heart. Now, Yuan Shi became the target for this catharsis. Yet, steps, coughing up blood. Yuan Shi, reveal your abilities. I shall kill you. The sword of destruction in Yi Chen's hand unleashed a terrifying aura of slaughter. He had initiated his lethal attack. No, Yuan Shi was truly unfortunate. Having just been sent flying, he had yet to catch his breath before being struck again. He felt utterly humiliated. His fury was palpable. This time, he had genuinely lost all combat capability, rendered powerless to continue. He had been defeated. Please do not kill me. My grandfather is the elder of the mighty divine ape clan, a peak quasi-emperor. If you take my life, he will not spare you, Yuan Shi exclaimed desperately, invoking his elder as a threat against Yi Chun in the face of death. All was for the sake of survival. Is that so? Let him come. Who? Yi Chen will eradicate all enemies in this world. This era shall be ruled by me, Yi Chen declared with overwhelming authority. With a mere gesture, a dreadful wave of sword energy erupted forth. No, Yuan Shi was slain. His head rolled on the ground. A once great prodigy of the demon clan, now dead. Ding. Killed a demon clan prodigy, triggering plunder, gaining 160,000 attribute points. The system notification chimed. Upon Yuan Shi's demise, further rewards were credited, filling Yi Chun with immense joy. 16,000 attribute points. He had gained tremendously this time. A peak quasi-emperor, the elder of the mighty divine ape clan. Yi Chun, hearing this, felt a wave of apprehension. He was no match for a peak quasi-emperor. Now, he could only remain incognito. He believed that there were quasi-emperor level beings among the human race. This was his opportunity. He merely needed to develop in secrecy. When the time came, he would disregard all adversaries. What? Yi Chen has killed Yuan Shi. How fierce! Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, applauding and praising Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I wish to take you as my master. Chapter 58. The hidden manipulator finally reveals its self-apprenticeship. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen appeared oblivious. He had no intention of accepting Jiang Shiqi as his disciple. After all, he He was not one to teach others. His only expertise lay in the art of killing. He stepped forward to confiscate the storage bracelet from Yuan Shi, who was now deceased, rendering the spiritual imprint on it null. Upon recognizing the bracelet as his own, he discovered it contained numerous treasures, spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, a plethora of demon clan techniques and manuals, as well as several alluring bikini photographs of top-tier human beauties that would tempt even Yi Chen himself. This monkey certainly knew how to indulge. He stowed the storage bracelet into his system backpack. Master, please accept your disciple's Bao Jiang Shiqi, with her whimsical nature, immediately took the initiative, bowing to Yi Chen before he could respond. No, wait, Yi Chen exclaimed, attempting to interject, but it was too late. Jiang Shiqi, I will not take you as my disciple. My path lies solely in killing, not teaching. Having spoken, he approached the entrance to the 3rd level. It will be perilous ahead. Will you wait for me here on the 2nd level, or? He inquired. Master, I shall accompany you, Jiang Shiqi asserted stubbornly. Very well, Yi Chen conceded, leading Jiang Shiqi into the 3rd level. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to find the area devoid of spiritual energy, rendering his true qi ineffective. Is there a ceiling formation here? He mused, narrowing his eyes. This revelation surprised him. The red-clad female ghost had spoken of a human prodigy who had ventured into this place. It now seemed plausible that this ancient tomb served as a lair for the Hydra Bai, maintained by a certain power or individual. Master, what is this ceiling formation? Jiang Shiqi inquired. It is a formation that can restrain true qi and spells. In this place, one can only rely on innate abilities, brute strength, and physical prowess. Yi Chen elucidated. Yeah. Yi Chen, you truly have come. It appears Yuan Shi, that useless fool, has met his demise at your hands. How utterly incompetent he was. The voice of the Hydra Bai echoed ominously. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of tendrils surged towards them. The Hydra Bai, at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, on the verge of ascension to the quasi-emperor realm, possessed unfathomable strength, rendering the prospect of exterminating these tendrils daunting. Hydra Bai, your end is nigh, Yi Chen declared with chilling indifference. You can speak now? What is your power? Blood corpse? Damn it, what have you been doing? The Hydra Bai was taken aback upon recognizing Yi Chen's strength. He struggled to comprehend the enigma that Yi Chen represented. Before the apocalypse, he had existed. Hidden deep within this ancient tomb, he had remained reclusive for millennia, observing all that transpired in Sioux City. Previously, he had witnessed Yi Chen's public trial, aware that Yi Chen had faced execution and been discarded in a mass grave. Subsequently, Yi Chen had transformed into a zombie. In the brief span of a month, he is transformed from a mere corpse into a bloodthirsty undead. How did he evolve into such a state? The Hydra Bai? Regarding my matters, they do not concern you. Today, I have come to escort you on your final journey, Yi Chen declared sternly. Kill me? Yi Chen, do you believe you are worthy? I shan't hesitate to inform you that I, too, am under the protection of formidable forces. This ancient tomb was constructed specifically for me, to nurture my evolution into the 9th and 10th tiers. There are those who will thwart your efforts by proclaimed arrogantly, exuding an air of invincibility. Who is it that nurtures you? Yi Chen inwarded. He had harbored suspicions that someone in the shadows had been using the millions of lives in Sioux City as sacrifices to facilitate Bai's ascension to the status of a quasi-emperor at the 9th tier. Yet, such an endeavor could only be executed by extraordinary individuals, at least a power that has endured through the ages. Is it us? A chilling voice resonated. A luminous portal materialized in the void, revealing several men and women whose auras radiated immense strength. At the forefront stood a woman. Yi Chen, you, the traitor who has defied your own sect, have come to face judgment today. The newcomer was known to Yi Chen. She was, in a sense, his senior apprentice sister and a disciple of the Purple Extreme Palace. Her master, the revered Jiuju, was one of the few top-tier experts of the era, having reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier a decade prior, rumored to be just a step away from the 9th tier. The Purple Extreme Palace? Lu Fongfong. So it was you who orchestrated everything in Sioux City? Your malice knows no bounds. It appears I have merely been a pawn in your game. has it not? You have allied with the Chen family to cast me aside, have you not? Upon Lu Fangfang's arrival, Chen finally unraveled the truth. Chen Yudong's ability to act against him within the sphere of the Purple Extreme Palace's influence clearly indicated their tacit approval. He had been reluctant to accept this harsh reality. But now he had no choice but to confront the cruel truth. He had been abandoned not only by the millions of citizens of Sioux City, but also by the Purple Extreme Palace. Abandoned? Huh. Chen, it is not merely your deceased master who possessed some utility. How could the Purple Extreme Palace ever allow you two worthless beings to return? You ought to feel fortunate to have sacrificed yourself for our resurgence. Lu Fangfang retorted sinisterly, tossing his severed head to the ground. This is the head of your deceased master. Upon discovering our scheme with the Chen family, he attempted to warn you, only to be slain by the Grand Elder of Divine Prophecy. Yet it must be said, your life is remarkably resilient. We procured an extraordinary poison for that waste of Chen Yudong, yet he still failed. You have become a zombie, and now possess the combat strength of the 8th tier, Lu Fangfang stated. Lu Fangfang, the Purple Extreme Palace? You have killed my master. This grudge shall remain unresolved between us. Chen stepped forward to retrieve the head of his master, gazing into the lifeless eyes that could not close, and felt a surge of overwhelming hatred within him. Lu Fangfang, you deserve to perish. He gritted his teeth and uttered, Chen, you lowly wretch. On what grounds do you possess the SSS grade talent of the War God Physique? Such a gift should rightfully be inherited by my junior disciple. Now, my junior has already reached the threshold of Quasi-Emperor. If only he could inherit your talent, he would become the youngest Quasi-Emperor in history. Our ZG Palace would then reign supreme over the world. Lu Fangfang declared with a malevolent visage. Does the Palace Master share this sentiment? Chen inwided. Within ZG Palace, besides his master, the revered Jiuju, only the exalted Palace Master, Nangong Hentian, truly cared for him. Now that Jiuju has perished, his only connection to ZG Palace is Nangong Hentian. Chen, silence yourself. The name of my master is not one you, a mere scum, are worthy to utter. Previously, under the protection of my master, we dared not lay a hand on you. Now, with my master favoring my junior disciple, your worthlessness has become inconsequential. Without my master's decree, do you think the Elder of Divine Oracles would dare to slay your deceased master? Enough. I have divulged all that you need to know. It is time for you to embark on your journey. Lu Fangfang spoke with chilling indifference, her hatred for Chen palpable. Lu Fangfang, I bear you no malice. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Why? Chen questioned it, Beijing did it. Why, you ask? When I once confessed my feelings to you, and you rejected me, it would have sufficed. Yet, you chose to proclaim it to the world, turning me into a subject of ridicule for countless others. From that moment forth, I vowed to ensure your demise. Lu Fangfang spoke with a cold tone. What? That incident was not my doing. I have explained this to you before. You? Chen responded, uterli astonished. Chapter 59. Abandon again. Stop your futile attempts at denial. If it is not you, then who else could it be? The young apprentice spoke up, having witnessed firsthand that it was indeed you who orchestrated the dissemination of this matter. With a heart untainted by deceit, he would not lie. Everything leads back to you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fangfang was incredulous. Me? This? I have told you it was not I. You? It was all the doing of that scoundrel Fu Qingxu. Is it him? Chen deduced in an instant that all of this was connected to Fu Qingxu. Do not falsely accuse the innocent. The young apprentice is not the kind of person you claim him to be. Chen, today marks your end, Lu Fangfang declared, raising her hand to command her comrades. Understood? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 elite members of the ZG Palace lunged towards Chen in an instant. They were all mid-stage, 8th tier experts. You, Lu Fangfang, are truly vile. Very well. You have slain my master, thus severing our bond of kinship. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. Chen, undeterred, prepared to retaliate. Kill. He possessed the combat prowess of a peak 8th tier warrior. Even if the 6 mid-stage 8th tier experts joined forces, they were not his match. Chen, no. My master is truly pitiful. What is this ZG Palace? Nonsense. It is disgraceful to be counted among the top 10 powers of humanity while secretly engaging in such despicable acts. Jiang Shiqi expressed her profound disdain for Lu Fangfang and the Ziji Palace's actions. She had witnessed shamelessness before, yet nothing compared to the depths of depravity displayed by the Ziji Palace. Their conduct was appalling, particularly in nurturing the insidious nine-headed serpent, by using the lives of hundreds of thousands in Sioux City to evolve into a ninth-tier quasi-emperor. Such treachery was akin to betraying humanity itself. The Ziji Palace was playing with fire, and they would inevitably burn themselves. Begone! With a roar, before Yi Chen even unsheathed his sword, he charged through. The 6 disciples were brutally stripped of their cultivation. He refrained from taking lives, perhaps out of respect for their shared affiliation. You? How? Just moments ago, we could not breach your defenses. Yi Chen, what is your cultivation level? One disciple inquired, his pride wounded. You are unworthy, Yi Chen replied curtly, withholding the truth. His mercy in not killing them was already a significant reprieve. As for his secret, he would never divulge it to these individuals. You 6, aiding the wicked. Today, I shall merely cripple your cultivation as punishment. Should you dare to lay hands on me, Yi Chen again, I will personally sever your heads and use them as balls to kick. His words were laced with a commanding authority. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lu Fangfang. Lu Fangfang, it is now your turn. He intends to eliminate Lu Fangfang, the murderer of his master. As for the deep-seated grudge against the Ziji Palace for slaying his mentor, he will eventually confront them and eradicate all enmity. Presently, he recognizes that he is not a match for the Ziji Palace. With a swift motion, he lunges at Lu Fangfang, a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the 8th stage. He suspects she possesses hidden trump cards, for Nangong Hentian, her master, is known for his fierce protection of his disciples, likely bestowing upon her powerful artifacts for her defense. Yi Chen, what do you intend to do? I am your senior sister. If you kill me, Master will not forgive you. Do not deceive yourself, Lu Fangfang stammered, panic evident in her voice. She had previously underestimated Yi Chen's strength. You wretched commoner, how can you become so formidable even in death? It is unjust. I refuse to accept this. I will kill you. Only by vanquishing you can I reclaim my revered status as senior sister in the Ziji Palace. Her demeanor became increasingly frenzied. With a resounding crash, Yi Chen's sword sent Lu Fangfang hurtling through the air. She was utterly inept, unable to retaliate. Yi Chen raised his hand, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from her lips in a pitiful display. No, I will not be defeated. I cannot perish. Yi Chen, I am your senior sister. You cannot kill me, she muttered, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet, Yi Chen showed no mercy. He raised his blade, determined to strike Lu Fangfang down. Wait, spare her. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. Is that Nangong Hentian? No, merely a projection. Upon reaching the quasi-emperor level, one can manifest a doppelganger to perform tasks or exact vengeance. Yi Chen, what were you just doing? Fangfang is your senior sister. How could you harm her? Have you lost your mind? Nangong Hentian thundered in reproach. Master, you are mistaken. It was she who sought to kill me, and I merely defended myself. She was outmatched. This cannot be attributed to me, Yi Chen retorted. Nangong Hentian, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she noticed Yi Chen's emotional turmoil, which bewildered her. She could not comprehend why he had changed so drastically. He had once treated her with utmost respect, and now he stood at odds with her. Yi Chen, are you still a disciple of the Ziji Palace? Such insubordination towards your elders warrants confinement in the Black Room. Do you understand? Nangong Hentian inquired, managing the palace according to her personal whims, revealing her somewhat inept nature. Master, Yi Chen shows no regard for his elders. Please execute him, Lu Fangfang implored Nangong Hentian, subtly urging her to eliminate Yi Chen. What? Ijijute Yi Chen? Why? Nangong Hentian hesitated. In her view, while Yi Chen had erred, his transgressions did not warrant death. Master, we must eliminate Yi Chen, allowing the junior disciple to devour his innate talents, thus enabling him to ascend to the realm of the quasi-emperor. With two quasi-emperors in our ZG palace, our influence will soar, and we stand a significant chance of advancing to a sacred land. Lu Fangfang deceives Nangong Hentian. What? Devour Yi Chen's talent? Qingshu? Ninth tier? This? Nangong Hentian remains undecided, still wavering. However, it is not long before her gaze hardens. She has made her decision. Yi Chen, as a junior, how could you raise your hand against your senior sister? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Today, as the palace lord, I shall cleanse the ZG palace of its filth. Prepare to meet your end. Nangong Hentian, in her hypocrisy, seeks to slay Yi Chen while grasping at a flimsy justification. As she speaks, her beautiful eyes glint with murderous intent. She is indeed resolved to kill Yi Chen. Lu Fangfang's earlier words have taken effect. Ninth tier, quasi-emperor. The expansion of the ZG Palace's power. These enticing prospects have steeled Nangong Hentian's resolve to eliminate Yi Chen. She intends for Yi Chen's talents to be consumed by Fu Qingshu, thereby birthing a top-tier, ninth-tier quasi-emperor within their ranks. Such temptation is irresistible, even for her. Since she ascended to the position of palace lord, there has been much dissent within the palace. Over the years, she has walked on eggshells. Now, presented with an opportunity to silence all critics, she is unwilling to let it slip away. Palace lord, if you wish to kill me, then do so directly. You have just placed such a heavy accusation upon me that I shall find no peace in death. How venomous you are! From this day forth, I, Yi Chen, am no longer a member of your ZG Palace. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, Nangong Hentian raised her hand and struck him with a blast of energy. Despite his indomitable physique, he was sent flying, a few of his ribs fractured. Oh, you haven't died? You? Nangong Hentian was utterly astonished. Chapter 60. The young sprout of the devouring spirit bloodvine. Ah? Are you a zombie? A blood corpse? Yet, that does not justify your ability to withstand my strike. Yi Chen, what secrets do you harbor? You are on the brink of death. Hasten to surrender your fortuitous opportunities to me. I will pass them on to Qingshu, for he is the future of our Purple Extreme Palace. With your fortune, he shall revitalize our sect. This is your final worth. Nangong Hentian spoke coldly. Her words ignited immense disdain within Yi Chen. Nangong Hentian, have you lost your mind? You intend to kill me, and yet expect me to hand over my fortunes to you? Yi Chen retorted. Though he was no match for Nangong Hentian, he would never bow to her. As for his fortunes, he would never relinquish them to Fu Qingshu. Yi Chen, how do you lack a sense of the greater picture? You are also a disciple of the Purple Extreme Palace, which has imparted knowledge upon you. Should you not repay that debt? Nangong Hentian insisted. Repay the debt? Nangong Hentian, how dare you speak of that? My master was slain by your orders. Utter nonsense about debts of gratitude. I have severed all ties with your Purple Extreme Palace. If I have the chance in the future, I will eliminate all of you. Yi Chen declared fiercely. The vengeance for the death of my master is one that cannot coexist with the living. This enmity must be avenged. Yi Chen, the death of your master was not orchestrated by me. It was merely an accident. After all, he was my senior brother. Me? Nangong Hentian responded, shamelessly attempting to argue. Do not attempt to deceive me. You are the most hypocritical individual in the Purple Extreme Palace. Without your indulgence, how would that elder of divine edicts dare to kill my master? Do you think I am but a child of 3? Moreover, your sex madness in nurturing the Hydra Cypress here, sacrificing millions of souls in Sioux City to elevate this wretch to the 9th grade quasi-emperor, reveals your utter depravity and malice beyond that of the demonic factions. Yi Chen proclaimed vehemently. Yi Chen, the Hydra Cypress is the greatest secret of our Purple Extreme Palace and the key to our resurgence. Now, I bestow this treasure upon your junior brother. Should you not sacrifice for him? Nangong Hentian stated. Yi Chen felt an intense hatred toward Nangong Hentian upon hearing her words. This old woman has truly lost her mind. Her unscrupulous fostering of the treacherous Fu Qingshu will undoubtedly bear consequences. She will inevitably come to regret her actions. Nangong Hentian, how can you utter such words? Is your mind filled with excrement? He mocked. You? Seeking death. I shall slay you. Nangong Hentian responded, her fury igniting. She despised being called foolish. Master, kill him. extract his talents, and as for his fortunes, use the soul-searching secret technique to draw out his soul. I refuse to believe we cannot find it. Lu Fangfang said with a pale complexion. Indeed. Yi Chun, he is obstinate and curses this palace. He deserves to die. Nangong Hentian declared, her emperor-level aura transforming into a palpable force that bore down upon Yi Chun. Damn it, I will fight you to the bitter end. Kill. Yi Chun refused to stand idly by. He allocated all his attribute points to his soul and summoned the power of his primordial spirit, unleashing the Azure Lotus celestial fire. This was his ultimate weapon, his final trump card. With a thunderous roar, the Azure Lotus celestial fire surged forth. Nangong Hentian, you old hag, I shall confront you. He was prepared for mutual destruction. One cannot attain enlightenment without madness. Damn it, it's the celestial fire. Run. Nangong Hentian shouted, raising her hand to conjure a barrier with her emperor-level force to resist the Inferno's power. However, in an instant, the Azure Lotus celestial fire consumed the barrier and rampaged into the depths of the ancient tomb. Sizzle. All living and inanimate things within the tomb were incinerated by the celestial fire, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a tentacle of the Hydra's Cypress. Reward: 1,800 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a tentacle of the Hydra's Cypress. Reward: 1,900 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a tentacle of the Hydra's Cypress. Reward: 2,100 attribute points. Yi Chun continuously allocated the acquired attribute points to his soul, sustaining the relentless advance of the Azure Lotus celestial fire. Master, what is this? Lu Fangfang gasped in terror, utterly taken aback by Yi Chen's hidden prowess. Now, even Nangong Hentian found herself at a disadvantage. It's the celestial fire. That traitor Yi Chun has actually obtained the celestial fire. He has even refined it into his primordial spirit. His talent and fortune are no less than that of Qing Shu. If only he had been obedient. We at the Purple Extreme Palace could have boasted 2 top-tier prodigies, leading us to rise in this golden age. Nangong Hentian struggled to maintain her composure. However, being merely a clone, she was quickly depleting her vitality and could no longer hold on. Fangfang, we must not linger here. We shall retreat for now. As for Yi Chun, there will be ample time to deal with him. He cannot escape. With that, she activated the portal and led Lu Fangfang and the others away. The moment they departed, an unbridled inferno engulfed the 3rd level, consumed entirely by the Azure Lotus celestial fire. Even the Hydra's Cypress, at its peak 8th rank, found itself powerless against Yi Chen's celestial flames. Yi Chen, please do not kill me. Spare me, and I am willing to submit to you. The Hydra's Cypress pleaded in desperation. Yet, Yi Chun remained unmoved, continuing to command the Azure Lotus celestial fire. The Hydra's Cypress, a creature of darkness, was not to be trusted. The Hydra tree, utilizing all its strength, unleashed countless vines to confront Yi Chun. Yet, they were all consumed by the azure flame of the green lotus, plunging it into despair. No, it roared. Purple Extreme Palace, you deceivers. Why did you not rescue me just now? It began to curse the members of the Purple Extreme Palace, filled with loathing for their failure to take it away before Nangong Hentian departed. 10 minutes later, the Hydra tree was reduced to ashes. It perished. Beep. Detection confirms the demise of the Hydra tree. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious grand prize, which is currently being prepared for immediate distribution. Please hold on. Beep. Reward obtained. Soul-devouring bloodvine, seedling X1. Soul-devouring bloodvine seedling. The most malevolent and sinister spiritual root across myriad realms. Currently in its seedling stage, it is warmly advised that the host refine it into a personal divine object. Devouring bloodvine seedling. Yes. Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. Subsequently, he discovered that the system had transferred the soul-devouring bloodvine seedling into his dantian, taking root within the 2 vast seas of spiritual energy, drawing upon their essence to amplify its own power. Master, you are just so impressive, Jiang Shiqi exclaimed in astonishment. She was mesmerized by the astonishing spectacle Yi Chen had just displayed. It was truly breathtaking. The azure flame of the green lotus? Such a divine artifact from the list of exotic flames was thought to be mere legend, yet she had witnessed it in her lifetime. Enough chatter. We must leave this place immediately. It is about to collapse, Yi Chen said with irritation. He was not being alarmist. Having slain the Hydra tree had triggered the self-destruct mechanism of the ancient tomb, which was on the verge of collapse. Oh, Yi Chen took Jiang Shiqi and departed. They had barely escaped the abyss when the ancient tomb crumbled behind them. Shortly thereafter, a picturesque lake unfolded before them. Wow, how beautiful! Jiang Shiqi clapped her hands in delight. Master, there are fish in that lake. Chapter 61. The Revenge of the Purple Extreme Palace. What fish? We should leave this place. After the demise of the Hydra Bai, I fear the situation in Sioux City may undergo significant changes. Let us go. Yi Chen paid no heed to the fish in the lake, believing that Jiang Shiqi had simply misjudged. As he departed, the strange fish in the lake gazed at Yi Chen, its scales shimmering with a sanguine glow. Yi Chen, you performed admirably. Continue your efforts. Subsequently, this fish vanished into the depths of the lake, its whereabouts unknown. Whoosh! Yi Chen embraced Jiang Shiqi and soared out of the abyss. Upon landing, he was astonished to find that the previous layer of barrier had dissipated. Indeed, that barrier had been conjured by the Hydra Bai. Now that he was deceased, the barrier had naturally vanished. Master, I truly did see fish in that lake. The strange fish even had wings, Jiang Shiqi continued to explain. Her vision had always been exceptionally keen, and she had been certain she was not mistaken. Enough about the strange fish. Jiang Shiqi, where do you intend to go next? Yi Chen inquired. It was impractical for him to accompany Jiang Shiqi, as he had his own matters to attend to. Me? Master, could you take me to Jiang City? I have bowed to you thrice. In my heart, you are my master, Jiang Shiqi insisted stubbornly. You? Well, I am also heading to Jiang City. You may accompany me, but once I deliver you there, you must continue to follow my lead. Do you understand? Yi Chen questioned. Yes. Jiang Shiqi replied reluctantly. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a multitude of zombies charged from a distance. Caw! There are 2 humans. Let's devour them. These zombies were under the command of Zhang Ximin. In the city now, only zombies, spectral entities, and an unclear number of survivors remained. Master, it's zombies! Jiang Shiqi exclaimed. Do not fear mere ants. Yi Chen declared loudly. Mere ants? Ignorant child. We are the undead warriors under the command of Lord Zombie Emperor. Surrender and allow us to assimilate you, or we shall drain your blood and feast upon your flesh. Little beauty, your delicate skin would be a waste to tear apart. If you are willing to indulge us, perhaps we could grant you a pleasurable existence. What do you say? 1/5 tier zombie said ominously, its body decayed yet still coveting Jiang Shiqi. What audacity! Yi Chen, upon hearing this, wasted no time on words. Though he had not formally accepted Jiang Shiqi as his disciple, he would not permit these zombies to bully her. Kill! In a flash, he appeared before the zombie, raising the burning void sword high before ruthlessly bringing it down. The zombie had no time to react before being slain by Yi Chen. Its blood and flesh essence were devoured by the burning void sword. You are not good. This fellow possesses an unusual strength. We must retreat. Quickly. The other zombies, upon witnessing this, instinctively withdrew. These mutated zombies possess a degree of intelligence. Thus they fear death. Oh, trying to escape? Do you truly think you can flee? Observing this, Yi Chen took action. His form moved with astonishing swiftness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombies fell victim to his blade. Those zombies perished beneath Yi Chen's sword, becoming nourishment for the growth of the burning sword. Ding! Killed a 4th tier zombie, triggering plunder, gained 680 attribute points. Ding! Killed a 5th tier zombie, triggering plunder, gained 980 attribute points. Ding! Killed a 6th tier zombie, triggering plunder, gained 1,580 attribute points. An additional 60,000 attribute points were acquired. Slaying these lesser zombies at the peak of the 8th tier was but a trivial task. Master, you are incredibly impressive. Praised Jiang Shiqi as she stepped forward. She observed Yi Chen's killings as though they were a form of art. Enough. We should leave this place. Yi Chen wished to avoid a large-scale conflict with the zombies. He held no fondness for Sioux City. Rather, he hoped the zombies would wipe out the populace within, transforming them into undead. Indeed, the two departed. They had scarcely left when hundreds of zombies appeared at the site they had just vacated. Our people? Dead? The leader among them was a 7th-tier zombie king named Wu Hu. My lord, no sign of them was found, reported a zombie. Damn it! Who is it? Wu Hu exclaimed fiercely. Immediately dispatched searchers throughout the city. Yes. Thus began a new round of hunting by the zombies within the city. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi made their way towards the port. They needed a vessel to leave Sioux City. Are we taking a boat? Jiang Shiqi inquired. We'll assess the situation first. If there is a boat, we shall take it. If not, we must devise another plan. Traveling by boat is the most expedient method. Yi Chen arrived at the port, gambling on the notion that the zombies had not yet occupied it. After all, their numbers were too few, while the city's populace was vast. The zombies would require time to consume the citizens. It was not an undertaking that could be accomplished overnight. Previously, there were nearly 1 million sea beasts in the city, which also served to counterbalance the zombies' invasion. Now that those spirits have departed from the ancient tomb, having seized human vessels, they too would possess extraordinary strength, capable of battling those zombies. All these factors would delay the zombies' offensive. Jiang City, deep within the Qinji Mountains, at the Purple Extreme Palace. In the main hall of the palace, Nangong Hentian suddenly coughed up blood. Her expression fluctuated between dark and light, fueling her deep-seated hatred for Yi Chen. The loss of a corporeal manifestation has diminished her combat prowess by 2 levels. And to regain that strength will require no less than 2 years. Master, are you all right? In the grand hall, Lu Fangfang, having just regained her senses, immediately inquired with concern. I am unscathed. Yet, that scoundrel Yi Chen dared to injure me. This grudge shall not go unpunished, Nangong Hentian declared vehemently, her desire to see Yi Chen obliterated palpable. Master, Yi Chen has betrayed our Ziji palace. It is only fitting that we send someone to eliminate him. If he remains alive, he will pose an endless threat, Lu Fangfang urged. Yi Chen, this treacherous disciple has openly renounced our Ziji palace and stands against us, believing that he can disregard our power due to newfound opportunities? How naive he is! Does he think that by severing ties with our Ziji palace, he can attain true freedom? He is lost in a dream, Nangong Hentian retorted. Someone, dispatch agents to hunt for Yi Chen. Upon discovery, execute him without mercy, she commanded loudly. Her complexion turned ashen, her heart racing violently, causing many men in the hall to stare in awe. One elder even drooled at the sight. It was no wonder, for Nangong Hentian exuded an irresistible charm. Clad in resplendent robes, her perfect figure could not be concealed. She was breathtakingly beautiful, fair-skinned, with long legs that captivated countless gazes. Enveloped in stockings, her long legs drew the attention of many men, making her a siren in a chaotic world. In the hearts of the men present lingered a wicked thought to abduct this esteemed palace master and take her as a concubine. Furthermore, a bounty was issued, placing Yi Chen's family on the list for extermination. Those who slay Yi Chen's family shall be handsomely rewarded by our Ziji palace, Nangong Hentian proclaimed, ruthlessly targeting Yi Chen's kin. Her actions were utterly devoid of moral boundaries. Master, this course of action is improper. An elder spoke up, voicing dissent. What is improper about it? Nangong Hentian replied, her dissatisfaction evident. Esteemed master, the innocent should not suffer for the sins of one. The elder continued. Absurd. Yi Chen has killed disciples of our Ziji palace. Why should I not retaliate against his family? Moreover, as a traitor, eliminating his kin is a service to our human race, Nangong Hentian asserted, her resolve unwavering. She was determined to draw Yi Chen out. Qingshu, where has he gone? Chapter 62. The hypocrisy of Fu Qingshu Master. Junior brother Qingshu has gone out for training and has yet to return, a female disciple remarked, bowing respectfully. She was Chu Yuding, a direct disciple of the Ziji Palace, though not one of Nangong Hentian's students. Training? How long has he been gone? Nangong Hentian inquired. It has been 2 days. He mentioned he was heading to the eastern part of Dongsheng to hunt sea beasts. He should be back soon, Chu Yuding replied. Hunting sea beasts? My dear Qing Shu is quite obedient. He is the future of our Ziji palace. Unlike that rebellious Yi Chun, who is disrespectful and unruly, he deserves to die. If I capture you, I shall surely grind him to dust, Nangong Hentian said, first praising Fu Qing Shu and then viciously cursing Yi Chun. Her blatant favoritism was glaringly apparent. Many disciples and high-ranking members of the Ziji palace were left speechless. Yet, they dared not voice their opinions. Previously, when a revered Jiuju was murdered, they had opposed it vehemently, but to no avail. The Grand Elder, Ling Jingtian, was also of quasi-emperor caliber and aligned with Nangong Hentian, who ruled Ziji Palace with an iron fist. Her actions were guided solely by her whims, disregarding right from wrong, leading to chaos. They were filled with righteous indignation, but remained silent. At that moment, a figure darted in. Clad in a purple robe, with starry brows and sharp eyes, he exuded charm, although a hint of malevolence lurked within his gaze. Junior brother Qing Shu, you have returned, Lu Fongfong exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling as if she were gazing upon a lover rather than a junior brother. Their clandestine relationship was apparent. Sister, you are back. Oh, you are injured? Who has harmed you? I shall avenge you. Fuqing Shu fiend innocence. It was that traitor Yi Chun who injured me. Not only me, but he also destroyed my master's avatar, Lu Fongfong declared. This traitor is utterly detestable. What? Yi Chun? Why? No. Wasn't it said that Yi Chun was executed by the public in Sioux City for betraying humanity? How could he have harmed master? Fu Qing Shu was taken aback. That wretched creature has turned into a zombie. By some twist of fate, he has even refined a strand of heavenly fire. It was his heavenly fire that harmed master. Lu Fongfong seethed. Having previously suffered defeat at Yi Chen's hands, her animosity towards him had only intensified. What? Heavenly fire? A zombie? Brother Yi Chun is truly dead? How could this be? Fu Qing Shu spoke in disbelief, yet his heart was filled with joy. Previously, Yi Chun had been the one he feared the most. Yi Chun possesses an SSS grade talent, the divine battle body, a gift of terrifying magnitude, ensuring his inevitable ascendance to the status of a quasi-emperor. Many within the Purple Extreme Palace regard Yi Chun as the heir apparent to the palace master. However, he secretly conspired to tarnish Yi Chen's reputation, sowing discord between Yi Chun and Lu Fongfong, thereby inciting Nangong Hentian's disdain for Yi Chun. Now, his scheme has come to fruition. Yi Chun has been transformed into a zombie, rendering him incapable of posing any threat. With a sinister chuckle, he advances and takes hold of Lu Fongfong's delicate hand. Her softness is exquisite, almost ethereal, stirring within him a tempest of desire. He yearns to embrace her and retreat to his chamber for intimate pleasures. Yet, he is acutely aware that this is not the time for indulgence, forcing himself to suppress these desires. Qing Shu, Yi Chun, the traitor, deserve his fate. You must not emulate him, understand? Nangong Hentian's voice is melodious, laced with a seductive charm that could soften the hardest of hearts. This woman is undeniably enchanting. Master, please do not be angered. Take care not to jeopardize your health. Senior brother Yi Chun spoke in haste. Perhaps he will return once he has reflected. Fu Qing Shu is a hypocrite. He secretly wishes for Yi Chen's demise while publicly feigning concern for him. As he speaks, his gaze inadvertently drifts toward the stunning sisters in the hall, particularly focusing on Chu Yuding, whose beauty surpasses even that of Lu Fongfong. He has long coveted her, yet opportunities have eluded him. With Yi Chen no longer a threat, his destiny is to seize control of the Purple Extreme Palace and become its master, at which point these women, including Chu Yuding, will be within his grasp. This thought ignites a fervor within him, a thrill of power and desire, two temptations no man can resist. Once a beggar, orphaned and alone, he found his chance to enter the Purple Extreme Palace amidst the apocalypse, ascending to his current power through deceit. He cannot bear to relinquish his hard-won authority. What? Return? He shall not. Yi Chun, the rebel, deserves every bit of his misfortune. Both he and his stubborn master are beyond redemption. If I can eliminate his master, I I can certainly dispose of him as well. At this, Nangong Hentian's brows furrow in fury as she unleashes a fierce proclamation. Her hatred for Yi Chen runs deep. Henceforth, she declares a bounty, vowing to eradicate both him and the Yi family. How malevolent she is! Master this? Senior brother Yi Chen was merely confused. Fu Qingxu, sensing a flicker of triumph in his eyes, recognizes that Yi Chen has become an obstacle removed, with Nangong Hentian now pursuing a bounty on him. It will not be long before Yi Chen is reduced to a pariah, hunted down and destroyed. His fate is sealed. Qingxu, I understand that you are a person of innate goodness. However, that Yi Chen is obstinate and deserves his fate. There is no need for you to speak on his behalf. Where is Ling Jingtian? Nangong Hentian inquired. Your Majesty, a figure descended. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed Grand Elder of the Purple Extreme Palace, Ling Jingtian. Ling Jingtian, I command you to dispatch someone to eliminate Yi Chen. This traitor poses a grave threat to our Purple Extreme Palace. He must be eradicated, Nangong Hentian declared sternly. Your Majesty, do we truly intend to kill Yi Chen? He possesses SSS-level talent. Upon hearing this, Ling Jingtian responded, And what of SSS-level talent? Qingxu also bears SSS-level talent. With Qingxu among us, we have no need for Yi Chen. Eliminate him. Nangong Hentian spoke with fierce determination. Fu Qingxu, SSS-level talent? Does he even deserve such a title? Ling Jingtian exclaimed. His words were blunt, akin to a slap in Fu Qingxu's face, igniting an overwhelming fury within him. Yet he dared not speak out, for his own talent was a source of shame. He was merely a pseudo-SSS-level talent, a FA built upon resources and treasures. When faced with true top-tier talents in the future, he would be rendered utterly useless. Yi Chen is an unparalleled prodigy. He is the successor that our Purple Extreme Palace cannot afford to overlook. Such words were indeed rebellious, and even Nangong Hentian's countenance darkened ominously upon hearing them. Ling Jingtian, are you questioning my authority? She demanded. Your Majesty, I do not question you. I merely advise against the assassination of Yi Chen. Chapter 63. The bounty storm enough. I have made my decision regarding Yi Chen, declared Nangong Hentian. Ling Jingtian, should you betray me, I shall not show you mercy. I advise you not to deceive yourself. With that, she stormed away in a fit of rage. Ling Jingtian, witnessing her departure, could only sigh in resignation. He was perplexed by Nangong Hentian's foolishness. She had lost her senses. Yi Chen possessed an SSS-grade talent in the form of the Battle God body, a pinnacle endowment among all SSS-grade abilities, promising a future of extraordinary achievements. Even at the peak of quasi-imperial power, he could challenge an emperor. Yi Chen was of immense value and potential. Now, compelled by Nangong Hentian's orders, he had slain the 9 Absolute's master and was again instructed to pursue Yi Chen. This placed him in an untenable position. He understood that while killing was a simple task, losing Yi Chen, such a prodigious talent, would jeopardize the survival of their ZG palace and the calamities that lay ahead. A chaotic era was approaching, as was a golden age. Calamity often coexisted with opportunity, and at this juncture, talent was paramount. As for Fu Qingxu, his so-called pseudo-SSS grade talent, a product of artificial cultivation, was utterly worthless. The resources expended by ZG Palace had merely birthed a failure. Fu Qingxu's combat prowess was abysmal. He would never even compare to an S-grade prodigy in the future. Ling Jingtian was acutely aware of this, and so should Nangong Hentian be. Why, then, did she persist in nurturing Fu Qingxu? You are a waste, indeed, Fu Qingxu seethed, casting a venomous glare at Ling Jingtian before storming off. Lu Fangfang also shot a disdainful look at Ling Jingtian, though she refrained from cursing him, recognizing his status as a quasi-emperor. Elder, you should not have killed the 9 Absolute's master. With his death, Yi Chen and we are now sworn enemies. He will not return, spoke Chu Yuding. Me? Ling Jingtian fell into silence upon hearing her words. He felt no anger, for he knew she spoke the truth. Yet, he had been left with no choice at the time of the murder. He was obliged to follow Nangong Hentian's decree as the Grand Elder. What has become of ZG Palace? He lamented as he departed helplessly. Subsequently, he dispatched individuals to hunt down Yi Chen, knowing there were no alternatives left. Remember, Yi Chen's strength has significantly increased. Do not underestimate him, Ling Jingtian cautioned. He understood that Yi Chen had obliterated a manifestation of Nangong Hentian, indicating that his power had reached the terrifying pinnacle of the 8th stage, dangerously close to the 9th. Understood, replied 6-peak 8th stage elders of Ziji Palace before vanishing. They constituted the backbone of the palace. Today, my disciple Yi Chen, characterized by his erratic nature, merciless bloodlust, arrogant defiance towards authority, and self-serving motives, has transgressed against his peers and disobeyed his mentors. Such a heart is deserving of punishment. From this day forth, Yi Chen is henceforth expelled from the sect. Furthermore, a bounty has been issued. Anyone who slays Yi Chen shall be rewarded with 1 million spirit stones and the earth-level martial technique, Chaos Demon 9 Blades. From the Purple Extreme Palace, as Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi entered the central district, they immediately heard this proclamation. Master, what is this? Jiang Shiqi inquired with immense curiosity. It is a bounty from the Purple Extreme Palace. They have placed a price on my head. That vile woman, Nangong Hentian, is truly malicious. Our enmity will not be resolved so easily. One day, I shall reclaim everything tenfold, Yi Chen stated coldly, his heart brimming with resentment. What? A bounty? The Purple Extreme Palace? Master, we must leave at once. Return with me to the Jiang clan. Under our protection, none would dare to cause trouble, Jiang Shiqi said. Her concern for Yi Chen evident. It is of no consequence. Merely some petty rogues. No matter how many come, I shall slay them all, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. He did not take the bounty to heart, for he had faced death before. However, he was taken aback by the ruthlessness of Nangong Hentian's actions. This incident extinguished any lingering goodwill he may have harbored towards the Purple Extreme Palace, allowing him to act without restraint against its members. What camaraderie among fellow disciples! Nonsense! Master, pride often invites disaster, Jiang Shiqi cautioned, unafraid of inciting his anger. Huh? You are not afraid of my wrath? Yi Chen asked, incredulous. I am not afraid because I know you are a good person, not one who would harm me, Jiang Shiqi asserted confidently, leaving Yi Chen at a loss. For he truly could not bring himself to harm her. Enough of this. Let us depart. As soon as the bounty from the Purple Extreme Palace was announced, the news rapidly spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom and across the globe, reaching even the ears of foreign races. This revelation was nothing short of earth-shattering, drawing the attention of various factions. What? Did I just imagine that? Yi Chen, with his SSS-level talent, is a disciple of the Purple Extreme Palace, and they have expelled him? Have the higher-ups of the Purple Extreme Palace lost their minds? What are they doing? Yi Chen is an SSS-level combat deity, a prodigy who has dominated millions of sea beasts in Sioux City. Such unparalleled talent is sought after by many, yet the Purple Extreme Palace has cast him aside? Now, will they dare to place a bounty on him? Are they foolish? Upon seeing the bounty announcement, factions everywhere reacted as if the Purple Extreme Palace had gone mad. Soon after, many realized that Yi Chen was still alive. Wait, wasn't Yi Chen publicly executed? What does this bounty mean? Is it that Yi Chen has survived? Or is there another implication? While some expressed skepticism, others, well-informed, disseminated the latest news about Yi Chen online. It was revealed that Lord Yi Chen had not perished. Instead, his overwhelming resentment had transformed him into a zombie. Now, having returned in his undead form, he seeks vengeance, with reports suggesting that he has already slain numerous foes in Sioux City. The demise of the young heir of the Chen family is also linked to Yi Chen. Furthermore, recent updates indicate that Yi Chen's power has grown immensely. Through a fortuitous encounter, he has acquired celestial fire, which he even used to annihilate the quasi-empire avatar of the Purple Extreme Palace's master, Nangong Hentian. Consequently, Nangong Hentian has issued a bounty for Yi Chen's assassination. The source of this information hails from the Purple Extreme Palace, though his identity remains anonymous, leaving no one aware of his true self. Nangong Hentian, a rather foolish individual, neglects the talents of Yi Chen's senior brother while placing her trust in the ineffectual and boastful Fu Qingxu. a man who has risen in power solely through flattery towards Nangong Hentian and Lu Fangfang. He is nothing but a worthless parasite and deserves to meet his end. Many netizens openly cursed Fu Qingxu and Nangong Hentian, their words harsh and unforgiving. These individuals are members of the Purple Extreme Palace, as outsiders remain oblivious to the internal strife. Who dares to expose these treacherous ingrates? I shall put them to death, within the confines of the Purple Extreme Palace, within his lair, exclaiming, "Serves you right. Parasite, how dare you bully senior brother Yi Chun? May the heavens strike down this hypocritical wretch." The disciples of the Purple Extreme Palace, hearing his outbursts, could not help but join in the denunciations, unable to tolerate the torment inflicted on Yi Chun by Nangong Hentian and Fu Qingxu. Chapter 64. The Demise of Qin Hong. The ruthlessness of Ji Ilan audacious. Bold. Within the confines of the Purple Extreme Palace, Nangong Hentian discovered the tumultuous discussions circulating online. Enraged, she commanded, "Bring forth a thorough investigation into this matter. I shall uncover who among us dares to betray and distort the truth." She swiftly issued her orders. "Your Majesty," replied Chu Yuding, "this task may prove exceedingly challenging. The online comments are all anonymous, and we lack the authority to compel these internet companies to disclose the identities of these individuals. These companies are backed by the Dragon Kingdom's official forces and various paramount powers. Currently, Lu Fangfang was recuperating, leaving Chu Yuding responsible for attending to Nangong Hentian. What? This is intolerable. If we cannot trace their identities online, we shall investigate internally. The information circulating online is known only to our personnel. The disseminators must be from our Purple Extreme Palace. Spare no effort to unearth these individuals. I shall not show them mercy. They shall face execution without exception," Nangong Hentian declared with a fierce tone. Understood. Chu Yuding accepted the task, recognizing that she could not defy the will of the palace master. "Your Majesty, regarding the online comments, should we issue an official response?" she inquired. "Let Pei Nanya handle this matter entirely," Nangong Hentian instructed. "Yes." Meanwhile, in Longjing, the imperial palace. "What? Yi Chun is a disciple of the Purple Extreme Palace? He is alive? He was also responsible for the death of Qin Yudong, transformed into a zombie." Ji Ilan seethed upon learning this information. Yi Chun is alive? Transformed into a zombie, yet he killed Qin Yudong and obliterated a quasi-emperor's avatar? If Yi Chun continues to grow in strength, should he reach the 9th or even 10th tier in the future? At this moment, Ji Ilan instinctively perceived Yi Chun as a formidable threat. Lazily reclined upon the dragon couch, her enchanting long legs captivated even the attending maidens, leaving them utterly mesmerized. "Your Majesty," a golden-armored guard entered. "You have heard of Yi Chen's situation, have you not? Is it true he is not dead?" Ji Ilan inquired. "Your Majesty, as the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. This individual is a formidable expert sent by the Ji family, named Ji Hongfei. He is at the peak of the 8th tier, a half-step quasi-emperor. You must send someone to personally investigate this matter," Ji Ilan proclaimed. "Yes." Ji Hongfei raised his hand. "But your Majesty, do we kill or merely observe?" he asked. "Execute without mercy," Yi Ilan responded coldly. "Your Majesty, if the rumors prove true, then Yi Chun possesses an SSS-level talent with a combatant physique and near quasi-emperor strength. Should he choose to serve our human race, it would be a tremendous boon for us," Ji Hongfei suggested. "Enough. This matter does not concern you. Simply heed my words and act accordingly. Your duty is to obey. Do you understand?" Ji Ilan said with dissatisfaction. "Understood," Ji Hongfei replied, not daring to utter another word. He could only accept the command and take his leave. In the central region of Su City, Yi Chun and Jiang Shiqi had just arrived. From all directions, numerous uninvited guests soared towards them, all intent on taking his life. Among them were many zombies and members of the Qin family. Leading the charge was Qin Hong, accompanied by the Blood Princess and others. "You are Yi Chun?" Qin Hong bellowed. He had slain Tong Dajuan and was now searching for Yi Chun and Shangwan Xian'er. After discovering the abundance of rumors online, he came to seek out Yi Chun. "Is it you who killed my young master?" he inquired. "Indeed." Yi Chen did not attempt to defend himself. He boldly admitted to the act. With remarkable skill and confidence, he showed no fear of those before him. As for Qin Hong, he felt no trepidation. The 8th tier was akin to mere insects in his eyes. What? Yi Chen, you have slain the young master of the Qin family. You deserve to die. Prepare to meet your end. Qin Hong was furious. Kill me? You think you are worthy? Yi Chen scoffed. With his combat power nearing the 9th tier quasi-emperor realm, he regarded the 8th tier Qin Hong as nothing more than a slight elevation above an insect. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, the battle commenced. Master, give it your all. Jiang Shiqi cheered for Yi Chen. Eliminate these Qin family members. She seemed to revel in the chaos, igniting further disorder. Yi Chen, however, was at a loss. He realized that bringing Jiang Shiqi along had been a mistake. The young girl was far too reckless. She was indeed a calamity. Kill! Qin Hong commanded. Immediately, a dozen skilled fighters from the Qin family charged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen spoke little, and without even drawing his sword, he merely raised his hand to deliver a powerful strike. The terrifying force transformed into a massive wave of energy, sending the Qin family experts flying. Boom! As they soared through the air, their bodies exploded. They were all slain. You despicable fiend! I shall kill you. Qin Hong made his move. He was at the early 8th tier, significantly stronger than the previous Qin family fighters. However, just as he advanced, a flash of sword light severed his head. You? Why? He died feeling utterly humiliated. Fool! I have obliterated the quasi-emperor avatar of Nangang Hentian. Would I fear you? An early 8th tier? Yi Chen's word struck at the heart. Qin Hong gasped, and in that instant he breathed his last, his eyes wide with disbelief. Among the Qin family, only the Blood Princess remained alive. The others had perished. Deliver a message to the Qin family. Those who kill will inevitably be killed. Yi Chen spared the Blood Princess, not out of pity, but because he required a messenger. Indeed, the Blood Princess trembled in fear. The recent scene was utterly brutal. Yi Chen was exceedingly ferocious. The 8th tier Qin Hong stood no chance against him. The individuals they brought along were swiftly annihilated. Such prowess could hardly be wielded by an ordinary 8th tier warrior. The Blood Princess took her leave, quaking at the knees. May you all perish. Yi Chen spared no one, nor the zombies, as he unleashed an overwhelming force of celestial fire, sweeping through the area and obliterating all the undead in his path. Ding killed an 8th tier warrior. Triggering plunder gained 120,000 attribute points. Ding killed a 6th tier zombie. Triggering plunder gained 600 attribute points. Ding killed a 5th tier warrior. Triggering plunder gained 990 attribute points. Master, your might is unparalleled. Slaying 8th tier foes is akin to dispatching mere dogs. Impressive, Jiang Shiqi remarked. From a distance, Zheng Ximin perceived Yi Chen's celestial fire and was instantly filled with trepidation. Summon our people back immediately. Do not confront Yi Chen. He is a monstrosity. Those who oppose him shall find no refuge in death. He commanded resolutely. Yes, his subordinates responded. It is time for us to depart from Sioux City. Sioux City is a realm of peril. Our presence here will only make us targets for suppression by various factions. Such an act would be foolish, Zheng Ximin declared. He, fearing Yi Chen's combat prowess, felt compelled to abandon Sioux City. The Hydrobi has fallen, and with it, his support has vanished. Indeed, the zombies obeyed him solely because of his formidable strength. Chapter 65. The arrival of the 20,000 Crimson Flame Army. Lu Qi approaches Qin Hong, an 8th tier martial artist. He has perished. This news swiftly spread across the internet. In Longjing, the Qin family was furious. Yi Chen, you wretched scoundrel. The Qin family will not rest until your demise is secured. Qin Tian vowed to eliminate Yi Chen and simultaneously ordered retaliation against the Yi family. A bounty was placed on Yi Chen's head. The one who slays Yi Chen shall be rewarded with a 9-tiered semi-imperial artifact, the Illusory Dragon Lamp, by the Qin family. The Illusory Dragon Lamp. This is a lamp-type magical artifact of semi-imperial grade, possessing immense power and containing the essence of an illusory dragon, capable of dispelling illusions. The Qin family's generosity knows no bounds. The illusory dragon lamp? It is rumored that this lamp was damaged. Otherwise, it would be a genuine imperial artifact of the 10th tier. However, when compared to the rewards offered by the Purple Extreme Palace, this bounty seems rather meager. The influence of the Chen family cannot rival that of the Purple Extreme Palace, as they lack a prominent semi-imperial figure. The online discussions intensified. These individuals are truly detestable. They wield their power to oppress others. First came the Purple Extreme Palace, followed by the Chen family. I fail to comprehend why no one has risen to defend Chen. He is a hero of our human race. He has rendered great service to humanity. Why? Why has the Long Kingdom's court not made a stand? Is it not fearsome to risk disheartening the soldiers of a Long Kingdom? Or is it that the upper echelons of a Long Kingdom only care for the interests of the powerful, disregarding the lives of ordinary people? Questions emerged. Subsequently, this inquiry quickly gained traction online, with countless netizens questioning the Long Kingdom's officials as to why, until now, no one has spoken in favor of Chen. Indeed, what does the Empress mean? Why has the official body not recognized General Chen's contributions? Does the official realm only acknowledge the affluent and the aristocratic, entirely overlooking the common populace? What of Peng Hui? Where is he? They have slandered and conspired against General Chen, leading to the fall of Sioux City. Who shall be held accountable for their actions? What is the official stance? Is the Empress once again sheltering individuals like Peng Hui? The remarks directed at the Empress online grew increasingly pointed as netizens expressed their outrage. Sioux City is a tragedy, a conspiracy, manipulated by both the Chen family and the Purple Extreme Palace from the shadows. Chen is the sole victim of this scheme. As for the millions of citizens of Sioux City, no one extends sympathy toward them. A multitude of netizens believes these citizens have brought their plight upon themselves. They are ungrateful, ignoring Chen's efforts to protect Sioux City, and during the public trial, they supported Peng Hui in his vile actions against Chen. They have brought ruin upon themselves, deserving their fate. Sioux City. Zhang Ximin has led the zombie army in retreat. They have entered the southern mountains of Sioux City, lying in wait. Our king is indeed wise. Those zombies obey Zhang Ximin without question. Excellent. First, the sea beast departed, and now the zombies have emerged. At this moment, only the specters and the survivors remain in Sioux City, with the specters seizing human bodies, transforming into malevolent entities. Chen, Zhang Ximin, shall inevitably return. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Chen paid no heed to these possessed beings. Instead, he took Jiang Shiqi and ventured towards the port area of North City, intent on leaving. As for the chaos that is Sioux City, it no longer concerned him. He felt a profound despair for this city. The rain fell in torrents. The crimson rain has returned. Master, it is raining again, Chen remarked as he walked alongside Jiang Shiqi. Indeed, the Hydra has perished, and his barrier has vanished. This rain was bound to arrive. However, this round of crimson rain should soon conclude, Chen gently stated. No, let go, Leap Dash, and you scoundrel. Do not tear at my clothing. If you dare to touch me, I shall haunt you even in death. Heh, you are but my plaything while you breathe. Do you possess the ability to haunt me? Such ignorance. I shall reveal to you that I am not Li Dashin. I am merely a lecherous spirit. Come, my dear, I shall cherish you well. The sounds of those specters tormenting the survivors echoed around, yet Chen remained unmoved. In the past, these very individuals had disregarded his merits, subjected him to public trial, and watched as he was sentenced to death by poison. Now, their retribution had arrived, their families shattered, reduced to the status of prey for the specters. Master, are those specters causing chaos? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Indeed, those specters fled from Biluo City. They have come to the surface, possessing humans and committing heinous acts. Chen replied as he continued onward, indifferent to the specters. Master, shall we simply walk away? Jiang Shiqi expressed, her heart filled with compassion, unable to bear the sight of the survivors suffering at the hands of the specters. What? Do you wish to save them? Then go ahead. I shall await your return. Chen responded. Master, you know my capabilities. I am no match for those specters. I merely wish to ask for your assistance. Jiang Shiqi began. Enough. Even if I were to save a dog, I would not extend my hand to these ingrates. They do not deserve it. This is their retribution, Chen declared sternly. Having once met death, he was no longer swayed by empty rhetoric about repaying kindness with kindness or prioritizing the greater good. The human heart, once turned cold, is difficult to warm again. Chen could hardly fathom the betrayal he endured when tens of thousands publicly condemned him, those he had fought to protect, hurling venomous words at him and his family. He had sworn that should fate grant him another chance, he would exact a double vengeance. Master, I apologize. I spoke in haste just now, Jiang Shiqi said, offering her contrition to Chen. It is of no consequence, Jiang Shiqi. Remember, in this apocalyptic era, do not harbor a savior's heart. Human nature is unpredictable, and I am the finest example of this. Do not think of rescuing others. Prioritize your own survival first, Chen cautioned Jiang Shiqi. He understood that Jiang Shiqi was inherently kind-hearted, yet the world had transformed. Such benevolence could lead to his demise. Master, I will remember, Jiang Shiqi nodded in response. Oh, this is bad. It is that zombie that invaded Biluo City. Why has he come here? Could it be that something has occurred in Biluo City? Inform everyone not to provoke him. He is a formidable foe. Some spirits had taken notice of Chen. However, they refrained from recklessly confronting him, as Chen's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Understood. Subsequently, those spirits actively avoided Chen. Stop right there. I am Lu Qi, the demon-subduing celestial master, sent by the Empress to exterminate you zombies. Prepare to perish. The rain poured down as Zhang Xinmin and his men had just retreated from the southern city gate, only to be immediately encircled by 20,000 Crimson Flame troops. This army was composed of martial artists, led by the demon-subduing celestial master, Lu Qi. Lu Qi, the Crimson Flame army? You? Zhang Xinmin trembled in fear upon witnessing the scene. He had chosen to leave Su City out of fear that the court would send troops to eradicate him, yet he had still arrived too late. Initial stage 8, Zombie Sovereign, it seems that you cannot be spared. Kill. Lu Qi was a decisive general of demon subjugation. Upon recognizing Zhang Xinmin's strength, he understood that he could not afford to let him escape. Yes, loose arrows. Following this command, 2 archery units from the 20,000 Crimson Flame troops stepped forward, raising their hands as the demon-subduing arrows designed specifically to combat zombies rained down upon their foes. Watch out, Zhang Xinmin shouted, but his warning came too late. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of zombies were decimated. These demon-subduing arrows were particularly effective against zombies. Those of 6th tier and below had no capacity for resistance. No, Zhang Xinmin cried out in anguish, his eyes turning bloodshot. Just as he was about to fight back, he was restrained. No, great zombie sovereign. You cannot take such a risk. I will hold these enemies back. Quickly flee. Avenge us. A pinnacle 7th tier zombie king pushed Zhang Xinmin away and urged others to take him to safety. Me? Chapter 66. The countenance of Emperor Cheng I, Zhang Xinmin, solemnly vowed to exact vengeance upon them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinmin regained his composure. He departed with several hundred followers, rallying them with cries of kill. Kill! Kill! The remaining zombies, undeterred by death, charged fiercely at the Crimson Flame army, sacrificing themselves to buy time for Zhang Xinmin. Witnessing this, Zhang Xinmin let out a furious howl towards the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustration and hatred within him. Crimson Flame army? Lu Qi, I, Zhang Xinmin, shall pursue you relentlessly until our fates are intertwined. In the distance, upon noticing Zhang Xinmin's escape, Lu Qi remained unperturbed. As long as he could eliminate the main zombie forces, he would eventually track down Zhang Xinmin. This 8th tier zombie king was marked for death. Kill. Following 6 rounds of arrows from the Crimson Flame army, Lu Qi led his forces into the fray, engaging in close combat with the remaining surviving zombies. These few thousand survivors, either grievously wounded or missing limbs, were no match for the Crimson Flame army. It did not take long for them to be vanquished. Report. Lord Lu Qi, all have been slain. There are no survivors, announced a senior officer of the Crimson Flame army. The corpses of the zombies were set ablaze. After a brief respite, Lu Qi ordered, in 10 minutes, pursue those who manage to escape. That zombie king must not be allowed to live. Understood. With a series of rapid footsteps, a considerable number of soldiers from the Crimson Flame army gathered to incinerate the zombies. Enter the city. 10 minutes later, 20,000 soldiers from the Crimson Flame army entered the city. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of the devastated Sioux City. Rivers of blood flowing across the ground, rendering the soldiers speechless. "My lord, it is truly tragic," lamented a general, his voice heavy with sorrow and anger. "Indeed, this is the brutal reality of our racial struggle for survival. We must remember this blood feud. Until the foreign races are eradicated, peace will elude our dragon nation." Lucci declared, his fury palpable. His right hand clenched tightly, nails piercing his skin, blood seeping forth. "Report, my lord, we have discovered numerous survivors within the city. However, I sense something amiss about them," reported several scouts. "Survivors? Amiss?" Lucci responded, his curiosity piqued. "My lord, these survivors do not appear to be human," one scout stated. "What? Not human? What do you mean?" Lucci asked, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "My lord, we observed them secretly and found that many among the survivors exhibit ominous behavior. They are preying upon women, and their speech is distinctly unnatural, reminiscent of monsters. I fear they have been possessed," another scout elaborated. "What? Possessed?" Lucci mused, beginning to suspect that the scout's words might not be mere fabrications. His curiosity was piqued by the origin of these malevolent entities. Were they truly sinister? "Master, I have noticed that the zombies and sea beasts in the city have vanished." "Have they left Sioux City?" "Why?" Jiang Shiqi inquired. "Weren't these sea beasts and zombies engaged in a fierce struggle for Sioux City? Why have they all retreated? From this day forth, Sioux City shall become a battleground, devoid of defenses. Those who remain will find themselves living targets. Both zombies and sea beasts are astute creatures. They will not squander their strength in this desolate ruin," Yi Chun elucidated. "Does this mean our human race can reclaim Sioux City?" Jiang Shiqi said innocently. "What do you mean by our human race?" "Jiang Shiqi, do not conflate me with humanity. I have been cast aside by my kin. I am merely myself. I am Yi Chun. Yi Chun corrected Jiang Shiqi's misunderstanding." "What? Master you?" Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, eager to persuade him, but her attempts were swiftly interrupted by Yi Chun. "Enough of this. The Empress despises me. The Qin family has placed a bounty on my head, and the Purple Extreme Palace has also done the same. I have clearly become unnecessary to humanity, and henceforth I shall no longer serve them. My sole purpose now is to protect those dear to me. The matter of reclaiming Sioux City holds no significance for me. However, if I were in charge, I would not choose to reclaim Sioux City at this moment. At least not until the Jiangning Fortress is retrieved. Sioux City, having lost the strategic advantage of Jiangning Fortress and surrounded by the forces of zombies and sea beasts, would be futile to reclaim, even if successful." Yi Chun shook his head. "Indeed, Master, the Empress may have been misled. There are still many within humanity who recognize your sacrifices over the past decade. Just now, those from the Purple Extreme Palace spoke in your defense online. They cannot abide the slanders from Nangong Hentian and his ilk. The eyes of the people are discerning." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqi quickly sought to reassure Yi Chun. She too was perceptive. The actions of the Empress, the Purple Extreme Palace, and the citizens of Sioux City had wounded Yi Chun's heart. Were she in his position, she might have been even more enraged. After dedicating 10 years to the human race, the return was betrayal, abandonment, and indifference. Even when the Empress discovered the truth, she failed to bring the perpetrators to justice, simply because Yi Chun was deemed expendable. Such clarity is meaningless to me. Jiang Shiqi, from this moment forth, I sever all ties with humanity. I shall live solely for myself and those I care about. The fate of others is of no concern to me." Yi Chun's words were cold and detached. "Master?" Jiang Shiqi fell silent, refraining from further persuasion. The ice does not form overnight, nor does the heart grow cold in a day. The emotional entanglement of Yi Chun is indeed arduous to untangle, especially considering he has once faced public execution. Such animosity cannot simply be dissolved by mere words. "Master, I shall no longer dissuade you. I stand in your support. Whatever you choose to do, I shall be by your side," she vowed, raising her delicate fist toward Yi Chen. Very well, I appreciate your sentiment. However, should I seek vengeance? I shall not require your assistance for the time being. Focus on your cultivation first, little weakling. At her words, Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart, recognizing that Jiang Shiqi was sincere and not deceiving him. What, little weakling? Master, I am your disciple. You should not speak of me in such a manner. My talents are exceptional. I simply lack the desire to cultivate. Should I choose to practice, I would be formidable. My father has proclaimed that I possess the potential of an emperor. Jiang Shiqi declared with unabashed self-adulation. What? You possess great talent? The potential of an emperor? Very well. Let us not dwell on this matter. We should first depart from Su City. Agreed? Yi Chen responded with a light chuckle, perceiving Jiang Shiqi's words as jest. Master, I speak nothing but the truth, Jiang Shiqi insisted, her anxiety palpable as she sought to defend her claims. Chapter 67. The Ascendant Emperor Ling Jingtian Clap. 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 What a remarkable individual Yi Chen is, truly deserving of his SSS-level talent. A solitary, proud figure emerged from the shadows of the night, walking forth while applauding with both hands. This person exuded a repressed aura, clearly a formidable master. The newcomer was none other than Ling Jingtian, the Grand Elder of the Purple Extreme Palace. He had come with the intent to eliminate Yi Chen. The Grand Elder? Upon witnessing the arrival of this figure, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable tension rise within him. It was no surprise. The prowess of this man was overwhelmingly formidable. It is I. I have come to cleanse the ranks of the Purple Extreme Palace. Yi Chen, do you have any final words? Ling Jingtian inquired, his vigilance towards Yi Chen palpable. After all, he had just discerned that Yi Chen possessed a strength that, in some respects, could contend with the quasi-emperor realm, which greatly astonished him. Grand Elder, do you truly intend to take my life? Yi Chen questioned, fully aware that he was not a match for his opponent. Previously, he had managed to vanquish Nangong Henshin's avatar thanks to the divine fire, and because it was merely an avatar with limited power. Now, facing a genuine quasi-emperor, he recognized he had no chance of survival. Fear gripped him. Indeed, I cannot defy the palace master's decree. You have betrayed the Purple Extreme Palace, and I am compelled to eliminate you. Ling Jingtian declared, a staunch supporter of the Purple Extreme Palace. Anyone who posed a threat to the palace was deemed his enemy. Grand Elder, when have I ever betrayed the Purple Extreme Palace? Just because Nangong Hentian seeks my demise, am I to remain passive? Furthermore, she killed my master. Am I forbidden from seeking vengeance? Yi Chen understood that the one who had slain his master was none other than Ling Jingtian himself. Yet he also recognized that Ling Jingtian was merely a pawn, an instrument in the hands of Nangong Hentian. His arguments, however, were futile. Ling Jingtian was a man of blind loyalty. Yi Chen, your words are of no consequence. It was I who ended the life of your master, Ling Jingtian stated firmly. Grand Elder, what merits does Nangong Hentian possess that you support her so fervently? She is a madwoman. Under her stewardship, the Purple Extreme Palace is destined for ruin. Yi Chen exclaimed with fervent indignation. Yi Chen, cease your slander. I ask you once more, do you have any final words? Ling Jingtian's patience had worn thin. Final words? No, I have none, for I shall not perish today, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head with confidence. Even in the face of a quasi-emperor, he felt he could navigate the confrontation with ease. Yi Chen, your confidence borders on arrogance. Such hubris will exact a price. Do you understand? Ling Jingtian admonished discontentedly. My audacity stems from my strength, Yi Chen declared, drawing the burning silent sword. He stood ready, his spirit ignited. Tap, tap, tap. It is the esteemed Ling Jingtian of the Purple Extreme Palace. This humble soldier, Lu Qi, pays his respects. At that moment, the 2,000 Red Flame Army soldiers surged forward, led by Lu Qi. The Red Flame Army? You are Lu Qi? Ling Jingtian remarked. Young one, it is I, Lu Qi. He spoke with utmost reverence. I have been commanded to eradicate those zombies, he elaborated. May I inquire as to your current endeavor, esteemed sir? He asked. Notre jognizink, Yi Chen. I am purging the traitors of my Purple Extreme Palace, Ling Jingtian replied. As a quasi-emperor, he was not obliged to explain himself to Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi was associated with the Empress Ji Lan, who was both an empress and a quasi-emperor herself. Furthermore, Ji Lan had the Xianyuan clan backing her. The Purple Extreme Palace could not afford to offend the Xianyuan clan. Oh, could he be Yi Chen, the one for whom the Purple Extreme Palace and the Qin family have placed a bounty? Lu Qi, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced Yi Chen's identity. After all, it was not common for Ling Jingtian, a quasi-emperor, to intervene personally for just anyone. It is he. What? Do you intend to meddle in this murky affair? Lu Qi, I advise you to tread carefully. Yi Chen is a target specifically designated for elimination by our palace master. Ling Jingtian warned Lu Qi. Master, is Ling Jingtian truly renowned? Jiang Shiqi, unfamiliar with the name, inquired with curiosity. He is the Grand Elder of the Divine Oracle in the Purple Extreme Palace, one of the quasi-emperors of our time, known as Ling Jingtian. He is exceedingly formidable. His combat prowess slightly inferior only to Nangong Hen Tian within the Purple Extreme Palace. However, his loyalty is unwavering. Yi Chen replied with a grave expression. What? He is the Grand Elder Ling Jingtian of the Purple Extreme Palace? My heavens, it is indeed him. He has also taken action. Master, you are about to gain notoriety, Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, her admiration genuine, not a mere act. Ling Jingtian, a top-tier expert of the Purple Extreme Palace, was renowned in the martial world, having vanquished numerous foes from other races. He was indeed a person of great merit. Gain notoriety? Yi Chen was perplexed by Jiang Shiqi's line of reasoning. Master, Ling Jingtian is a quasi-emperor. Regardless of the outcome of your duel, you shall emerge victorious in reputation. Even if you were to perish, your name would echo throughout the realm, Jiang Shiqi asserted. Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ling Jingtian's words, Lu Qi, understanding the gravity of the situation, discreetly withdrew his forces, raising his hand to signal the retreat. After all, a clash between two top-tier experts could unleash a formidable energy that might endanger them. Although the Red Flame Army soldiers were martial artists, their abilities were still limited. They could not withstand the pressure of an 8th-tier peak and a 9th-tier powerhouse. Lord Ling Jingtian, we shall retreat at once, he stated, lacking the courage to engage in battle with Ling Jingtian, who was in the mid-8th tier. Thus, he chose to withdraw. Retreat. With a wave of his hand, the 2,000 Red Flame Army soldiers fell back 10 miles. Yi Chen, prepare to meet your demise, Ling Jingtian declared as he made his move. His quasi-emperor combat power erupted forth. Kill. With a gesture, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, bearing down upon Yi Chen with overwhelming force. In this ambush, he acted under the decree of Nangong Hen Tian, determined to eliminate Yi Chen. With this in mind, he unleashed his full strength from the very outset. A thunderous roar echoed as Ling Jingtian grinned menacingly, dark, terrifying true energy billowing around him. Under his control, this dark energy swiftly coalesced into a towering black river, surging towards Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi with an unstoppable momentum. This is bad. It is the power of a quasi-emperor. Damn it, how shameless. He is using his strength to bully the weak, Jiang Shiqi exclaimed indignantly upon witnessing the scene. As her words fell, the dreadful black river advanced, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless spirits. This is demonic magic, mere trickery. Yi Chen's expression remained solemn as he faced the oncoming torrent. He entirely disregarded the overwhelming will to kill embedded within the Black River, a manifestation of quasi-emperor intent, terrifying enough to pierce through the soul flames of warriors and otherworldly beings alike. Ling Jingtian, I shall meet your quasi-emperor power head-on, he called out, his voice resolute. Subsequently, the burning annihilation sword in his grasp stirred to life. Yi Chen's soul level, having been enhanced multiple times, surpassed Ling Jingtian's quasi-emperor intent entirely. Simultaneously, he infused the sword with the power of heavenly fire, unleashing its world-destroying force in an instant. Annihilation. Cut. With that, Yi Chen swung his sword. A single stroke cleaved through the air, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, the terrifying sword aura shredding even the crimson rain above. The heaven-splitting sword technique was executed with the utmost brilliance. This was his most formidable strike. Failure meant death, and he had truly given his all. Yi Chen, resign yourself to your fate. There is a fundamental difference between the Dragon Transformation realm and the Quasi-Emperor realm. You cannot bridge this chasm. Ling Jingtian declared with overwhelming arrogance. He summoned the full extent of his Quasi-Emperor power, and the Black River surged forth, enveloping Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi in a shroud of sinister energy. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Annihilate. Chapter 68. The second injury with a thunderous crash, the clash between Yi Chen and Ling Jingtian came to an abrupt conclusion. Yi Chen was forcefully repelled by the residual force of the confrontation. Step by step, he staggered back 6 paces before finally regaining his composure. Blood, golden in hue, dripped from the gash in the throat of his right hand, revealing his injury. Ling Jingtian, you have triumphed, he declared, propping the burning desolation sword against the ground. Jiang Shiqi, come to my side. Despite his wounds, he remained protective of Jiang Shiqi, for before him stood the formidable Ling Jingtian, a quasi-emperor. Previously, when dealing with the avatar of Nangong Hentian, the opponent's strength was limited, making it a manageable encounter. Now, confronted with the genuine might of Ling Jingtian, he instantly recognized the chasm that lay between them. Master, are you all right? Jiang Shiqi inquired anxiously, having noticed the blood trickling from Yi Chen's hand. Oh no, you are bleeding. How can I assist you? She implored. There's no need for alarm. I am fine. I shall not perish, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. Yi Chen, I must admit, you have exceeded my expectations. That last strike, a full-force attack from a quasi-emperor, was astonishingly withstood by you. You are truly remarkable. A talent of SSS rank. I find myself reluctant to strike you down, Ling Jingtian expressed, his astonishment palpable. As a quasi-emperor, his combat prowess was unparalleled. Yet this peak 8th-tier warrior had managed to withstand his blow, a feat so extraordinary it left him in awe. He understood that should Yi Chen ascend to quasi-emperor status, he would undoubtedly become a leading figure among them. Such a prodigious talent made Ling Jingtian hesitant to take decisive action against him. My lord, who exactly is Yi Chen? How could he possess such formidable strength? Inquired Qi Zhongyu, a senior officer beside Lu Qi in the Crimson Flame Army. Ling Jingtian is a quasi-emperor. That terrifying display of power was met with his resilience. It is truly remarkable. Yi Chen was once a paragon of our human race, entrusted with the defense of the Jiangning fortress. Regrettably, he fell victim to treachery and was executed during the trials of millions in Sioux City. Now he has returned, his strength significantly augmented, nearing the quasi-emperor threshold, Lu Qi explained. He is an 8th-tier master, yet I feel inferior in his presence, he admitted. What? It is him? The great hero who safeguarded our race for a decade? Was he not a patriot? Why would the empress target him, leading to his persecution? Qi Zhongyu expressed his bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. This is a matter for the higher echelons. It does not concern us. Do not meddle in political affairs. Understood? Lu Qi admonished sharply. Yi Chen's plight is a significant scandal for the court and the empress. Indeed, Qi Zhongyu acknowledged, though his curiosity remained piqued. He refrained from further questioning. As a soldier, obedience was his paramount duty. Alas, the loss of Yi Chen is a grievous blow to our human race. The empress has led us astray, he lamented. Sioux City serves as a quintessential example. Had Yi Chen not perished, Sioux City would not have fallen into decline. Lu Qi, also of humble origins, harbored immense indignation towards Yi Chen's plight. Yi Chen, a commoner, was elevated to a high-ranking general due to his innate talent and military achievements, tasked with guarding the Jiangning fortress. Yet, because of his origins, both the court and the empress regarded him with disdain, persistently suppressing him. In the eyes of these nobles, those not of their kind are deemed inherently untrustworthy. Yi Chen, being a commoner, could never align with their interests, thus they naturally conspired against him at every turn. What perplexed him was the lack of support from the citizens of Sioux City. After all, Yi Chen's common background and his struggles for the rights of the many should have resonated with them. His actions had infringed upon the interests of the powerful, rendering him a target for their persecution. Jealousy of the capable, slander, conspiracy. The avarice of these nobles was truly repugnant. Among the millions of citizens, many of the nobles had met their demise, slain by foreign foes. Perhaps this was poetic justice. Although Yi Chen was forsaken by the people of Su City, the heavens showed mercy, allowing him to return in body. As for Qin Yudong, his demise was also a consequence of fate. Yi Chen, if you acknowledge your mistakes and submit, I, Ling Jingtian, am willing to ensure your safety. What say you? Ling Jingtian expressed a newfound appreciation for talent. Rather than resorting to violence against Yi Chen, he began to persuade him. Ling Jingtian, that old hag Nangong Hentian, devoid of compassion and conviction, dares to demand that I relinquish my talents to empower Fu Qingxu, to elevate him to the status of a quasi-emperor. Tell me, upon my return, will you truly protect me from Nangong Hentian? Yi Chen inquired. Yi Chen, I assure you, as long as you return to the Ziji Palace, I will stake my life to safeguard you. How does that sound? Ling Jingtian genuinely contemplated the welfare of the Ziji Palace. Yi Chen's exceptional talent prompted him to cherish such a gem. He understood that with Yi Chen's presence, the Ziji Palace could endure through tumultuous times. As for revitalizing the Ziji Palace, that was not a concern, given that Yi Chen possessed the SSS-grade talent of a battle god. Such unparalleled aptitude signified immense potential and strength. Ling Jingtian, do not squander your time. Yi Chen, would rather die than submit. Come fort. We shall fight to the bitter end. Yi Chen resolutely rejected Ling Jingtian's proposal. He was acutely aware that Nangong Hentian harbored unyielding animosity towards him, and that Fu Qingxu and Lu Fangfang would not spare him either. Returning to the Ziji Palace was out of the question. It was a den of demons. Once he returned, he would undoubtedly become Fu Qingxu's pawn. Continue to fight? Yi Chen, do you truly believe you possess the strength to contend? Ling Jingtian, upon hearing this, was incensed. He implored Yi Chen in a subdued tone, yet Yi Chen remained indifferent to his pleas, inciting Ling Jingtian's fury. He abhorred being disregarded. Yi Chen had struck a nerve, and this vendetta would not go unanswered. Previously, I had shown restraint, withholding the full extent of my quasi-emperor prowess. Now, as you remain obstinate, I shall personally execute your demise. His fury ignited. He despised any challenge to his authority. This was the dignity befitting a quasi-emperor, and Yi Chen's audacity to refuse him incited his wrath. Lin Jingtian, to slay me? Do you possess such capability? Yi Chen retorted, dismissing him with disdain. Enough of your boasting. I, Yi Chen, have just withstood your first strike, and I am fully capable of enduring your second. Come fort. I, Yi Chen, accept this challenge. His voice rang with defiance. Fearless, unyielding, you are insufferably arrogant, Lin Jingtian declared as he launched another assault. He bellowed. A surge of terrifying quasi-emperor power sent Yi Chen hurtling backward. With a gasp, Yi Chen felt the sting of fresh wounds. Blood escaped his lips. Yi Chen, I previously warned you. You are no match for me. You are far too feeble. Lin Jingtian continued to disregard him. Feeble? Me? Yi Chen scoffed. Lin Jingtian, cease your self-aggrandizement. Had I, Yi Chen, not safeguarded the Jiangning fortress, sacrificing my prime cultivation time, would you even dare to flaunt your might before me? Those who lack gratitude deserve their fate. Yi Chen projet met lud. You? Chapter 69. The Flood of the Underworld Dike. Waters engulfing Su City Yi Chen. Should you choose to kneel before me and admit your faults, I, Ling Jingtian, shall guarantee your safety. What say you? Ling Jingtian exhibited a newfound appreciation for talent. Rather than delivering a lethal blow to Yi Chen, he commenced persuading him. Do you believe you are worthy of my submission? I, Yi Chen, would rather perish than kneel. Yi Chen resolutely rejected Ling Jingtian's proposition, embodying his own pride. Do you truly wish for death? Ling Jingtian responded coldly, his disdain for Yi Chen's demeanor palpable. His prior suggestion for Yi Chen to kneel was intended to diminish his arrogance. Yi Chen, a prodigy, was excessively proud. Such individuals, if not tempered, are challenging to govern. However, the outcome left Ling Jingtian considerably disappointed and dissatisfied. Death, whether I live or die, is not for you to dictate. My previous concession stemmed from my inability to defeat you, yet it does not imply that you possess the capability to end my life. Furthermore, to demand my apology in exchange for my safety, do you regard me as a mere child? Nan Gong Hen Tian, that old crone, is devoid of compassion and conviction. Does she believe I am unaware of her intentions to compel me to relinquish my talents for Fu Qing Shu, granting him the status of a potential emperor? Her audacity knows no bounds. Does she not recognize what sort of person Fu Qing Shu is to warrant my sacrifice? Your arrogance is astounding. The Sectmaster, a figure of considerable stature, is not someone you can casually disparage. Is it any wonder you have become the target of scorn? The world of martial arts is not merely about conflict, but rather the intricacies of human relationships. Do you comprehend? You possess extraordinary talent. Yet you must also learn to yield, to compromise, to lower your head. A tree that stands tall amidst the forest shall inevitably be subject to the tempest. Ling Jingtian sighed in resignation. How dare you lecture me? Ling Jingtian. Such notions of human relationships are but remnants of a decaying culture. With the apocalypse upon us, clinging to such antiquated ideals is futile. Go and try to discuss human relationships with those of other races. Observe the state of Sioux City and see what has become of it. Before the apocalypse, indulging in such trivialities may have sufficed, but now, what is requisite is strength. Those obsolete cultural hierarchies are of no use in these tumultuous times. I, Yi Chun, have fought valiantly for humanity, only to be met with betrayal and treachery. And yet, what have you gained? Sioux City has fallen, and half of the Jiangnan region has vanished. Yi Chen's voice rose with intensity, his disdain for hollow notions of human relationships clear. Prior to the apocalypse, the rigidity of social classes was widely discussed online, children of civil servants becoming civil servants, and children of bankers following in their parents' footsteps. Such phenomena were rampant. Online discussions often extolled the virtues of human relationships and hierarchical respect, resurrecting the antiquated doctrines of feudal society, oblivious to whether these were advancements or regressions of the times. As you persist in this state of decay, not only will the cities of our human race succumb, but even your ancient sects will find themselves unable to remain unscathed. You are all well aware that the dark forces lurking in the shadows are no less formidable than yourselves. They lie in wait, biding their time, and, at that moment, Ling Jingtian, I assure you, your trivial notions of human sentiments and societal hierarchies, whether among the powerful or the common, will be utterly incapable of salvaging this world. In that hour, we shall all meet our demise. Perhaps you might attempt to espouse your so-called human sentiments to those foreign races. They might find it appealing. Yi Chun chuckled coldly. Having seen through the thoughts of these ancient sects and the Empress Jialon, they remain oblivious to the dire situation, arrogantly believing themselves to be the supreme arbiters of fate, unaware of the true implications of the apocalypse. The apocalypse signifies the collapse of the heavens and the earth, where all that is decayed and obsolete shall be reduced to ashes before external forces. What the Xinyuan clan or the eminent powers and top families, they shall all be rendered mere history before the foreign races. Yi Chun, you are excessively arrogant, sowing discord among the masses. Ling Jingtian retorted, his fury palpable. He deemed Yi Chen's words to be exaggerated. Me? Sowing discord? Are you certain? Yi Chen responded. Ling Jingtian, Nangong Hentian commanded me to relinquish my SSS-level talent to that good-for-nothing Fu Qing Shu. Very well, even if I did so, what do you believe his ultimate fate will be? Fu Qing Shu is cunning and treacherous. If he were to ascend to the status of a quasi-emperor, what are the odds of him becoming a true emperor in the future? Moreover, how much substance would his status as a quasi-emperor possess? Do you think your purple extreme palace would grant him an imperial fruit to refine? Even if you could manage that, what kind of combat prowess would such an emperor truly possess? Yi Chun mercilessly exposed the vulnerabilities of Ling Jingtian and his associates. Yi Chun, Ling Jingtian was consumed by rage, yet found himself powerless against Yi Chun, for the latter spoke the truth. Previously, he had shared similar sentiments with Nangong Han Tian, but she had disregarded his words entirely, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. How infuriating! His previous admiration for talent was obliterated by Yi Chen's arrogance. He unleashed his quasi-emperor level power once more. Yi Chun, since you are so obstinate, I shall personally escort you on your journey. Just as Yi Chun was about to strike, a tremendous rumbling echoed. Damn it, what lies beneath the ground? Ling Jingtian, who was poised to attack Yi Chun, was compelled to halt in light of this unforeseen occurrence. His expression grew serious as he gazed into the depths of the cracked earth, sensing that the source of the recent thunderous noise emanated from below. Master, what is this? Jiang Shiqi inquired, an air of curiosity and concern about her. Fear not, the sky will not fall. I shall take care of everything, Yi Chun reassured her. Seizing this opportunity, he began to heal his injuries, while simultaneously pondering what strange occurrences lay beneath the surface. What? There's something underground? A monster? Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Qi furrowed his brow, having discerned that the recent disturbance emanated from the depths of the fissures. A foreboding intuition surged within him, prompting him to urgently command Qi Zhongyu, relay my message. The Crimson Flame Army must evacuate Sioux City at once. Quickly, his voice resonated with urgency, for he had just perceived something emerging from those cracks. An overwhelming sense of unease overwhelmed him, causing him to lose his composure. Yes, yes. Evacuate Sioux City immediately. Hurry. Qi Zhongyu promptly relayed the order to the 20,000 soldiers of the Crimson Flame Army, though it was evident that his words came too late. Not good. Quickly, take cover. Yi Chun also noticed the emergence of something from the fissures. He instinctively shielded Jiang Shiqi with his own body. A putrid stench assaulted Yi Chen's nostrils, and at that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection reveals that beneath Sioux City, a breach in the Yellow Springs has occurred, causing the waters of the Yellow Springs to flood into the mortal realm. This portends great calamity. However, for the host, it poses no threat, as the host is a zombie, existing beyond the 5 elements and transcending the 6 realms. What? The waters of the Yellow Springs? Is that not the water of the underworld? Yi Chun was taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, torrents of yellow spring water gushed forth from the fissures. Master, what is that water? It smells terrible. Jiang Shiqi pinched her nose, asking softly. That is the yellow spring water. We must leave this place immediately. We cannot remain here. Just as Yi Chun prepared to take Jiang Shiqi and flee, he realized he was unable to fly. Damn it, it's the yellow spring water. He suddenly recalled that the text had mentioned how the yellow spring water made it impossible for birds to cross. What to do? He found himself at a loss. The hierarchy of realms in this narrative is as follows. First, one must sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, drawing it into the body. This realm is known as Qi induction. Next is the body refinement realm, refining the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to strengthen one's physique, enhancing vitality. Where the vigor resembles that of a dragon, the greater the vitality, the stronger the individual. The Spirit Sea realm, where one transforms the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into true energy, storing it within the Dan Tian, expanding from a trickle into a vast ocean. The Divine Spring realm. The Spirit Sea absorbs and refines the spiritual energy, while the Divine Spring realm involves opening divine springs within the Spirit Sea. The more springs opened, the greater the potential. The quantity and quality of divine springs relate to the quality of the Golden Dan, and the strength of the Divine Spring realm is connected to the Spirit Sea, necessitating a vast Spirit Sea to support the opening of divine springs. Above the Divine Spring is the Golden Dan realm, which is divided into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the finest, known as the perfect Golden Dan. Beyond the 9th grade lies the Great Tao Golden Dan, representing the pinnacle of the Golden Dan. Above the Golden Dan is the Cave Heaven realm, where one utilizes the power of the Golden Dan to open the Cave Heaven, drawing upon its strength to enhance oneself. The more Cave Heavens one possesses, the greater the potential. Above the Cave Heaven is the Spirit Platform realm, where the power of the cave heaven nourishes the spirit platform, birthing a strand of divine fire. As this divine fire grows, it transforms into the tree of the primordial spirit, with the height of the tree defining the strength of the spirit platform realm. Celestial phenomenon realm. The laws of heaven and earth manifest in various hierarchies and classifications, with the most formidable being the chaotic ascension to the bright moon, where the celestial king graces the ninth heaven, dragon transformation realm, pre-imperial realm, great emperor realm. Chapter 70. The mysterious sarcophagus. The crimson-robed ghost mother, the myriad fissures created by the Hydra in the past, now gushed forth with the torrents of the Yellow Springs, inundating the surroundings and severing all paths for escape. Master, what is the Yellow Springs water? Inquired Jiang Shiqi. It is recorded in ancient texts, the Yellow Springs water, the waters of the underworld. It embodies the essence of death, imbued with ominous energy. Yi Chun elucidated, observing how the Yellow Springs water engulfed their retreat. What shall we do? He grew anxious, for the waters would gradually rise, harboring malevolent forces. As a zombie, he was unperturbed, yet Jiang Shiqi, being mortal, could not withstand the corrosive nature of the Yellow Springs water. Not only Yi Chun, but the 20,000 Crimson Flame soldiers were also embroiled in peril. No please. There is something strange in the water. There are insects, cried one of the soldiers in terror. Xiuchuan, what is happening? Yi Chun turned to see a six-tier soldier on a dilapidated rooftop, relentlessly clawing at his own body, tearing apart his armor and garments. Something was writhing within his flesh. Master, what is that? Jiang Shiqi gasped, her face ashen with fear. It is an insect. A corpse worm is burrowing within him, devouring his flesh and blood. Once it reaches the brain, he will be doomed, Yi Chun whispered. What? A corpse worm? Jiang Shiqi, being a girl, was profoundly afraid of insects and rodents. In the water? What shall we do? Her terror escalated. She was not afraid of death, but the thought of those creatures consuming her insides was unbearable. Fear not. The sky will not fall. I shall protect you, Yi Chun reassured Jiang Shiqi, though he did not voice his intention to take her as a disciple. He regarded her as such in his heart, unwilling to let her come to harm. As they spoke, the soldier's head exploded, and his lifeless body plummeted into the Yellow Springs, disappearing into its depths. Xiuchuan, no! His comrades cried out in horror. But soon, an uncanny phenomenon unfolded. From beneath the Yellow Springs, a most bizarre blood lotus began to bloom. What is that? Someone questioned. A blood-red lotus? At that moment, Ling Jingtian, standing at the threshold of imperial power, was overcome with dread upon beholding the flower. It is the fiery red lotus, an omen of misfortune. His expression was filled with profound anxiety. Meanwhile, anguished cries erupted from the crowd, both male and female, young and old. Ah, the pain! Kill me! Take my life! As numerous individuals fell victim to the corpse insects emerging from the waters of the underworld, awareness began to dawn upon some, prompting them to be wary of the waters. There is something lurking within the water. Everyone be cautious. The entities that usurp human forms seem to possess knowledge of secrets far beyond comprehension. This is bad. It's the waters of the underworld. The underground springs have breached. We are in grave peril. Filth from another world is approaching, exclaimed a few terrified spirits. The presence of such ominous entities, which instilled fear even in these spirits, was evidently a terrifying taboo, leaving Yi Chun in a state of trepidation. From another world? Surely not. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was engulfed in worry. The netherworld? That is the realm of the deceased. In literature, the underworld is depicted as a world of the departed, harboring countless mysteries. Should these eerie beings emerge from the waters of the underworld into the realm of the living, it would spell disaster. My sister sits at the bow of the boat, while you, dear brother, walk along the shore. The love we share sways gently with the ropes. At that moment, from the depths of a fissure, an ancient and eerie stone coffin began to levitate. The haunting melody resonated from within the coffin. What is that? A coffin? Is something singing from within? Someone exclaimed in sheer terror. He, such a familiar scent. Have I arrived in the realm of the living? The essence of the living. How delightful it is. I'm hungry. A chilling, sinister laughter emanated from the stone coffin. With a crack, the coffin trembled slightly. Following that, countless blood-red, eerie entities flowed from the coffin like quicksilver, heading towards the distant red flame army. Dear brother, come keep me company. I'm so lonely, so cold. The sinister laughter seemed to possess an indescribable allure, rendering those who heard it in a stupor. As if entranced, particularly the dozens of soldiers from the Red Flame Army, who stood unmoving in the face of the bizarre Crimson Mercury. They were spellbound. Such good behavior. It brings me joy. Before anyone could issue a warning, the soldiers were engulfed by the blood-red mercury, which then drew them into the coffin. No, do not drink my blood. Soon, the air was filled with horrific wails of despair. Master, what manner of beast resides within that coffin? Jiang Shiqi inquired, her face pale with fear, for she was but a young girl, naturally frightened by such eerie occurrences. It is a malevolent spirit, but fear not. I am here. Yi Chun reassured Jiang Shiqi, drawing forth the burning silent sword, bracing himself for what lay ahead. The threat posed by the strange and sinister entity within the coffin surpassed even that of Ling Jingtian. How delightful! For thousands of years, at long last, I am satiated. The humans of the mortal realm are truly delectable. I find them quite to my liking. 10 minutes later, the anguished cries from the stone coffin ceased. Following this, a voice, laced with a most sinister delight, emerged. How wicked she is, feasting upon humanity. Gulp! It is the red-robe ghost mother. She has arrived. Many of the specters lurking in the shadows of towering buildings could not help but cry out in terror. They seemed to harbor an immense dread for this so-called ghost mother. The red-robe ghost mother? Yichen also grasped this notion. System, what is the red-robe ghost mother? He inquired. Ding! The red-robe ghost mother is an exceedingly malevolent entity from the underworld. She revels in cannibalism, shows no reverence for heaven, and fears not the earth. Her power is unfathomable, currently at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. It is said that the red-robe ghost mother was once known as Jean Lian, a virtuous soul in her past life. However, after being wed to a scoundrel, she was tragically betrayed by him and his newly married concubine while she was with child. This vile pair buried her alive. Jean Lian's resentment soared to the heavens, transforming her into a vengeful spirit upon her death, and she consumed her own unborn child, thus evolving into the red-robe ghost mother. The red-robe ghost mother, consumed by her obsession, swore to devour all of humanity. She traversed the breached yellow springs to the mortal realm, driven by her insatiable hunger to alleviate her profound loneliness. System notification. What? The red-robe ghost mother has such a tragic past? She is indeed a pitiable figure. Yet, her fixation on consuming all of humankind is undeniably cruel. Upon hearing this, Yichen began to form a preliminary understanding of the red-robe ghost mother. At the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, such power he undoubtedly cannot contend with. What to do? He found himself in a quandary. Currently, faced with the waters of the yellow springs and the red-robe ghost mother at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, he felt as though a clever artisan was helpless without materials. No matter how astute his reasoning, it would be futile against absolute power. He was powerless to alter the course of events, yet he would not relent. Master? Chapter 71. The Refining Demon Pot Versus. The 10,000 souls speak softly. Do not raise your voice. There lies a formidable creature within that stone coffin. Yi Chun whispered a warning to Jiang Shiqi. What? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Within that coffin resides a monster known as the Crimson-Robed Ghost Mother. She possesses extraordinary power. Nearing the peak of quasi-emperorship, remain silent, lest she fix her gaze upon us, Yi Chun elucidated in hushed tones. The crimson-robed ghost mother? Jiang Shiqi grasped the implication immediately. Oh, a quasi-emperor? Such a rich aura of blood. I am quite fond of it, the woman within the coffin remarked. You vile creature. Cease your tricks. I am not afraid of you, Ling Jingtian retorted, though his words carried a hint of bravado that belied his apprehension in the face of such a bizarre situation. Boom! The ominous red rain fell increasingly heavy from the heavens. The sky darkened ominously. Gurgle! Countless streams of yellow spring water surged forth from the ground, the water level rising ever higher. The surrounding environment grew dimmer, visibility diminishing perilously. 17, come. We must find another location. Yi Chen extended his hand, lifting Jiang Shiqi onto his back. Master me? Jiang Shiqi nestled against Yi Chen's back, feeling a touch of shyness. Though he was her master, he was also an adult man, and this intimate action made her somewhat nervous. I am 19, she murmured softly. It is of no concern. I am your master. Let's go. Yi Chen thought little of it, for the yellow spring water was encroaching rapidly. He then carried Jiang Shiqi towards higher ground. He was also taking a gamble. Although the yellow spring water was exceedingly malevolent and possessed strange powers capable of tainting souls and corrupting living beings, he was a zombie, existing beyond the 5 elements and transcending the 6 paths, making him an exception. Thus, these yellow waters should pose no threat to him. As soon as his feet touched the yellow spring water, those foul waters, which struck terror into the hearts of all living beings, parted before him as if encountering their nemesis. Ah, it truly works. Splendid. Yi Chen exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon witnessing the phenomenon. He then pressed on, carrying Jiang Shiqi toward the distant heights. Ha! Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Not only have I beheld a crimson-robed ghost mother today, but I have also encountered a blood corpse-level zombie. This calamity is indeed fierce and exceptional. A hearty laugh echoed from above the sky, growing closer with each moment, until a ragged figure in tattered Taoist robes appeared before them. Old Taoist, it is you again? The crimson-robed ghost mother in the coffin seethed with fury upon recognizing him, clearly harboring a grudge against this disheveled Taoist. Have you come to thwart my plans once more? She demanded. Once, I spoke to you about relinquishing your obsessions and attaining a blissful afterlife, yet you disregarded my counsel. Now, you dare to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Old Taoist, how can I remain indifferent? The disheveled Taoist, cradling an ancient wine jug, proclaimed loudly. He stood firm in the void, as the waters of the yellow spring proved utterly ineffective against him. Such prowess is truly astonishing. Old Taoist, in this lifetime, you shall not hinder me. I hold the mandate of heaven in my grasp. You are destined to lose, declared the scarlet-robed ghost mother. Mandate of heaven? What is that? Do you truly believe in such things? We, practitioners of the Tao, defy the heavens in our cultivation if we were to believe in these so-called mandates. What purpose would our cultivation serve? Retorted the disheveled Taoist. Scarlet-robed ghost mother, though you harbor resentment, remember that grievances have their origins and debts have their masters. You have crossed realms to disrupt my mortal world and violate the natural order. I, as an old Taoist, must intervene. His words were imbued with immense authority. You? Arrogant. Zhuang Suzi, your yin-yang sect is truly detestable. I have sworn that if given the chance, I shall obliterate your sect entirely and eradicate all you foul Taoists. The scarlet-robed ghost mother spat venomously. Then come forth. Until I suppress you, this surging yellow spring shall remain unbridled. Make your move. The disheveled Taoist proclaimed with formidable confidence. As he spoke, a Taoist luminescence radiated from him, halting the eerie crimson rain that fell upon the earth. Not only that, the darkened heavens began to brighten slightly. Old Taoist, I fear you not. Let's engage in battle. The scarlet-robed ghost mother, equally formidable, declared. As she spoke, the stone coffin trembled, a fissure appearing, from which 2 terrifying beams of light surged toward the disheveled Taoist. Huh? Is this the Yinming radiance? It has been a millennium since I last witnessed it, and your power has indeed grown. However, such a level seems rather disappointing, the disheveled Taoist remarked, shaking his head. He then raised his hand and with a flick uttered annihilate. The single word shattered the air, expanding with ancient mystical power. In an instant, the 2 beams of light were obliterated. In this initial clash, the disheveled Taoist held the advantage, suppressing the scarlet-robed ghost mother. Old Taoist, how could your cultivation have increased so significantly? The heavens are unjust, the scarlet-robed ghost mother hissed, filled with malice. Scarlet-robed ghost mother, cease lamenting the heavens' injustice. If the heavens were truly unjust, would you have the opportunity to wreak havoc upon the lives of others? Accept your lack of talent and acknowledge it openly. My innate gifts surpass yours. You shall never surpass me. Accept your fate. The disheveled Taoist responded with unwavering confidence. You? Despicable. Zhuang Suzi, you remain as detestable as ever. Your venomous tongue unchanged. Upon hearing this, the red-robed ghost mother was so enraged that the stone coffin nearly could not contain her fury. The lid of the coffin trembled violently, as if it would shatter at any moment, instilling profound dread in Ling Jingtaon, Lu Qi, and the others. Would this monstrous woman truly emerge? If she could exert such power while confined within the coffin, how could they possibly survive if she broke free? They contemplated fleeing, only to find that the waters of the Yellow Springs had sealed off their escape route. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi seized the opportunity to evade, retreating to a nearby building. Standing atop the roof, they observed the fierce clash between the disheveled Taoist and the red-robe ghost mother in the distance. Master, who is more formidable? Jiang Shiqi inquired. I am uncertain, Yi Chen replied. This elder of our human race possesses an ethereal presence, suggesting he is indeed a formidable figure. He should be able to subdue the red-robed ghost mother. Shun Ti? His words were laden with uncertainty. After all, the red-robed ghost mother had transcended realms. Wielding terrifying powers, she was no ordinary adversary. At this moment, he could not discern who held the upper hand in their contest. Old Taoist, today I shall bring about your demise. A thunderous roar erupted as the lid of the coffin was smashed open. A terrifying figure surged forth from the stone coffin, charging towards the disheveled Taoist with fierce intent. Old hag, to destroy me? You deem yourself worthy? He retorted, ready for battle. The disheveled Taoist became serious, casting aside his wine vessel, which levitated in midair, radiating a mystical light that was infused with an overwhelming power to subdue demons. Refining demon vessel. Annihilate. He raised his hand, forming a seal as the formidable power emanating from the wine vessel wove into an intricate array of subduing light, instantly enveloping the encroaching red-robe ghost mother. Old Taoist, last time I fell victim to your refining vessel. Do you truly believe I would be unprepared this time? A sinister laughter echoed as the red-robe ghost mother revealed a treasure of her own. 10,000 souls banner shatter. Chapter 72. The Great Terror Boom. A wave of terrifying sound erupted instantaneously. A sphere of ethereal light from the Taoist gate merged with a sphere of sanguine light from the ghostly realm, and then the amalgamated orb detonated, sweeping outward in all directions. The tremendous force surged forth, a fierce gale sweeping across the land. Hundreds of towering columns of yellow spring water shot skyward, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. My face, my hands, it hurts. Numerous individuals, including the soldiers of the Crimson Flame Army, were injured by the splashes. The corrosive water penetrated their bodies, instantaneously eroding flesh and blood. Some were disfigured, while others lost entire limbs, and some even lost legs. Master, what kind of power do those two possess? Is truly terrifying, Jiang Shiqi inquired. She and Yi Chen were positioned high above, thus untouched by the splashes. Peak of the quasi-emperor realm, half a step to the great emperor. Yi Chen replied. What? Half a step to the great emperor? Them? Jiang Shiqi was utterly astounded. Half a step to the great emperor? My heavens! Such beings are invincible in the mortal realm. Shiqi, the great emperor, is not the ultimate destination of cultivation. It is merely a new beginning. Remember, cultivation knows no bounds. And we must never be satisfied, Yi Chen advised. Oh, Jiang Shiqi responded softly. She was still young and did not fully grasp Yi Chen's words, lacking profound comprehension. After all, the great emperor felt too distant to her. Master, I will remember. Yi Chen had intended to roll his eyes, but his vision had not yet fully returned, and he could not yet move them. Thus, the eye roll remained unexecuted. Bang, bang, bang. The demon refining pot and the banner of 10,000 souls clashed mid-air, their tremendous force causing the heavens to tremble as if they might tear apart. Such a display of power was truly astonishing. They were not ordinary half-step great emperors. Their strength was likely not far from that of a true great emperor. Yi Chen was filled with admiration. The red-robed ghost mother, the slovenly Taoist, What further perils does this apocalypse conceal? Huh? Did the red-robed ghost mother not mention that this old Taoist is from the Yin-Yang sect? Previously, did he not have a mission to join the Yin-Yang sect, the great Yin-Yang assignation, the celestial scripture? He instantly shifted his focus to the old Taoist, contemplating how to forge a connection with him. Red-robed ghost mother, how many resentful souls of my human race have you sacrificed to your banner of 10,000 souls? You vile woman, today I shall undoubtedly slay you, the old Taoist declared, fury surging within him as he beheld the wailing ghosts upon the banner. Zhuang Suzi, cease your lamentations here. The heavens are merciless. What distinction is there between righteousness and wickedness? All things in the world are merely divided by strength and weakness. My slaughter of these human beings and the ritual for the banner of 10,000 souls is simply a reflection of my profound cultivation, akin to your Taoist practices of guiding countless ghosts for merit, a mere difference of approach. This banner has now reached completion, and I shall refine you, old Taoist, within it, assisting in the transformation into an imperial weapon. D. The red-robed ghost mother is undeterred by the words of the disheveled old Taoist. Her aura is immensely powerful. An imperial weapon? Bah, old hag. Do you also aspire to forge an imperial weapon? What a dream. The scruffy Taoist scoffed. The cauldron atop his head is a treasure from ancient times, the supreme artifact of their ancient Yin-Yang sect, transcending even imperial weapons. Old Taoist, I shall collect you with this cauldron. Annihilate. As the two top-tier experts exchanged words, the conflict reignited, with the cauldron unleashing countless mysterious lights, each imbued with the secret power to obliterate all. Zhuan Yuanzi, collect me? You are not worthy. The red-robed ghost mother bellowed. She suspended the banner of 10,000 souls before her, with countless ghostly figures transforming into a terrifying void of spirits, beginning to resist the destructive light of the cauldron. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as both sides collided heavily. The cauldron's annihilating light was all-consuming, instantly shattering the void of spirits. It surged through the center, its target unmistakably the red-robed ghost mother. The banner of 10,000 souls. The heavens and earth are turning upside down, the red-robed ghost mother suddenly declared. No sooner had her words left her mouth than the yellow spring waters of the underworld, summoned by an inexplicable force, began to rise into the air. First a single droplet, then torrents of yellow murky water, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. Master, what is this? Jiang Shiqi exclaimed in utter shock. Could mere mortals wield such power? With a mere gesture, could they upend the heavens and earth? Indeed, they are not ordinary quasi-emperors or half-step emperors. They command the laws and can act freely within their realm. Ye Chen spoke solemnly. He did not envy them, for he too would have his day. That day, however, will not be far off. Ah, Master, can we mere mortals truly become immortals? Jiang Shiqi regarded this power as a celestial technique. Immortal? Perhaps, Yi Chen replied, uncertainty lacing his tone. After all, he had never witnessed such beings. Yet the world contains zombies, spirits, and demons. Surely, immortals and deities must exist as well. However, such entities are undoubtedly terrifying. At the very least, they surpass what he can currently fathom. The road he must traverse is still long. The heavens and earth are upturned, the universe inverted. Odious Taoist, this is my domain. Can you withstand it? He. The red-robed ghost mother laughed maniacally. Though she is a specter, her cultivation is extraordinary at the semi-emperor level. Such power has allowed her to coalesce half a ghostly body, a spiritual form gradually transcending the shackles of the underworld, hinting at her potential to reverse life and death. Perhaps when she becomes an emperor, she could very well reverse yin and yang, shedding her deceased form to become a living being. Domain? Old hag, you have indeed taken this step. Quite impressive. However, do you think this will compel me to bow down? Foolish. The disheveled old Taoist, upon hearing these words, was filled with immense rage. He was not one to be easily trifled with. With a mere gesture, myriad strands of profound light erupted forth. A roar echoed. The myriad lights transformed into a dragon. Although the old Taoist had not attained the realm of mastery, He had honed his power to its utmost limit. The dragon was the manifestation of this supreme strength. This strike represented the pinnacle of the disheveled old Taoist's might, drawing perilously close to the ultimate power of an emperor. A resounding crack reverberated as the old Taoist charged into the domain of the crimson-robed ghost matron, tearing apart the ethereal ghost realm. The true dragon, born from countless lights, was terrifying and unstoppable. "You foul Taoist!" the crimson-robed ghost matron exclaimed in astonishment. She had miscalculated. The old Taoist before her was indeed formidable beyond measure. The zenith of power, the battle prowess of an emperor. "Old hag, retreat to your underworld," the disheveled Taoist declared with authority. He approached the crimson-robed ghost matron, his right hand enveloped in an invincible aura, striking down with an unstoppable force. Yet, the crimson-robed ghost matron, a powerful sorceress, was rendered fearful by the Taoist's proximity. Unprepared, she took a blow to her chest. "Ah!" she cried out, sent hurtling backward. "You shall see my return." The crimson-robed ghost matron, unyielding, decided against prolonging the battle. She summoned her myriad souls banner and dove into a stone coffin, vanishing into the waters of the Yellow Springs. "Old hag, consider yourself fortunate to escape," the disheveled Taoist lamented as he gazed longingly at her retreat. He turned his attention to where Chen and Jiang Shiqi stood aloft, summoning back the demon-refining vessel with a flick of his wrist. The recently risen waters of the Yellow Springs, having lost their sustaining power, collapsed instantaneously, unleashing torrents that heralded greater calamities. No! Anguished cries filled the air as many were caught in the deluge, including those humans possessed by the spectral entities. The specters, too, were not spared. The waters of the Yellow Springs were merciless to both the living and the deceased, eroding souls and bones alike. "Are you Chen?" the disheveled Taoist inquired after taking a sip of his beverage, directing his gaze at Chen. Just as Chen was about to respond, a scream emerged from the depths of the Yellow Springs. It was the crimson-robed ghost matron's anguished wail. An explosion ensued, shattering the previously tranquil surface of the water. The dilapidated stone coffin floated to the surface, with crimson blood seeping forth from within. The myriad souls banner drifted forlornly upon the waters. A great terror looms. The upper half of the crimson-robed ghost matron emerged from the coffin, struggling to utter 5 words. Before she could complete her statement, a colossal hand surged from beneath the waters, seizing both the coffin and the ghost matron. Chapter 73. Is Jiang Shiqi a primordial spirit? What does that mean? Jiang Shiqi gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chen fell silent, overwhelmed by fear. The recent scene was utterly terrifying. The half-emperor-level red-robed ghost mother had been subdued by a mysterious black hand. He was filled with trepidation. What could that black hand be? He pondered. The apocalypse had only just entered its second phase, and the danger level was already so high. What on earth was happening? The disheveled Taoist seemed to comprehend something, his expression gravely serious. With a resigned sigh, he declared, "From this day forth, Sioux City shall be classified as an SSS grade forbidden area. Only those at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor level may enter." He himself was at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, nearly possessing the combat prowess of an emperor. As he spoke, he raised his hand and deployed a barrier, where the barrier enveloped. Ripples appeared, ripples of a level far beyond what the 9-headed serpent could compare to. "Chen, come here." After setting the barrier, the disheveled Taoist sighed again. Chen, seeing this, dared not disobey, for the other party was a top-tier figure he could not afford to offend. "Senior." He clasped his hands in respect. "Chen, I have heard of your circumstances. I am quite indignant about your plight. However, due to certain rules, I cannot intervene against the Chen family and the Purple Extreme Palace. Yet, I am willing to take you as my disciple and offer you protection. Would you accept?" The disheveled Taoist proposed. "Senior, if I were to become your disciple, would I be able to exact vengeance on my enemies in the future? Would you stand in my way?" Chen inquired, without outright refusal. "I would not. I am not an antiquated person. The world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest and the law of cause and effect. I will not pursue your past grievances." Just do not betray your master or destroy your ancestors, the disheveled Taoist replied. Chen readily agreed. Upon hearing this, he clasped his fists in acceptance. Excellent. This is the token of our yin-yang sect. Refine it with your primordial spirit, and you will gain access to extensive information about our sect. When you return to the sect with the token, arrangements will be made for you. Although you carry many burdens of karma, our yin-yang sect can protect you, the disheveled Taoist assured him. Yes, Master, Chen responded, raising his hand. However, after becoming a disciple of Xian Shuzi, he noticed that no task completion notification had been triggered. He quickly realized that he must physically visit the yin-yang sect to fulfill the task. He then felt a sense of relief. Becoming a disciple of Xian Shuzi was a perfect opportunity to seek shelter from a powerful ally, especially since he had numerous enemies. Now that he lacked an official identity, he found himself in a precarious situation. Coincidentally, there was a system task that required him to join the ancient yin-yang sect, and he believed that the system's directive for him to enter the yin-yang school was not without deeper significance. Very well, Chen, our ancient yin-yang sect upholds the principle of teaching without discrimination. Although you are a zombie, you still have the chance to shed your corpse and become human once more. You must always remember that you are of the human race and wisely utilize your powers and talents to fight for our kin in the future. Do you understand? Zhuang Suzi spoke, a figure who truly valued talent. With the impending apocalypse and the chaos that ensues, the threat posed by foreign races looms large, and the human race possesses insufficient resources. It is imperative to cultivate a new generation to take up the mantle. Chen, once a hero, was wrongfully accused and met his demise, yet his resentment lingered, leading to his return as a corpse. He had just discovered that although Chen was now a zombie, his soul was extraordinarily powerful, his potential even more terrifying than when he was alive. Such prodigious talent could not be allowed to fall into the abyss of darkness and oppose humanity. Thus, he acted to bring Chen into the yin-yang sect, hoping to enlighten him and reintegrate him into the human race to defend their kind. Master, I am also of the human race. However, I will not easily forgive those who seek to harm me. Chen did not oppose the protection of humanity, but he had his own principles, the foremost being that his interests must not be jeopardized. Very well. Zhuang Suzi chose not to elaborate further, recognizing the rarity of Chen's words. He then turned his gaze to Jiang Shiqi. You are the young Shiqi of the Jiang family, are you not? He inquired. Indeed, Master Ancestor, Jiang Shiqi replied. Master Ancestor? What do you mean? Zhuang Suzi asked, looking towards Chen. Master, she is the disciple of my disciple, Chen explained. Oh, is that so? In that case, young Shiqi, since you are a grand disciple of the old Taoist, I shall not be stingy with you. Today, I present you with a small token as a plaything. Upon saying this, Zhuang Suzi produced a small box and handed it to Jiang Shiqi. Master Ancestor, what is this? Jiang Shiqi asked. This is the Xiandi Sheng Qiaodan, crafted from Xiandi grass. Young Shiqi, your grandfather, Jiang Shanghai, once sought this from me, but I did not grant it to him. This pill is crucial for your cultivation. It can activate your innate talents and awaken your Yuan Ling body, which harmonizes with the laws of heaven and earth. Serving as the supreme vessel for cultivation, Zhuang Suzi explained softly. The Yuan Ling body? One of the 10 SSS level talents? Shiqi, you truly did not deceive me? Chen expressed his astonishment. The Yuan Ling body is indeed an SSS level talent. Master, do you now believe me? I truly possess the potential to become an emperor. However, awakening the Yuan Ling body is a formidable challenge. One must not recklessly cultivate before awakening, as it can easily lead to catastrophic consequences, Jiang Shiqi cautioned. Enough of this discussion. Sioux City is no longer a place for you to linger. You must depart at once. From now on, this area will be designated as an SSS level forbidden zone. Do not return, Zhuang Suzi commanded. Understood. Chen repeated, not inquiring about the reasons, but suspecting it was related to the ominous hand they had encountered earlier. Yet, he remained curious about the true nature of that hand. Xian Shuzi truly deserves the title of a peak quasi-emperor, possessing the combat prowess of an emperor. With a mere gesture, he unleashed his formidable magic, expelling Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi from Su City, and subsequently sending Lu Qi and others away as well. He then approached Ling Jingtian. So, it is you, Ling Jingtian? Return and inform Nangong Hentian that from this moment forth, Yi Chen is my disciple. Should anyone from your Purple Extreme Palace dare to harm him, I shall personally annihilate your sect. Do you comprehend? Xian Shuzi's warning resonated with undeniable authority. Yes, I shall faithfully convey your words. Please forgive me, esteemed sir. Ling Jingtian replied. Begone. Xian Shuzi, upon seeing his defiance, unleashed a terrifying surge of power that sent Ling Jingtian hurtling away. Moments later, Ling Jingtian found himself outside Su City, landing in a most disheveled manner, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xian Shuzi, mark my words, we of the Purple Extreme Palace shall one day reclaim this affront. We shall see, he uttered with fierce resolve before departing. As for Yi Chen, he dared not act against him for the time being, fully aware of Xian Shuzi's formidable identity. Xian Shuzi, the ancient ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect, also serves as the Grand Master's revered elder in the present era, holding a position of great prestige and power within the ancient sect. In the midst of his grievances, Lu Qi and the others were also cast out, yet fewer than 100 of them survived. The remainder, along with the common folk, had been abandoned within Su City, left to fend for themselves. Lord Lu Qi, what shall we do about our remaining brothers? Qizong Yu inquired. Enough of this discussion. We must report to the Empress at once. We beseech her to send aid. Lu Qi understood their plight. Their cultivation was far too feeble. Despite being known as the demon-subduing celestial master, he possessed no means to contend with the waters of the Yellow Springs. How tiresome! Ling Jingtian said little more and departed. He needed to report the upheaval in Su City to Nangong Hentian without delay. As for the survivors within Su City, they were of no concern to him. Chapter 74. The Black Ship Incident Master. Do you think Ancestor will be all right? Jiang Shiqi expressed her deep concern. Having just received the Xian Emperor Ascension Pill from Xian Shuzi, she had come to recognize him as her master and naturally worried for his safety. Master is capable of sending us away. He can surely handle the dangers of Su City. For now, we must depart immediately. Let us head to Jiang City. Yi Chen replied. Xian Shuzi, a peak quasi-emperor, a half-step emperor with the power of an emperor, faced peculiarities in Su City. Yet he should be able to contend with them. After all, we are now in the second phase of the apocalypse. In this era, the rules of heaven and earth only permit the strongest power to be that of a peak quasi-emperor. Even if an emperor were to descend, their true might would be suppressed by these rules. The Black Hand capable of subduing the red-robed Ghost Mother is formidable, yet it cannot cross the waters of the Yellow Springs to the realm of the living. Otherwise, its strength would surely be constrained. If not, it would not remain hidden. As long as an emperor does not personally arrive, that disheveled old Taoist should be safe. Ancestor really won't be in danger? Jiang Shiqi inquired once more, her unease still palpable. Yi Chen did not respond to her question, but took the lead instead. At that moment, the crimson rain in the sky began to thin out, and the heavens gradually brightened. The once ominous blood moon retreated into the shadows, and the sun finally emerged. Master, the rain has cleared, Jiang Shiqi exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, her smile radiant. Indeed, this is a good omen, Yi Chen remarked, filled with a sense of relief. They continued onward, and before long, they arrived at the riverbank. To reach Jiang City, they needed to board a vessel. Tap, tap, tap. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally spotted a boat at the shore, where many people were boarding, seemingly the local populace fleeing from Su City. Out of millions, only a scant few remained alive. The rest had perished. Boss, we wish to cross the river, Yi Chen inquired. One spirit stone. The boat owner, an elderly man, announced. A 7th-tier warrior? Yi Chen instantly sensed the man's strength, which made him somewhat wary. All right, I have no shortage of spirit stones, he replied. However, his earlier display of generosity had drawn the attention of several men aboard the vessel. Brother one, that lad and the young lady possess spirit stones. If we rob them, we could also become warriors One man whispered. Get lost. If they have spirit stones, it means they are warriors. Provoking warriors is tantamount to courting death, replied Brother One, the leader of their group, Lu Wenda. Boss, no need to worry. I possess a treasure. It is something I stumbled upon earlier called the Thousand Mechanism Powder. This substance is colorless and odorless, specifically designed to incapacitate warriors. We can use it to drug them and seize their spirit stones. Simultaneously, the unscrupulous man expressed his desire to seize the beautiful maiden, declaring that he would gladly sacrifice a decade of his life for a single night of passion with her. The previous man spoke with a repugnant demeanor. Is the Qianji San effective, Gao Peng? If we fail, we shall perish. Lu Wenda inquired anxiously. Boss, there is no cause for concern. I have successfully utilized this substance on Kuan Ye's mistress multiple times. Her figure was simply exquisite. Alas, she transformed into a zombie during the apocalypse. Gao Peng replied nonchalantly. What? You dare to engage with Kuan Ye's woman? Are you out of your mind? Lu Wenda exclaimed, though internally he brimmed with envy. After all, Kuan Ye's mistress, Xiao Wan, was a model and the belle of her school, possessing both beauty and an enviable figure. Those who followed Kuan Ye had all fantasized about bringing her home, yet none had the audacity to do so due to Kuan Ye's notorious ruthlessness. However, with Kuan Ye now deceased in the apocalypse, Gao Peng boasted, what is there to fear? Isn't life meant for indulgence? Why should we restrain ourselves from enjoying the boss's woman? Lu Wenda found himself at a loss for words, but regretted his decision. The image of Xiao when in white stockings was undeniably alluring. Very well, we shall proceed with this venture. Gao Peng, you will administer the drug. We will act tonight, Lu Wenda commanded. Understood. As these ruffians plotted, Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi boarded a medium-sized passenger vessel. They exchanged spirit stones and entered the cabin, albeit the conditions were rather poor. Yet, under the circumstances of the apocalypse, having a vessel was a remarkable privilege, and they could hardly afford to be picky. Talp, tap. Master, I sense that the individuals aboard this ship harbor ill intentions. Just moments ago, someone was leering at my thighs. What a lecher, Jiang Shiqi complained. Calm down, Xiao Shiqi. There is no need for fear. I am here to protect you, Yi Chen reassured her, then reclined quietly on the floor. Master, aren't you going to rest on the bed? Jiang Shiqi asked. No. As a zombie, I possess no sensation. Lying on the bed or the floor makes no difference. You should take the bed, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. Oh, Jiang Shiqi acknowledged, not contesting this. She lay down on the bed, and soon the sounds of slumber filled the air. She had endured much fatigue throughout the day. Those foolish enough to covet my disciple were courting their own demise. Yi Chen thought grimly. He had already discerned that this vessel was a den of iniquity, especially upon overhearing Gao Peng and Lu Wenda's sinister scheming. His spiritual essence could envelop the ship at any moment, though he refrained from taking hasty action. Everything awaits the arrival of these individuals. Not long after, night descended, and the ship set sail. The atmosphere grew tense as Gao Peng and Lu Wenda finally took action. Gao Peng cautiously slipped the Qianji San through the crack of the door, allowing its potent essence to permeate the room. This drug required but a mere whiff to render its victim powerless, completely at the mercy of others. It was through such means that Kuan Ye had once acquired his young mistress. After the Qianji San wafted into the chamber, a triumphant expression blossomed on his face. Soon, he would be able to sweep Jiang Shiqi into his embrace and engage in lessons of a more intimate nature. Lu Wenda and the others shared in this anticipation. After all, Jiang Shiqi was extraordinarily beautiful. Such exquisite young women were a rare commodity in the post-apocalyptic world, and their fortuitous encounter felt like a divine blessing. What is the status, Gao Peng? Lu Wenda inquired, unable to contain his eagerness. Patience, my friend. In 3 minutes, we shall proceed. However, I must be the first to partake. Her first offering is mine to claim, Gao Peng stipulated. You? Lu Wenda initially expressed dissatisfaction, but upon witnessing the ferocity in Gao Peng's gaze, he hesitated. Gao Peng possessed the Qianji San, and one could only speculate if he harbored other toxins. To err on the side of caution, he chose to yield. After all, one's life was paramount. Very well, but I shall be second, Lu Winda conceded. Agreed. Gao Peng reveled in his triumph at Lu Winda's acquiescence. 3 minutes later, they used a specially crafted key to unlock the door, entering with utmost caution. However, they were met with an unexpected sight. A figure stood before them. Gulp. Panic seized them in an instant. You. Gao Peng stammered, unable to articulate his fear. He recognized Yi Chen. Who granted you the audacity to plot against my disciple? Yi Chen inquired, his voice resonating with a terrifying authority reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. I must say, we seem to have taken a wrong turn. Do you believe me? Gao Peng trembled, beads of cold sweat cascading to the floor. Their greatest reliance, the Chenji San, had proven ineffective, plunging them into despair. After all, Yi Chen was a martial artist. Chapter 75. The Celestial Furnace. No, we truly did not intend for this. It is a misunderstanding. My lord, please spare us. Lu Winda implored. Spare you? Allow you to continue your schemes of avarice and malice? You have even laid hands on your own leader's woman. Such wretches are a waste of sustenance. Execute them. Yi Chen commanded sternly. Please do not kill me. I shall not dare again. Yes, it was Gao Peng. He proposed it. Lu Winda quickly betrayed Gao Peng. What? Lu Winda, you shameless coward. Gao Peng exclaimed, enraged. I speak only the truth. Was this plan not yours? Have I erred? And the 1,000 mechanisms powder, was that not also your idea? What relevance does it hold for me? Lu Winda defended himself. In his desperation to survive, he cast aside any semblance of morality. Furthermore, he was no fool. Gao Peng was far from an innocent soul, having already indulged in the company of Kuan Ye's mistress. Such a person could hardly be deemed virtuous. Presently, they were merely useful. Given time, he would surely betray them and have them eliminated. Selling out Gao Peng was merely a precautionary measure. Gao Peng's fury surged, yet he felt powerless against Lu Winda. What of it? You are hardly blameless yourself. Lu Winda retorted. And you? Gao Peng was at a loss for words. Regret washed over him. He should never have been so presumptuous to covet Jiang Shiqi, thus inviting his own demise. Enough of this dog-eat-dog nonsense. I ask you both, you shall all perish today, Yi Chen declared. What? You intend to kill us all? Why? You cannot do this. If you slay us, we will report you to the authorities. The Empress has decreed that martial artists must not harm civilians, Lu Winda exclaimed. Utterly taken aback. As he finished speaking, he incited Yi Chen's wrath, who seized Lu Winda by the throat. Did you just threaten me with the Empress Ji Ilan? His voice was as chilling as the winds of the underworld, instilling fear. And no, my lord, it is a misunderstanding, Lu Winda gasped, struggling for breath. A misunderstanding? Is that so? I think not, Yi Chen replied, twisting Lu Winda's neck with a swift motion. He then discarded the lifeless body aside. Useless. Not good. Run. Dodge. Gao Peng and his companions, witnessing the horror, turned to flee, but suddenly flames engulfed them, reducing them to ashes. No, these are their final words. At that moment, the ship's captain approached, having just received news. Lu Winda and his associates were familiar faces, having frequently caused disturbances aboard his vessel. However, they were astute enough to offer him benefits in return for his indulgence. They would even provide him with women for his amusement. Thus, he often turned a blind eye to their antics. Upon encountering Jiang Shiqi, he felt an irresistible urge. He understood that Lu Winda and his crew would not let go of Yi Chen and his companions, seeing them as easy prey. He approached, eager to partake in the allure presented by the stunning Jiang Shiqi, a beauty that would captivate any man. Lu Winda, Gao Peng, you two rascals, remember to reserve that lovely lady for me. It has been days since I last enjoyed the company of a woman, he began, but his words were abruptly halted as he noticed Yi Chen's cold gaze fixed upon him, sending a wave of fear through him. You, did Lu Winda and the others. The captain stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. They're all dead, Yi Chen declared, his voice resolute. Dead? You killed them? How could you commit such an atrocity? This is a crime that leads to imprisonment, the captain exclaimed, his voice trembling. Me? Imprisonment? Surely. You jest, Yi Chen responded, his anger boiling as he processed the captain's earlier words. Do not be so arrogant. I will call the authorities. Prepare for judgment. The captain retorted defiantly. Call the authorities? You believe you still have the opportunity to do so? Furthermore, do you possess the courage to confess your misdeeds? Chen scoffed. The captain fell silent, realization dawning upon him. Chen was a martial artist. Engaging in a battle of wits with such a formidable opponent was tantamount to courting death. No, please don't kill me. I am willing to surrender all my wealth. You desire spirit stones, do you not? I will give you my spirit stones as well as my money, he pleaded, quickly capitulating. Money? Spirit stones? Mere trifles, Chen replied dismissively. You were just coveting my disciple. Do you truly think I would spare you? Depart this world, and in your next life, strive to be a better person. He shook his head, and with a flicker of his divine sense, summoned a strand of heavenly fire, reducing the captain to ashes. Once the troublesome individuals were eliminated, Chen reclined once more, preparing to allocate his points. At that moment, he possessed nearly 10 million attribute points, yet he refrained from augmenting his physical form or soul. Instead, he retrieved the Xianyang lantern, an artifact obtained from slaying Qin Hong. After recognizing it as his own, he utilized his divine sense to refine it. The invincible attribute allocation system not only enhanced his body, soul, martial skills, and talents, but also allowed for the augmentation of treasures, weapons, and various materials. Beep, would you like to expend 10,000 attribute points to elevate the Xianyang lantern, low-grade spiritual artifact, to the Songlei lantern, top-grade spiritual artifact? The system prompted. Yes. Chen affirmed. Success. 10,000 attribute points have been deducted. Acquisition. Exceptional spirit artifact, Songlei lantern. Huh? Has it succeeded? Chen, filled with immense joy, realized he had discovered a pathway to rapid empowerment. Onward. Artifacts are indeed a segment of one's strength. Success. 100,000 attribute points have been deducted. Acquisition. Exceptional treasure artifact. Zhu Long lantern. Success. 300,000 attribute points have been deducted. Acquisition. Exceptional semi-imperial weapon. 9-turn Zhu Long lantern. Success. 5,000,000 attribute points have been deducted. Acquisition. Supreme imperial weapon. Hung Yu Divine Furnace. Supreme imperial weapon? Hung Yu Divine Furnace? Chen was astounded. He had never anticipated transforming the low-grade spirit artifact, Xianyang lantern, into the supreme imperial weapon, Hung Yu Divine Furnace, through attribute allocation. The Hung Yu Divine Furnace is the testament of Tao for the Emperor Hung Yu. While he reveled in his astonishment, an individual entered the room. Captain, trouble has arisen. Huh? The captain? A crew member rushed in urgently. What is happening? Chen opened his eyes. Who are you? The crew member responded. Our captain is dead. I am now in charge of this ship. Inform me of the situation, Chen commanded. What? My captain is dead? You? The crew member was taken aback. Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed a terrifying aura pressing down upon him, rendering him powerless to resist. This aura could obliterate him at any moment, instilling profound fear within him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. No, please do not kill me, he stammered in terror. Plop. The crew member immediately knelt on the ground. Calm down. I never said I would kill you. Now, tell me, what is truly happening? Chen said. Yes. It is like this. My lord, we have encountered trouble. A storm is brewing outside. There's also a whirlpool, the crew member explained. What? A whirlpool? A storm? Impossible. At this season, where could such a storm arise? Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. My lord, it is true. You should go outside and take a look. I believe there is something peculiar about this storm. It seems to harbor something within it, the crew member insisted. Something? Upon hearing this, Chen released his spiritual consciousness. Subsequently, within his soul's vision, he spotted a tornado approaching them across the river surface. Chapter 76, A New Talent. Water Manipulation Tornado? What on earth? Is there really a storm? What is happening? Upon witnessing the scene, Chen could not help but curse. The storm approached with tremendous ferocity, summoning towering waves and numerous water columns that shot into the sky. Any object that collided with these water columns was instantly reduced to nothingness, turning to ash. Such a celestial phenomenon was extraordinarily terrifying. The sheer force of its violent rending would obliterate even an adept of the 8th tier. After a moment of observation, he retracted his spiritual energy. All right, I understand the storm situation. Take me to the control room immediately, Yi Chen commanded. Yes. The crew member completely submitted to Yi Chen's overwhelming power. He closed the door behind him and proceeded to the control room. Ma Lu, who is he? Why did you bring him in? The control room supervisor, Feng Gang, questioned loudly upon seeing the situation. Supervisor Feng, our ship is now under the command of this esteemed individual. He has killed the boss, replied crew member Ma Lu. What? Feng Gang exclaimed, his anger ignited. He retrieved the gun from his waist and aimed it at Yi Chen. You little brat, you killed our boss. I will kill you. Kill me? Do you even have the right? Yi Chen scoffed. Not to mention his peak 8th tier combat prowess. His body was that of a zombie. Even the lowest tier zombies could withstand bullet damage. Now he had become a blood corpse. Those bullets would not harm him in the slightest. From this moment on, this ship belongs to me. You all must obey my orders, or I shall end your lives, he threatened loudly. Kill me? Dream on. Kid, I have a gun. Be sensible, or else. Before Feng Gang could finish his threat, his hand spontaneously ignited. It hurts. My hand. Soon, his right hand was no more, and the gun fell to the ground. You are a martial artist? He stammered, clutching his severed hand in disbelief. Feng Gang, I warned you earlier. Defy me, and you shall die, Yi Chen replied coldly. He regarded Feng Gang with disdain. Eliminating him would be a mere formality. No, please don't kill me, Feng Gang's plea was cut short as flames engulfed his body. He had witnessed the terror of martial artists firsthand. Facing someone like Yi Chen, he was utterly terrified. However, it was too late for him. Yi Chen would show him no mercy. After Feng Gang had pointed a gun at him, his fate was sealed. In no time, Feng Gang was reduced to ashes. Is there anyone else who dares to defy me? Yi Chen inwarded. No one. After eliminating Feng Gang, the crew in the control room instinctively bowed their heads, submitting to the inevitable. After all, no one is immune to the fear of death. If you wish to survive, you will heed my command. This storm is formidable, Yi Chen declared. Indeed, all present surrendered to him. Who among you is the first mate? Yi Chen inwarded. I'm the first mate. My name is Ruan Dafu. A trembling man of 36 stammered. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of captain, Yi Chen proclaimed. Captain? Me? Ruan Dafu was utterly taken aback. Yes, you shall be the captain. Everything that belonged to the former captain is now yours, including his wealth and women, Yi Chen stated. What? Everything from the boss is now mine? Is this true, sir? Ruan Dafu questioned incredulously. Indeed, it is true. I do not deceive you. Should anyone oppose this, I shall eliminate them, Yi Chen asserted with undeniable authority. He meant every word. Thank you, sir. Ruan Dafu's face lit up with joy. Their former boss had amassed considerable ill-gotten gains over the years, particularly enjoying the company of several beautiful women, whose alluring figures had long been the envy of his subordinates. Now, becoming the new captain, he would inherit everything from his predecessor, filling him with exhilaration. From now on, you shall address me as sir. My surname is Yi Chen announced as he stepped onto the deck. Is it a demon beast? Standing on the deck, he squinted his eyes. A 7th-tier demon beast has come to stir trouble, seeking my demise. His spiritual sense pierced through the heart of the storm, revealing that a powerful demon, a king of the 7th-tier demon race, was orchestrating the tempest. Kill! In an instant, he flickered and appeared before the formidable 7th-tier demon. Its zombie-like form radiated terror. At the storm's center, the demon's humanoid visage combined with its monstrous body was indeed fearsome. Human, today this demon king shall finally feast, it cackled. Humans are delectable. This great demon was a transformed base, self-styled as the sea-covering demon king. This title carried weight. Previously, it was merely a base in the Tianlan River. But with the onset of calamity, it fortuitously consumed a water plant, awakening its intelligence and unlocking a portion of its demon lineage, ultimately rising to become a king of the 7th-tier demon race in just 10 years. Normally, it refrained from recklessness, merely causing minor disturbances. Today, however, it was seized by impulse, abandoning its previous caution to attack this passenger ship, hoping for a sumptuous meal. Is that so? But can your fangs even pierce? Yi Chen's voice suddenly resonated before the great demon, a master of the 8th-tier dragon transformation realm, capable of momentarily soaring through the air using true energy. Who? Who dares to show themselves? The fish demon, who had arrogantly proclaimed himself the Sea Demon King, immediately began searching for Yi Chen's figure, displaying an overwhelming sense of trepidation. After all, he had just encountered a human. However, he was exceedingly dull, failing to notice the presence of Zhang hovering above him. Observing this, Yi Chen felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, and thus called out, "Look over here. I am right here, above you." Upon hearing his words, the fish demon finally regarded him, yet his expression was one of profound astonishment. "Why you are?" he stammered, panic evident in his voice. "I ask you, did you conjure this storm?" Yi Chen inwitted. "Why, yes, it was I. I have awakened a portion of the bloodline of the great demon Xiang Lu, allowing me to summon winds and rain," the fish demon hastily explained. "The bloodline of the great demon Xiang Lu, summoning winds and rain?" Yi Chen muset, sudendi indictinit. The great demon Xiang Lu was indeed a formidable entity of the waters, and his powers were intrinsically linked to it. "Are you here to kill me?" the fish demon quavered. "Yes." Yi Chen affirmed. Without allowing the demon to utter another word, he surged towards the fish demon, unleashing his lethal prowess. With a single command, "Kill!" he closed the distance, his hands brutally piercing through the demon's formidable body, tearing it asunder. "No!" the fish demon lamented bitterly as he succumbed to his fate. Regret flooded through him. He wished he had never ventured forth to stir trouble, for the outside world was far too terrifying. A notification chimed in. Ding. You have slain a 7th-tier demon beast, triggering plunder. Acquired. Talent. Water manipulation. Huh. Yi Chen was momentarily speechless, astonished by the unexpected reward. Water manipulation? A talent. This talent was astonishingly powerful. He promptly began to refine this newfound ability. Water manipulation, a talent to control water currently at level 1, can be upgraded, requiring 300 attribute points for the next upgrade. He cackled with delight, feeling as though he had struck gold. With a heart full of joy, he departed the scene. The storm that had raged moments earlier began to dissipate, losing its potency with the demise of the fish demon. In an instant, he found himself back on the passenger ship. "My lord," several crew members approached, hastily bowing before Yi Chen. "Your might is truly commendable." They flattered him. "Enough of the pleasantries. Go back to your duties," he commanded. Chapter 77. The Mysterious Appearance of Sword God Island Master. How long have I slept? I feel so comfortable. As the night enveloped the world beneath the blood moon, Jiang Shiqi sluggishly awakened from her deep slumber, casting aside her previous weariness and feeling remarkably invigorated. It has been 8 hours. Yi Chen also roused from his meditation. "Master, are you not tired?" Jiang Shiqi inquired. "Tired? No. Have you forgotten? I am a zombie. I do not experience fatigue," Yi Chen elucidated. "Master, I will certainly find a way to transform you into a human." "Boo-hoo!" Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Chen. "All right, I shall await your method," Yi Chen replied, a hint of contentment evident in his voice. "Master, our Jiang family treasury possesses numerous precious herbs. I will assist you," Jiang Shiqi assured, clenching her delicate fists in determination. "A good," Yi Chen declared cheerfully. At that moment, Ma Lu entered, his demeanor urgent. "My lord, we have discovered an island ahead. A rather peculiar one that does not appear on the previous maps." "What?" Yi Chen responded, astonished. "Master, shall we take a look? Could it possibly be a secret realm of sorts?" Jiang Shiqi suggested, her excitement palpable. "Uncertain. Let us investigate further," Yi Chen replied. They made their way to the deck. True to Ma Lu's words, a mysterious island emerged in the northwest, shrouded in white mist, rendering it difficult for them to discern its true nature. "Master, do you think it could be the immortal island mentioned in novels?" Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Let's go and see," she proposed eagerly. The sudden appearance of this island is too strange. I am apprehensive," Yi Chen expressed, hesitating to agree with Jiang Shiqi. Where there is peculiarity, there must be something amiss. This island's sudden emergence raises my suspicions. We must not act recklessly without understanding the situation, he cautioned. Master, what is there to fear? It could be an unclaimed treasure or an astonishing inheritance. Let us explore, Jiang Shiqi urged, playfully tugging at Yi Chen's arm. Me? Yi Chen remained indecisive. At that moment, a cacophony of terrifying battle cries erupted from the island. Beast, seeking death, great dragon control technique. Boom, boom, boom. A familiar rodicov, unmistakably belonging to Ling Jingtian. It is Ling Jingtian who has forced him into such a state, Yi Chen remarked, utterly taken aback. Though Ling Jingtian's cultivation did not match that of a master like Xian Shuzi, he was indeed a bona fide quasi-emperor. Anyone capable of attaining such a rank was far from ordinary. Now, the sounds of Ling Jingtian's enraged roars from the island indicated that he was in a dire predicament. Master, is there something on that island? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Indeed, it appears that this island holds peculiarities. We must tread carefully to avoid unforeseen dangers. Yi Chen responded with remarkable rationality. Very well, Jiang Shiqi conceded, for even the esteemed emperor had met a dire fate. Venturing onto the island would be akin to courting death. A thunderous roar echoed once more. Soon after, amidst the tumultuous island, the air shimmered with sword energy, revealing the beleaguered figure of Ling Jingtian, who emerged in a state of utter disarray. Vile creature, I shall avenge my severed arm. This grudge cannot be overlooked, Ling Jingtian lamented. His condition tragically dire, his left arm was lost. A chilling, beastly roar responded, reverberating through the air. This fearsome sound stirred the previously placid river, conjuring formidable waves. Fortunately, the vessel of Yi Chen and his companions proved resilient enough to withstand the onslaught. Damn it! What was that just now? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Help! Help! A cry for assistance pierced through the chaos. It was Ma Lu, who had fallen into the water amidst the swirling waves. Yi Chen swiftly raised his hand, channeling his inner energy to rescue Ma Lu from the depths. Go to the cabin, he commanded coldly. Yes, yes, Ma Lu replied, hastening into the cabin, visibly shaken by the earlier events. At that moment, a system alert sounded. Ding! Detection of Sword God Island complete. Temporary mission triggered. Please ascend Sword God Island. Observe the boundless sword wall and comprehend the essence of the sword. Mission reward: 206 Sword Emperor bones. Huh? What? Sword Emperor bones? 206? The opulence of this reward stirred Yi Chen's intrigue. Sword Emperor bones, a supreme foundation for mastering the sword, second only to the celestial bones. 206 bones could replace all his mortal bones, thereby enhancing his aptitude for sword cultivation. Perhaps the boundless sword wall harbored further opportunities. The objective he had once intended to evade now compelled him to remain. This mission, issued by the system, promised such bountiful rewards. He should indeed venture forth to seek the boundless sword wall and acquire the sword inheritance of Sword God Island. Master, let's also retreat to the cabin, Jiang Shiqi suggested. The sight of Ling Jingtian's plight had extinguished her fervor. Even those of high rank met with bloodshed here, and the island was likely fraught with peril. She wondered what force had so grievously injured Ling Jingtian, severing his arm. Shaoqi, you go ahead. I have matters to attend to, Yi Chen stated. Master, what is it that occupies your thoughts? Jiang Shiqi asked, yet as her gaze fell upon Sword God Island, disbelief colored her expression. Master, you intend to go to that island? Indeed, I shall explore Sword God Island. It holds the opportunities one seek. Yi Chen did not conceal anything. He even revealed the name of the island to Jiang Shiqi. Sword God Island, a fortuitous opportunity. Master, perhaps it would be wise to avoid this peril. It is far too dangerous, Jiang Shiqi remarked, her concern for Yi Chen evident. Shiqi, remain here and remember, do not wander off, Yi Chen instructed. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he hesitated. He was torn between the decision to bring Jiang Shiqi along to Sword God Island, a place fraught with danger, while the Tianlan River did not guarantee safety either. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Shiqi, Would you care to accompany me on this adventure to Sword God Island? Ah, Master, you wish to take me with you? Jiang Shiqi expressed her surprise, not believing that Yi Chun intended to use her as a shield. Indeed, I fear that if I leave you behind, you may encounter peril without anyone to assist you. By my side, I can ensure your safety, Yi Chun explained. Master, Jiang Shiqi shook her head. I would rather not go. My abilities are too weak. I fear I would be a burden to you. She understood her own limitations and did not wish to become a hindrance to Yi Chun. Shao Qi, you are not a burden. I have made up my mind. I will take you with me, Yi Chun asserted. He remained unconvinced that leaving Jiang Shiqi on the boat was safe, as he harbored doubts about the people aboard. Master, Jiang Shiqi's eyes glistened with tears upon hearing his words, deeply touched by his sentiment. Suddenly, the distant Sword God Island erupted with thunder and lightning. An ominous atmosphere enveloping the surroundings, as though some forbidden force had provoked the wrath of heaven and earth. Master, what is happening? Jiang Shiqi asked, her countenance pale. Uncertain. What is this? Yi Chun replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, he wrapped his arm around Jiang Shiqi's waist and boldly soared towards the ominous island. Fortune favors the bold. The 206 pieces of Immortal Emperor bones were his to claim. With the agility of a swallow, Yi Chun, a peak 8th-tier expert, possessed a fleeting ability to traverse the skies. This brief moment was just enough to carry Jiang Shiqi into Sword God Island. The closer they approached the island, the more they could sense its ancient aura and the palpable atmosphere of impending doom. He summoned the Hengyu Divine Furnace, an unparalleled imperial weapon, for reassurance in such a dire moment. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved the air, hurtling towards them. Master, be careful, Jiang Shiqi warned. Chapter 78. Fragment of the 9 Swords of Xiantian, cursed be it. Upon witnessing the impending danger, Yi Chun swiftly evaded. Yet, that bolt of lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. No! Jiang Shiqi cried out in despair. In that critical moment, Yi Chun activated the Hengyu Divine Furnace, channeling his vital energy into it. Instantly, the furnace unleashed a surge of imperial power, obliterating the approaching lightning into mere ashes. However, the residual force splashed onto Yi Chun, searing his blood-soaked body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, reminiscent of the electric shock he had experienced before the apocalyptic event. Breaking through, he surged into the protective barriers of Sword God Island. Buzz! His form appeared to traverse an invisible ripple, and as he entered, he was enveloped by a completely unfamiliar realm, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, an ethereal aura swirling around. What is this? Such abundant spiritual energy, Jiang Shiqi remarked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering Sword God Island. The location of the Infinite Sword Wall has been marked. Please proceed promptly to comprehend the sword intent for abundant rewards. A system notification echoed in his mind, revealing a navigational map with a red arrow indicating the location of the Infinite Sword Wall. All he needed to do was follow the marked path to find it. Impressive. Together, he and Jiang Shiqi advanced towards the direction of the Infinite Sword Wall. Master, what are we here to do? Jiang Shiqi inquired. To seek opportunities. Yi Chun replied succinctly. The system was his greatest trump card, one he would not divulge to anyone. Opportunities? Oh, are we digging for spiritual herbs? Or perhaps spiritual stones? Jiang Shiqi asked innocently. Not just yet. Let us first locate the Infinite Sword Wall. That is the greatest opportunity on Sword God Island. Onward. Yi Chun wasted no time, urging Jiang Shiqi to follow him as they pressed ahead. Sword God Island, with its towering mountains and dense forests, emanated an aura of peril at every turn. Despite possessing peak 8th-tier combat prowess, Yi Chun remained vigilant, exercising utmost caution. Ding! Detection indicates the host has entered an ancient sacred ground, where the spiritual energy is extraordinarily rich, 100 times more potent than the outside world. Practicing here yields 100-fold effect compared to the external realm. Another notification chimed. An ancient sacred ground? Sword God Island is a sanctum? Indeed, the Infinite Sword Wall, the sword intent, and the unknown beasts guarding Sword God Island all suggested that this was an exceedingly dangerous place. However, Chen had no time to practice. He resolved first to find the infinite sword wall. Only after comprehending the sword intent within would he consider the possibility of training on Sword God Island. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, many others had also found their way to Sword God Island through various means. Clearly, Sword God Island was not a secret, but a vital place for trials. Young Master, with Sword God Island now manifest, the Master wishes for you to proceed to the infinite sword wall, the place to comprehend the sword intent. The Sword God Island was once a pinnacle of ancient power, eventually annihilated by the forces of darkness during a chaotic era, leaving only the Sword God Island behind. The infinite sword wall is a legacy bequeathed by the island's inaugural ancestor, said to contain a sword scripture. Not far from Chen and his companions, an elderly man and a young boy appeared. The sword scripture? Is it truly so, Grandpa Lu? The youth, despite his tender years, exuded an aura of formidable strength, clearly at the pinnacle of the transformation dragon realm. Indeed, replied the elder, according to the estimations of our ancestors from the Beigong clan, that scripture is the fragment of the 9 swords of Xiantian, practiced by the founding ancestor of Sword God Island. The 9 swords of Xiantian embodies the supreme sword technique of the ancient Xiantian palace. If the young master can acquire it, even mastering just a few moves would enable him to surpass most of the contemporary prodigies. Let us depart, he continued. This venerable Grandpa Lu is a servant of the Beigong family, his full name being Lu Laoshuan. Although his name bears resemblance to that of a humble farmer from the village, the old man possesses exceedingly terrifying strength. Very well, Grandpa Lu, please lead the way, responded the youth, known as Beigong Chen, the 7th young master of the Beigong family, born with a sword physique and regarded as a key talent for cultivation. Yes, affirmed Lu Laoshuan. Grandpa Lu, would you share tales of Sword God Island? Inquired Beigong Chen. Certainly, young master. Sword God Island is a secret realm of legacy that manifests precisely in the 10th year following the onset of every great upheaval. The island abounds with opportunities, cultivation methods, manuals, treasures, and even imperial weapons. Each emergence brings forth countless prodigies for our human race. The last individual to enter Sword God Island was the Taoist prodigy, Dao Wuyo, who comprehended the 8th grade sword intent within the infinite sword wall, overpowering all rivals and cementing his status as an undefeated legend. As Lu Laoshuan recounted these tales, his eyes sparkled with longing and nostalgia. Dao Wuyo, 17, halt. There is danger. Yi Chun suddenly grasped Jiang Shiqi's hand. His vigilance heightened as he surveyed their surroundings after approximately half an hour of walking. His spiritual sense had just detected imminent peril nearby. What? Danger? Master, what is it? Jiang Shiqi exclaimed anxiously, glancing around. Wolves. A pack of forest wolves. Leading them is a forest wolf king at the early 7th tier. They lie in ambush within the dense thicket ahead, waiting for us to draw near, Yi Chen whispered. What? The forest wolf king? 7th tier? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqi immediately relaxed. 7th tier? Nonsense. It is nothing of concern. My master can easily suppress it. Just then, the hidden forest wolves, having overheard Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi's conversation, revealed themselves from the shadows. The forest wolves, a breed of the wolf clan, are known for their pack mentality and ruthless nature. Humans, surrender at once. I shall grant you a swift end, otherwise beware. A formidable wolf king has emerged. This creature possesses the uncanny ability to articulate human speech. Can it truly speak? A 7th tier wolf king? No wonder it is adept at setting ambushes. Yet, are you truly worthy of my submission? You are oblivious to your impending doom. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chun could not help but smirk. You humans are exceedingly arrogant. The wolf king seethed, its blood-red eyes fixating upon Yi Chun with unrestrained fury. Arrogance? Perhaps, but that stems from my formidable prowess, Yi Chun retorted. He genuinely regarded these wolf pups with disdain. This wolf king was incredibly feeble. He could dispatch it with a mere gesture. Those who have provoked our forest wolves, be they from the demon clan or the human race, have met their demise at our jaws, the wolf king howled. Master, it is calling for reinforcements, Jiang Shiqi remarked. Fear not. Let it summon its kin. Today, I shall eradicate every last one of these wolves, Yi Chen declared vehemently, his tone dripping with contempt. The forest wolves, akin to hyenas, are deranged creatures among the beastly ranks. Once they fixate on a target, even the mightiest of lions or tigers become their prey, as they dare to sink their teeth into anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You shall come to regret this. For I shall rend you asunder and scatter your remains to the winds, the Wolf King snarled. As time passed, the number of forest wolves in the dense thicket swelled, now numbering at least 1,000. With a sudden rush, these forest wolves drew closer, their eyes glinting with a ravenous hunger. They regarded Yi Chen as their quarry, yearning to devour him and Jiang Shiqi. Have your pups arrived? Yi Chen inquired. What did you say? Pups? You seek death, human, the Wolf King roared in rage. It abhorred being referred to as a pup, fully aware of the blatant insult it entailed. Children attack. Chapter 79. The Duan family of Nanlong Prefecture howl. Howl! Howl! Thousands of forest wolves recklessly lunged toward Yi Chen. Food. Delicious. Devour. These beasts had gone mad. Jiang Shiqi remained unruffled. She felt no fear whatsoever. These forest wolves were utterly weak, unworthy even to scratch her master. Ignorant creatures, seeking their own demise. Observing this, Yi Chen raised his hand to summon the burning void sword. His blade craved blood. Only the essence of living beings could gradually restore its formidable power. Go forth. Slay to your heart's content. Yi Chen projlemet. The burning void sword shot forth, seemingly imbued with consciousness, transforming into a radiant arc as it swept through the throng of forest wolves. A cacophony of sounds erupted, and soon, it became evident that the wolves had been pierced through by the sword's luminous edge. Thousands of forest wolves fell to the ground like snowflakes. Subsequently, their bodies vanished. Gulp! The Wolf King, witnessing this, gasped in horror. He thought to himself, this is the end. I've kicked the iron plate today. Flee! Being a cunning creature, he sensed the peril and promptly turned to escape, his forelegs moving with remarkable speed, lamenting the inadequacy of his lineage that had granted him but two. Mother, I am so frightened. Tap, tap, tap. Huh, this clever beast. Yi Chen was taken aback. Wasn't he had said that forest wolves were reckless and unafraid of death? Why was this Wolf King so cowardly, fleeing without a fight? Master, this Wolf King is quite the coward. Isn't he? Jiang Shiqi couldn't help but express her disdain. He wishes to escape? In his dreams. Even if I were to spare him, the burning void sword would not consent. He is doomed. Yi Chen shook his head. The burning void sword was a demonic blade, insatiably greedy and bloodthirsty. Having encountered a 7th-tier Wolf King, how could it possibly let him go? As soon as he finished speaking, the burning void sword, having dispatched the remaining stragglers, finally returned, locking onto the Wolf King and shooting towards him at blinding speed. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword reappeared, piercing the Wolf King through. My life is over. These were the Wolf King's final words. At that moment, he regretted ever provoking Yi Chen. Alas, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Ding! You have slain 288 forest wolves, earning a total of 282,885 attribute points. Whoosh! As the burning void sword returned, Yi Chen received a system notification. Following a massacre, he accrued nearly 300,000 attribute points. A small fortune indeed. Master, what was that just now? So swift. Jiang Shiqi inquired. Enough. You flatterer. Yi Chen retorted, albeit he summoned the burning void sword. Master, is this your sword? As Jiang Shiqi reached out to touch the sword's blade, Yi Chen swiftly intervened. Shiqi, do not act recklessly. This sword is exceedingly fierce. It is a demonic weapon, imbued with malevolence. Be cautious, lest it harm you, Yi Chen cautioned. What? A demonic sword? Master, this sword is simply magnificent, Jiang Shiqi exclaimed. If you fancy it, I shall present you with an even more formidable one in due time. Yi Chen replied with undeniable affection. He found himself increasingly fond of Jiang Shiqi. This girl possessed a deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. He was resolute in his decision to take her as his disciple. Really? Master, thank you. You are the best master in the world. Jiang Shiqi responded, brimming with excitement. Enough now. Let's continue. We shall seek the infinite sword wall, and you may also attempt to sense something there. It is a place for comprehending sword intent, Chen instructed. After the judgment in Su City, Jiang Shiqi became the second person, aside from Shangwan Xiener, whom he trusted. He sheathed the burning silence sword, and the two continued onward. After traversing several dozen miles, they arrived at a valley. Master, there's a scent of blood, Jiang Shiqi remarked, her keen sense of smell alerting her. Indeed, I have noticed it as well, Chen replied, lacking the sense of smell, but possessing an extraordinary spiritual power. He perceived signs of struggle at the valley's entrance, with bloodstains scattered on the ground. Let's proceed. The pair hastened forward for a few more minutes until they stumbled upon a massive beast lying lifeless on the ground. This azure-eyed bull has just perished. Its blood has yet to congeal. It was slain by someone who crushed its innards with a fist. Chen observed closely, narrowing his eyes. Just died? Crushed by a fist? He realized that there were others on Sword God Island, not merely himself. A trial? An examination? Chen grew increasingly cautious. Master, what is the strength of this creature? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Early stage of the 8th rank. However, the combat prowess of a beast is several times greater than that of a human of the same rank. This creature's fighting capability is comparable to that of a mid-stage 8th rank. The one capable of slaying it with a single punch must be at least late stage of the 8th rank. We must proceed with caution. There may be other trial takers on Sword God Island, Chen warned. What? There are others? Master, what shall we do? Jiang Shiqi hesitated, concern etched on her face for Chen's safety. Fear not, for I am here, Chen reassured her. He was no weakling. Not only did he possess a system, but he also wielded a supreme imperial weapon like the Hengyu Divine Furnace. At the very least, he had the means to protect himself on Sword God Island. A thunderous sound echoed nearby. There are more beasts in this vicinity. Let's investigate, Chen said, swiftly wrapping his arm around Jiang Shiqi's slender waist and dashing towards the source of the noise with remarkable speed. Tap, tap, tap. After a lengthy pursuit, he finally arrived at the source of the sound and discovered the entity responsible for the noise. Yet another formidable 8th-tier beast? The Unicorn Lion Thunder Beast, a rather troublesome adversary. But who was the individual engaged in combat with it? Chen's gaze fell upon an enormous 200-meter-long unicorn beast locked in a fierce struggle with a masked man. The beast bore numerous wounds, from which blood flowed incessantly. Master, I recognize the sword wielded by the masked man. It is the Fire Lin sword. Oh, I see now. This masked man is Duan Hong, the son of Duan Lang, the first segment of the Southern Lin sword. The Fire Lin sword is a treasured heirloom of the Duan family. Presently, the one possessing this sword is indeed Duan Hong. Jiang Shiqi, a gem of the Jiang family, was well versed in many legends of the martial world. In Southern Lan Prefecture, the Duan family is an ancient martial lineage, wielding immense power and reigning as the overlord of the region, covertly controlling all aspects of Southern Lan's political, economic, and cultural landscape. Even the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom is at a loss against them. The Fire Lin sword? Duan Hong, at the pinnacle of the 8th tier? Yet another top-tier prodigy. Chen, upon hearing this, felt his horizons expand. He had awakened his martial prowess only after the apocalypse, recently stepping into the martial realm, and his understanding of it was limited to the knowledge he had gathered over the past decade, which paled in comparison to Jiang Shiqi's. She, as the princess of the prestigious Jiang family, was intimately acquainted with these renowned powers. In contrast, Qin Yudong appeared as a mere wastrel among them. Master, Duan Hong is likely accompanied by a protector. You must proceed with caution, Jiang Shiqi cautioned. A protector? Chen could hardly conceal his envy upon hearing this. Anyone referred to as a protector was an elite presence, at the very least at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Chapter 80. Duan Wuda truly lacks virtue, the wicked beast. After several rounds of fierce combat, Duan Hong wielded the flame sword, unleashing a brilliant surge of fiery sword energy that severed one of the front legs of the Unicorn Lion Thunder Beast. Roar! The Unicorn Lion Thunder Beast, injured and in excruciating pain, began to roar in a frenzy. Rather than weakening from its wounds, it experienced a surge in power, approaching the threshold of quasi-emperor status. Its combat strength becoming terrifyingly formidable. Young master, be cautious. Retreat quickly. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, and a treasure hurtled toward the unicorn lion thunder beast. This individual was none other than Duan Hong's protector. Do not harm my young master. A sharp cry echoed as the treasure erupted with azure light, enveloping Duan Hong in a protective barrier, shielding him from harm. Crack! Although the azure light dissipated the unicorn lion thunder beast's assault, it only managed to withstand a single strike. The frenzied beast, having experienced a significant increase in power, shattered the protective barrier with a single blow. This creature's strength is formidable. The figure in the shadows finally revealed itself, a white-haired elder clad in azure robes. He was Duan Wuda, the most unscrupulous member of the Duan family. Jiang Shiqi recognized this elder immediately. Duan Wuda? Lacking virtue? Yi Chen remarked, taken aback, pondering who would bear such a name. Humans, damned creatures. The unicorn lion thunder beast roared, its voice echoing like a dragon, instilling terror. Boom! The power of a quasi-emperor level beast could shake the heavens. As it swept its tail, the force unleashed felled towering trees, causing them to crash to the ground. Master, this creature is at least more formidable than Ling Jingtian, Jiang Shiqi stated. The beast possessed the power of its bloodline. This unicorn lion thunder beast had awakened the bloodline of its ancestors. Although only in the preliminary stages of awakening, it wielded immense strength. Had it not lost a foot, its terror would have increased exponentially. The other races are endowed with unique bloodline powers, a comparison that humanity cannot match. Yi Chen sighed softly. The human race relies on innate abilities, such as his SSS-level talent, the Battle God body, which allows him to contend with other races. Indeed, each time a great calamity arises, these alien races invade our ancestral land, slaughtering our kind for their amusement. Each massacre results in countless losses for humanity. Their malevolence is unbearable. When will we completely eradicate these alien beings? Jiang Shiqi lamented. Killing the alien races is no trivial matter. One cannot rush such affairs. Yi Chen repeated, You vile creature, do you think you can harm my young master? At this moment, the unscrupulous Duan Wuda finally arrived at Duan Hong's side, emanating a terrifying aura. An ancient and formidable power, akin to that of a quasi-emperor, erupted instantaneously. Indeed, was Duan Wuda a quasi-emperor? Judging by his aura, he was at least at the late stage of that level. He had concealed his strength exceptionally well. Jiang Shiqi, witnessing this, was filled with astonishment. Quasi-emperors vari in strength. Previously, Xian Shuzi was a peak figure among them, the foremost beneath the great emperors, capable of contending against ordinary emperors with ease. Jiang Shiqi, a gem of the Jiang family, had some knowledge of the ancient Yinyang sect, an extraordinarily potent and ancient force. Historical texts recorded its illustrious past, during which it once suppressed several epochs. However, over time, it gradually declined amidst countless calamities, for even divine beings cannot withstand the ravages of time. Time is a relentless blade, aging all it touches. Yi Chen had not anticipated that this unscrupulous elder was at the late stage of quasi-emperor cultivation. He realized he was yet another ancient monster who had lived for an unknown duration. After all, the apocalypse had only arrived a mere decade ago. Achieving the status of a quasi-emperor in just 10 years was impossible. Perhaps some prodigies possess great fortunes that allow for rapid advancement. Yet even the most gifted could only reach the pinnacle of the transformation realm within that time frame. To ascend to quasi-emperor was akin to a futile dream. The chasm between the transformation realm and quasi-emperor status is vast, not to be bridged in a day. Boom! Boom! The unicorn lion thunder beast roared violently, unleashing a barrage of punches towards Duan Wuda. Each strike contained immense power. Crack! A punch missed, and a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds was instantly reduced to dust, debris scattering in all directions. You seek death. Duan Wuda retaliated. With a wave of his hand, his right fist, enveloped in terrifying energy, struck down upon the unicorn lion thunder beast. This punch was immensely fearsome. Boom! The two forces collided, and the unicorn lion thunder beast was sent flying. Its massive body, akin to a small mountain, drifted away like leaves in the autumn breeze. In the blink of an eye, the beast's chest was pierced, and it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Me? Damn it. No. The beast, having just grasped the threshold of quasi-emperor status, was engulfed in frustration, unable to accept such a reality. Why? It silently screamed. Crack! At that moment, Duan Hong raised the fire unicorn sword in his hand and severed the beast. Thank goodness for you, Wuda. Duan Hong had genuinely been frightened moments ago. He had miscalculated. He initially believed he could handle a peak 8th-tier beast, but unexpectedly, it had forcibly broken through to quasi-emperor in the heat of battle, nearly costing him his life. Well, it's just a minor issue. Everyone must face such challenges. However, your performance was rather inadequate. Although this monstrous beast has forcibly ascended to the quasi-emperor level, its strength is not insurmountable. You have just suffered a defeat without a fight. This is a grave error. I previously cautioned you to remain calm in the face of adversity, yet you heeded none of my words. From now on, you must take heed. Duan Wuda remarked. Very well, esteemed ancestor, I understand, Duan Hong replied, humbly accepting Duan Wuda's admonition. He recognized that he had indeed erred. Do you truly comprehend? Duan Wuda inquired. As for me, ancestor, I grasp the principle. However, I require some time to fully digest it. Duan Hong responded earnestly. Enough. Some lessons can only be learned through hardship. I believe today's events will impart valuable wisdom upon you. The admonitions of elders pale in comparison to the harsh lessons life has to offer, Duan Wuda stated, choosing not to probe further. Ancestor, surely you do not mean that? I feel quite ashamed, Duan Hong said, sheathing the fire sword. Meanwhile, Duan Wuda stored the beast into his storage pouch. This creature, so close to the 9th tier, is a treasure trove. Returning with it would yield considerable profits. Who goes there? Show yourself. Just as he secured the corpse of a unicorn lion thunder beast, he noticed Yi Chen and Jiang Shiqi not far away. Immediately, he launched a fierce assault towards them. Buzz! A fist pierced through the void, descending mercilessly. This was a lethal strike. This is bad. Master, we have been discovered. What should we do? Jiang Shiqi exclaimed anxiously. She wished to flee but found herself unable to move. Duan Wuda's quasi-emperor power had locked onto her, rendering her powerless to escape. Master, we are in deep trouble, she lamented. Chapter 81. The beast uprising at that moment. The void trembled, and a terrifying imperial might was unleashed, effortlessly nullifying Duan Wuda's full-force strike. Following this, a voice filled with astonishment emerged from Duan Wuda. Was that the power of an emperor? Young man, do you possess an imperial weapon? Who are you? After Yi Chen neutralized Duan Wuda's attack, Duan Wuda also ceased his actions. Tap, tap, tap. Not far away, Duan Hong approached briskly. Elder, who are they? He inquired. Uncertain. They may also be here to participate in the trials of Sword God Island, Duan Wuda replied. This elder does not slay nameless individuals. State your names. He proclaimed loudly. I am Jiang Shiqi of the Jiang family. Jiang Shiqi immediately introduced herself upon seeing the situation. What? You are the Jiang Shiqi of the Jiang family? Then who is he? Duan Hong asked, his gaze filled with admiration for Jiang Shiqi's beauty. He is the young master of the Duan family from Namlan Prefecture, with an immeasurable future ahead. Only a jewel from a top-tier force like Jiang Shiqi deserves to match him, she clarified. He is my master, Jiang Shiqi explained. What? Your master? Him? No, by what right? Duan Hong expressed his discontent, harboring boundless animosity, nay, jealousy, towards Yi Chen. Duan Hong, you are exceedingly rude. By what right do you speak of my master in such a manner? He is truly formidable. Apologize at once. Jiang Shiqi retorted angrily, irked by any disparagement of Yi Chen. Not all Jiang Shiqi, regardless of your status as the jewel of the Jiang family. How can such a person be worthy of your standing? I am far superior to him. He is unworthy to be your master, Duan Hong declared with dissatisfaction. You? How dare you? I will not allow you to speak ill of my master. Apologize immediately. Jiang Shiqi insisted, her anger palpable. Duan Hong, I believe you have been deceived by this worthless fool. He is not fit to be your master. Do not remain obstinate. He continued to argue. You infuriate me. You? Jiang Shiqi found herself at a loss against Duan Hong's relentless taunts. She was genuinely furious, yet she felt powerless, having yet to consume the Chen Emperor Ascension pill she had acquired, and thus unable to practice her cultivation. Facing Duan Hong, she could only shout helplessly, Duan Hong, you are a scoundrel. Enough. Young master, restrain yourself. The jewel of the Jiang family would never deign to look upon you. Exercise some restraint, Duan Wuda interjected. Elder, I have taken a liking to Jiang Shiqi. Upon my return, I shall ask my father to propose to the Jiang family. You must assist me in this matter. First, eliminate this so-called master of hers, Duan Hong asserted. What master? His age is not much greater than mine. I can clearly see that he covets Jiang Shiqi's beauty. How dare he? I shall not allow his ambitions to come to fruition, Duan Hong said with indignation. This? Me? Upon hearing this, Duan Wuda raised his hand and struck Duan Hong across the face. A sharp crack resounded, leaving Duan Hong utterly astonished. Elder, why? Me? He inquired. Silence. Regardless of your status as a young master of the Duan family in Namlan Prefecture, you are not some ruffian or bandit. Do you understand? It is only natural for a man to be attracted to beautiful women. Such is instinct. However, your recent conduct was utterly disgraceful and beneath you. I must teach you a lesson, Duan Wuda admonished. In truth, he felt compelled to act. Duan Hong had not realized that it was Yi Chun who had effortlessly neutralized his strike with the Emperor's weapon. Setting aside the fact that Yi Chun possessed such a formidable artifact, acquiring it would be no simple feat furthermore. Yi Chun's possession of an Emperor's weapon indicated a background of considerable significance, likely tied to a powerful force. Although the Duan family of Namlan was formidable, they were not invincible. Certain great powers were beyond their reach. Thus, he struck Duan Hong to dispel the misunderstanding between them. Miss Jiang, my young master was speaking thoughtlessly. His words do not hold weight. I hope you can forgive him. By the way, may I inquire about your esteemed master? Duan Wuda said with a conciliatory smile. My master is Xian Shuzi. Yi Chun replied with an expression devoid of emotion. What? You are a disciple of the esteemed Xian Shuzi? This? I apologize. We were indeed impolite just now. I extend my apologies to both of you, Duan Wuda said, visibly trembling with fear. He was immensely alarmed. Xian Shuzi was a taboo figure, renowned even before he had outgrown his infancy. At that time, he was a quasi-emperor of the ancient Yinyang sect. However, he was not regarded as an ordinary quasi-emperor, for he had previously slain numerous foreign emperors. His most notable achievement was single-handedly annihilating the formidable Tianyu sacred land in a battle that solidified his divine status. He single-handedly destroyed a sacred ground, vanquishing even its emperor. He was a man of the righteous path, yet his methods of slaughter were more fearsome than those of foreign races or demons, earning him the moniker Blood Bodhisattva. Elder, why must you apologize to this waste? He is nothing. What is this Xian Shuzi to me? I have never even heard of him, Duan Hong said with palpable dissatisfaction. He not only slandered Yi Chun, but also insulted Xian Shuzi. What waste? What did you just say? You wretched cur! How dare you insult Lord Xian Shuzi? You seek death. I shall break your legs. Seeing this, Duan Wuda wasted no time and struck Duan Hong, sending him crashing to the ground. He then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang! 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 His blows were not mere theatrics. They were genuine and ferocious, compelling even Duan Hong, at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, to plead for mercy. He simply could not endure any longer. Ancestor, I was wrong. Spare me. He whimpered, surrendering. Master, what is happening? Jiang Shiqi could hardly fathom the dramatic turn of events. It seems your identity as the Grand Master is indeed quite advantageous, Yi Chun remarked. Grandmaster? Master. Are you implying they fear the Grandmaster? Jiang Shiqi pondered. Indeed, the Grandmaster is immensely powerful. Should they offend us, the Grandmaster would not let them off lightly. The Duan family of Nanlan Prefecture cannot withstand the wrath of the Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqi instantly grasped the implication of Yi Chen's words. She had heard her family speak of Zhuang Suzi as a formidable figure, one whom no member of the Jiang family or its affiliated forces could dare oppose. Those who did met their demise. Yet, she had not fully comprehended the weight of this statement until now, as she witnessed Duan Wuda's evident trepidation towards Zhuang Suzi. It dawned upon her that this grandmaster she had just acknowledged could indeed be an extraordinary individual. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently. What is happening? Where is this commotion coming from? The four of them turned their gazes toward the distant mountains, where a cacophony echoed, reminiscent of an approaching army. This is bad. Yi Chen's expression shifted as he realized a horde of ferocious beasts was charging towards them. Master, what is wrong? Jiang Shiqi inquired. It's a beast riot. They are about to surge towards us. We must find a place to take cover. Yi Chen explained urgently. What? A beast riot? No way. This exclamation did not originate from Jiang Shiqi, but rather from the battered Duan Hong. Ancestor, what should we do? We must flee, he urged. There's no time. Duan Wuda replied. These beasts are approaching far too swiftly. Chapter 82. The Hidden Hand, the Demon Clan's conspiracy has arrived. As the words fell, the multitude of demonic beasts finally came into view. Wherever they passed, countless trees were shattered, and the ground trembled with a thunderous roar, raising clouds of dust. What a stroke of bad luck. We have just set foot on Sword God Island, and we are already facing a rampage of demonic beasts, Duan Hong lamented. Old ancestor, what shall we do? Are we doomed? He inquired. At this point, there is no escape. We can only fight to the death. Perhaps a glimmer of hope for survival remains. Duan Wuda replied with resignation. What? Fight to the death? This. Duan Hong's expression faltered upon hearing this. He thought to himself, with so many demonic beasts, can they truly succeed? Panic began to seep into him. Alas, Duan Wuda sighed, feeling immense disappointment. The current generation is increasingly lacking. They possess neither the indomitable spirit of a warrior nor the courage to face adversity. In our time, when confronted by invading foes, we were at an absolute disadvantage, yet did not falter. We fought back fiercely, engaging in fierce battles. But look at Duan Hong, fearful before the fight even begins. Such individuals are destined never to become top-tier warriors. When he glanced at Yi Chen, he noticed Yi Chen remained extraordinarily composed and calm, devoid of any signs of panic. In fact, there was a flicker of unyielding fighting spirit in his eyes. Upon comparing Yi Chen with Duan Hong, it became clear that Duan Hong was inconsequential, a mere waste in comparison. Yi Chen stood at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, possessing both the courage and the strength to contend against those of quasi-emperor status, while Duan Hong lacked the audacity to challenge authority. Such a person is merely a guardian of the status quo, incapable of leading the Duan family of Nanlan Prefecture towards a brighter future. Furthermore, in this time of great upheaval, if someone like Duan Hong were to seize power, the Duan family would face dire consequences. Master, they are coming. The demonic beasts are here. Wow, look at that centaur. It's massive, like a moving mountain. Hey, there's a lion engulfed in flames. Is it a raging bull? What is that? Jiang Shiqi faced the impending danger without a trace of fear, instead chattering excitedly. Then let us slay them, in the narrow paths. The brave shall prevail. Kill. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's gaze hardened, and he leaped forward with determination. Clang! His sword was drawn. In his right hand, the burning silence sword was poised, and his primordial spirit was ready to unleash celestial fire at any moment. He dared not underestimate the multitude of demonic beasts. Shiqi, stand behind me and do not move. Do you understand? Yi Chen instructed. Yes. Jiang Shiqi obediently replied. Yi Chen then steadied himself, calmly awaiting the charging beasts. He stood unflinching. As the demonic beasts charged within 100 meters, he finally unleashed his true energy, enveloping both himself and Jiang Shiqi, and raised the burning silence sword. Ready to strike. Kill. Tap. 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 At the forefront surged a colossal triangular barbarian bull, towering 100 meters in height and stretching 300 meters in length. An immense behemoth that paid no heed to Yi Chen, whom it regarded as nothing more than an insignificant insect. With a thunderous roar, it lifted its gargantuan right foot, intending to crush Yi Chen into a mere pulp. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed, wielding the burning silent sword, which he swung with formidable might. The sword unleashed a cataclysmic force, its blinding light cleaving through the air with devastating ferocity. The triangular bull was the first to bear the brunt of this onslaught, the radiant blade sweeping across its form, cleaving it mercilessly in two. The massive carcass of the bull collapsed with a resounding crash, causing chaos among the advancing beasts behind it, leading to a harrowing stampede where many creatures trampled one another in their frantic rush. Duan Hong and Duan Wuda, who were not far from Yi Chen, were left astounded by his valor. They had not anticipated such a bold maneuver from him, clearly indicative of a fierce confrontation with the beasts. Did he just slay a peak 8th-tier triangular barbarian bull with a single stroke? How is that even possible? They pondered in disbelief. Wasn't he the triangular bull as physical defense unparalleled? Duan Hong, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, forgetting to retaliate as a lightning snow leopard, also in the late 8th tier, charged towards him with claws glinting ominously, instilling dread in all who beheld it. A single strike from such a creature would surely spell doom for him. Be careful. Duan Wuda sprang into action, a quasi-emperor of 9th-tier prowess, swiftly positioning himself before Duan Hong, delivering a powerful punch that intercepted the leopard's advance. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his quasi-emperor power, a chilling aura emanating from him, marking the onset of his ice domain, a lethal realm of frost. Any creature that entered this domain would find themselves ensnared by his icy might, their movements slowed and potentially facing a merciless demise. Simultaneously, the dozen or so beasts trapped within the confines of the ice domain began to roar in desperation. Though they were 8th-tier entities, their collective force was formidable. Annihilate, Duan Wuda commanded, and with his words, the lethal power of the ice domain erupted instantaneously. In mere moments, the creatures ensnared within were engulfed by the frigid energy, gradually succumbing to the loss of life. Domain power? Damn it, a human quasi-emperor. They realized, recognizing the familiar essence of the ice attribute, reminiscent of an old adversary's handiwork. Was it the infamous Duan Wuliang? Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, several figures observed the unfolding battle. These individuals were the masterminds behind the beastly upheaval, and as their name implies, they were not of human origin. The Lord of the Demon Emperor has decreed that our mission on Sword God Island is to eliminate all the prodigies of the human race. Without these exceptional individuals, their kind is destined for annihilation. This Duan Hong is a member of the Duan family from Namlon Prefecture, rumored to have awakened an SS-level talent. He must be eradicated. The speaker, a formidable expert of the demon race and a being on the verge of becoming an emperor, is known as Daishan. He too has awakened an ancient bloodline of the demon race, making him an exceedingly troublesome adversary, rivaling even Duan Wuda. Yes, Lord Daishan, responded the other 6 experts, who are elite members of the First Hall, an assassin organization subordinate to the Demon Emperor. Their mission encompasses various operations against humanity, including, but not limited to, the extermination of their prodigies. This is a strategy designed to ensure their extinction. As long as humanity is devoid of prodigies, their demise is inevitable. This tactic is ruthlessly cunning. Enough. Next, you 6 shall proceed to eliminate that obstructive Duan Wuda. He has claimed the lives of many of our skilled demons in previous battles. Today shall serve as retribution. As for Duan Hong, I shall personally deal with him, Daishan declared. Understood. The 6 demon experts affirmed, and they stealthily approached Duan Wuda. However, they did not act recklessly. Instead, they observed the battle between the fierce beasts and Duan Wuda, intending to deplete his strength through attrition. The ice-killing domain is not invincible. After all, the manifestation of such a domain requires a considerable expenditure of energy. After consecutively slaying over a dozen ferocious beasts, even Duan Wuda began to feel the strain. He could only retract the domain's power, transforming into a glimmer of cold light as he charged towards the aquatic beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His speed was astonishing. effortlessly traversing the battlefield. With a sword in hand, named Tai He, a mid-grade spiritual weapon of unparalleled sharpness, each strike could easily pierce the vital points of the beasts. Humans seeking death, a peak 8th-tier ape lunged towards him with terrifying momentum, its lethal intent palpable. Through the back fist. Chapter 83. Sword Technique. Sword Intent of Wild Blossoms. This segment featuring Duan Wuda is indeed quite formidable. One cannot help but wonder if this ape can vanquish him. In the shadows, a member of the demon clan whispered, "This ape has awakened a certain bloodline of its kind, rendering its combat prowess not to be underestimated. Even if it cannot best Duan Wuda, it may still inflict wounds and deplete his strength. Our opportunity is approaching." With a thunderous crash, the ape brandished an iron staff and lunged forward, its weapon imbued with an overwhelming force, crashing down with tremendous might. This is bad. Duan Wuda did not anticipate the ape's ferocity. Nevertheless, as a quasi-emperor, he reacted with remarkable speed. Raising his Tai Tsung sword, he attempted to block the blow. Crack! A resounding impact echoed, followed by a terrifying wave of energy that rippled outward. Remarkably, Duan Wuda was forced back 2 steps. Indeed, 2 steps should not be taken lightly. Duan Wuda, a quasi-emperor, faced an 8th-tier peak opponent, and despite the absolute disparity in their strengths, the ape had managed to push him back. "Damn it! Have you awakened your bloodline power, you wretched beast?" he exclaimed furiously. "The human race shall perish for slaying my beastkin." The ape, undeterred by words, swung its staff once more. It unleashed a remarkably sophisticated set of staff techniques, enveloping the world in its might, rendering even quasi-emperor Duan Wuda unable to evade, forcing him to engage in a desperate struggle. Staff sweeping the world. Annihilation staff. Staff rending the heavens. 3 consecutive techniques were executed simultaneously, and even Duan Wuda found himself retreating repeatedly, struggling to withstand the onslaught, while his Tai Tsung sword sustained numerous nicks and dents. The staff wielded by the ape was no ordinary weapon. It was a quasi-emperor grade artifact. "Master, you must hold on." Meanwhile, Duan Hong trembled behind Duan Wuda, his usual bravado vanishing. He had always relied on his 8th-tier peak strength to intimidate those weaker than himself. Yet, faced with these fearsome beasts, he found himself utterly lacking the will to fight. He was paralyzed by fear. Useless. Duan Wuda, engaged in battle with the ape, felt a wave of indignation towards Duan Hong. The latter was a prodigy of the human race with an SS-level talent, also at the 8th-tier peak, capable of confronting an 8th-tier peak beast. Yet now, he sat in terror on the ground. Was it a jest to consider such a person the future of humanity? At that moment, he turned his gaze towards Yi Chen. To his astonishment, he beheld nearly 100 beast corpses lying around Yi Chen, who was growing increasingly fierce in battle, exuding an aura of invincibility. Such momentum, if it endures, would surely lead him to ascend as a sovereign in the future. "This child is truly extraordinary," he couldn't help but murmur. "Kill." As he observed Yi Chen, the latter unleashed a powerful move. "Annihilate." A single word accompanied the sword technique. Sword Intent of Wild Blossoms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The world fell silent in the wake of his devastating onslaught. The true energy within Yi Chen surged violently, mingling with the sword aura from Sword God Island, pouring into the blade. The sword aura rippled, coalescing into a lotus platform of sword energy in the void, which subsequently erupted. A resounding boom echoed as the sword intent contained within the lotus instantaneously transformed into countless petals. Driven by the terrifying force of the explosion, their momentum became even more formidable. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. The foremost beasts were instantly pierced through by these petals, meeting a swift demise. Akin to a disturbed hornet's nest, a scene of utter devastation. Kill. 1 beast, 2 beasts, 3. By the time the power of the sword lotus had been exhausted, at least 300 powerful beasts lay dead. Gulp. The previously frenzied beasts finally halted. It was not that they were unafraid of death. Rather, Yi Chen's grand move had instilled fear within them. Cease. A mighty roar resounded, and another pinnacle 8th-tier beast made its appearance. This creature was the azure-faced thunder python, a fearsome beast awakened from its ancestral bloodline. its combat prowess rivaling that of a nascent emperor among the human race. These beasts, having awakened their bloodline powers, could summon the might of their ancestors. This power was exceedingly terrifying. Each ancestor of these beasts transcended the status of an emperor, though they had long passed and faded into the annals of time. Their battle spirits continued to safeguard their lineage. This was the most fearsome aspect of every clan. As the azure-faced thunder python emerged, the previously agitated beasts gradually calmed. Old Monkey, return, it commanded. The frenzied ape ceased its onslaught, clearly recognizing the high esteem in which the azure-faced thunder python was held. Boss, the ape exclaimed, these individuals are troublesome. There is no need for us to engage them head-on. The azure-faced thunder python replied, I am one of the 10 beast monarchs of Sword God Island, known as the Poison Emperor, for I am indeed a venomous python. Boss, why not eliminate them? The ape questioned. Yuan Chi, remain composed. There is no rush, the azure-faced thunder python replied solemnly. These individuals are not simple. Engaging them in a fight may not yield any favorable outcome. It had its own calculations, but they have slain many of our companions. Niu Laoba has also perished. Yuan Chi lamented, referring to the ape's nickname. I understand, but what of it? We cannot defeat them. Even if we could, we would likely lose a significant number of our brethren. Do you believe it is worth it? The azure-faced thunder python retorted, its dissatisfaction evident. What then? Yuan Chi asked. Though reluctant, he had to concede that Yi Chen's formidable strength commanded respect. Let this battle continue. Perhaps more lives will be lost. With a resounding chime, the slaying of a peak 8th-tier beast triggered a plunder, bestowing upon me 120,000 attribute points. Another chime followed, indicating the defeat of a mid-tier 8th-tier beast, granting 92,000 attribute points. Yet another chime echoed as I vanquished a late-stage 8th-tier beast, reaping 101,000 attribute points. But wait, what is this? Why have they ceased their assault? Come now, let us continue. Just as Yi Chen was reveling in his recent triumphs and the substantial accumulation of attribute points, he was discontented to discover that the beasts had halted their attacks. Have you all turned coward? He inquired provocatively, deliberately attempting to incite the beasts into resuming their onslaught, so that he might harvest even more attribute points. Brash youth, do not be so arrogant. Your elder, Lord Chi-Chi, shall crush you, retorted Yuan Chi, his discontent palpable. He detested Yi Chen's audacious demeanor. Is that so? Do you possess such strength? You dare to claim such a right? Yi Chen scoffed, genuinely dismissing the beast's threat. He had yet to unleash many of his formidable techniques. For instance, the Heavenly Fire and the Hongyu Divine Furnace. The Hongyu Divine Furnace, a supreme imperial weapon, could be activated thrice at his current strength, rendering the slaughter of these beasts a mere trifle. You seek death, Yuan Chi exclaimed furiously, ready to strike, only to be restrained by others. Enough, Yuan Chi, do not act impulsively. He is deliberately provoking you. Do not fall for his tricks. Although the Qingmian Thunder Python was equally enraged, their pride as beasts had never been so trampled upon. Yet, in the face of Yi Chen, the harbinger of death, a flicker of fear stirred within him. Deep down, he sensed that Yi Chen's arrogance was not merely a fade, but was backed by true prowess. If you allow us to leave, I can divulge Yi Chen's secrets. He possesses an imperial weapon, stammered Duan Hong, trembling. His revelation was born of self-preservation and a desire for retribution against Yi Chen. What? An imperial weapon? Him? The Qingmian Thunder Python's eyes gleamed with avarice. Imperial weapons of the human race are unrivaled treasures. They are categorized as mundane tools, magical artifacts, spiritual tools, precious artifacts, quasi-imperial weapons, and imperial weapons. Beyond imperial weapons lies the realm of supreme imperial weapons, which are said to be akin to celestial artifacts. Young man, do you truly possess an imperial weapon? The beast continued. If so, hand it over today, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, we shall not let you escape. You may hold an imperial weapon, but we are many, and you are but one. Moreover, that young lady beside you appears quite precious to you. If you were to fall, what would become of her? Should she fall into our clutches, we would show her no mercy. Her fate would be sealed. With unabashed arrogance, the Qingyan Thunder Python threatened Yi Chen. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Chen queried, his voice steady. Indeed, the green-faced Thunder Python spoke fearlessly. He was prepared to risk everything for this imperial weapon. "What if I refuse to comply?" Chapter 84. Duan Hong's betrayal. The blue-faced Thunder Python is notoriously domineering, disliking any who dare to defy him. "Is that so? Can you truly kill me?" Yi Chen inquired. He also despised being threatened. "Kid, I can see that you possess some skills and exceptional talent. However, regrettably, you have yet to mature. We are many, and eliminating you will be as effortless as breathing," the blue-faced Thunder Python asserted with confidence. "Is that so? I beg to differ. To me, you are merely a troublesome nuisance." "You are not insurmountable," Yi Chen retorted. "Dare not be arrogant, Yi Chen. Today, your demise is inevitable. The esteemed lords of the Demon Clan shall rend you to pieces. You are doomed." In a desperate bid for survival, Duan Hong shamelessly allied himself with those beasts, revealing his true character as a scoundrel and a disgrace. "Silence," Duan Wuda barked, his face a stormy shade of fury. "Ancestor, did I speak incorrectly? It was he who summoned these demon kin. Had it not been for him, we would not face such tribulations. I wish nothing more than his death." Duan Hong was consumed by jealousy towards Yi Chen, primarily fueled by his desire for Jiang Shiqi. He aimed to use the Demon Clan to eliminate Yi Chen, after which he would claim Jiang Shiqi for himself. As he beheld her enchanting figure, he silently vowed to capture her heart. "Impudent! My Duan family has no room for such spineless descendants. You are unworthy to inherit our lineage. I propose we revoke your status as heir." Duan Wuda, though lacking in virtue, possessed a moral compass. He could not betray humanity. Duan Hong's recent sycophantic behavior towards the Demon Clan incensed him. He could not condone such cowardice in the heir of the Duan family. "And no, ancestor, I did not," Duan Hong stammered, panic-stricken. The title of heir was one he could not relinquish. He understood all too well the significance of that identity. The heir of the Duan family, destined to become the lord of Nanlan Prefecture, would be a figure of immense power, commanding respect and authority. He would have access to wealth, women, and influence at his fingertips. Thud. Duan Hong fell to his knees. "Ancestor, I truly recognize my errors. Please spare me if you would," he cried out, tears streaming down his face. "I shall never dare again," he pleaded desperately. "Another bowing? Duan Hong, do you possess no dignity? Shameless. A person like you is unworthy of being our heir," Duan Wuda pronounced firmly, his disappointment in Duan Hong palpable. "And no, ancestor, please. If you keep this a secret from me, once I become the family head, I'm willing to heed your guidance. You have a fondness for Master Wujiu's wife, do you not? I shall assist you. I will send the esteemed Master Wujiu to guard the pond, and I shall offer you his wife. Does that please you? Furthermore, if this is insufficient, I can make you the Grand Elder. Is that agreeable?" Duan Hong is indeed spineless. In his relentless pursuit to maintain his position as heir, he resorts to any means necessary, even making reckless promises to win over Duan Wuda. "What? You? Utterly shameless. I cannot spare you." Upon hearing this, Duan Wuda became infuriated. "No, ancestor, do not kill me. I truly recognize my mistakes. I shall relinquish my claim to the inheritance. Is that acceptable?" As Duan Hong spoke, he clasped Duan Wuda's thigh, tears streaming down his face. "You?" Witnessing this, Duan Wuda's heart softened, oblivious to the flash of malice that flickered in Duan Hong's eyes. He inadvertently summoned a black-red insect, which then crawled onto Duan Wuda's body, biting him and burrowing into his flesh. "Ah, curse be you! What treachery is this? You seek death." By the time Duan Wuda realized, it was too late. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of quasi-imperial power, sending Duan Hong flying, who crashed into the nearby woods, his fate uncertain. "How amusing! Is this the despicable nature of your human race? Such vile behavior," the green-faced Thunder Python remarked. At that moment, in a fit of rage, Duan Wuda spat blood. The black-red insect was no ordinary creature. It was the malevolent, blood-biting insect, notorious for its appetite for flesh and blood. This creature, as its name suggests, relishes consuming flesh. It was a fearsome entity well known on the list of aberrant insects. And particularly the blood-biting insect that had burrowed into Duan Wuda's body had been nurtured by Duan Hong for many years, having devoured countless spiritual beasts and livestock. Gritting his teeth, Duan Wuda raised his hand and severed his left leg. The severed limb flew out and exploded midair. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque insect emerged from the severed leg, its countenance filled with malice as it gazed at Duan Wuda. The creature emitted an eerie sound that was utterly repulsive. "Master, what is that? It is so hideous," Jiang Shiqi inquired. "It is a blood-biting insect, a fearsome creature from the list of aberrant insects. Fortunately, it has yet to reach maturity. Otherwise, not even a quasi-emperor, let alone an emperor, could contend with it. Duan Hong is truly malicious. He dares to use such a venomous creature against his own ancestor, evidently intent on silencing him. Such a person deserves death," Chen declared vehemently. Thankfully, Duan Wuda managed to defeat the creature. Otherwise, he would have sought to eliminate Duan Hong himself. This Duan Hong is indeed shameless. Previously, I believed him to be a prodigy destined for the Ascendant Dragon list. Little did I know he is merely a gilded facade concealing a worthless core. I shall expose his nefarious deeds. His recent sycophantic behavior towards those demonic beasts was utterly revolting. He is a disgrace to our human race, Jiang Shiqi declared loudly. Claps of applause resounded. "Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Duan Wuda, you wretched cur, today is your day of reckoning." At that moment, a powerful figure from the demon clan, concealed in the shadows, made his appearance. This individual was none other than Dai-san. Previously, he had feared Duan Wuda's strength and refrained from confronting him directly. Now, with Duan Wuda having lost a leg, he felt confident in his ability to subdue him. It was precisely for this reason that he had emerged from his hiding place. "Dai-san's at you? Curse it, I never imagined that all of this was orchestrated by you vile demon scum. What do you intend to do? Incite a war between humans and demons?" Duan Wuda exclaimed, retrieving a healing elixir from his possession and applying it to his wound. However, upon seeing his arch-nemesis Dai-san, his fury intensified. "A war between humans and demons? What? Do you think our demon clan fears your human race? What a joke. Duan Wuda, a millennium ago, both of my brothers perished at your hands. I have harbored this grudge in my heart. Today, I shall reclaim that debt." Dai-san declared venomously. "Dai-san to kill me? You must be dreaming. I would rather die than submit," Duan Wuda retorted, his resolve unyielding against these demons. "Oh, why are these demon scum here? What do they want? Are they causing trouble again?" the azure-faced Thunder Python asked, growing wary. Although their beast clan and the demon clan were allies, united against the human race, they held no affection for the demons. "Master, these demons appear quite formidable. Are you confident in your abilities? We should retreat," Jiang Shiqi whispered. "Retreat? Why should we flee? Today, I intend to make a significant move. Both these beasts and demons are treasures in my eyes," Chen replied, shaking his head. He had just assessed Dai-san's strength, which was comparable to Duan Wuda's. However, Duan Wuda had lost a leg and expended considerable energy in the previous battle, leaving him with no chance against Dai-san. Yet, he possessed an advantage. He wielded heavenly fire and the Hengyu divine furnace, using his true energy to ignite the heavenly fire and channel its power into the furnace. This battle would surely allow him to leave these scoundrels behind. Master, you aren't boasting, are you? I know you're impressive, but facing the experts from the beast and demon clans, especially the newly emerged demon expert, he is a quasi-emperor. You?" Jiang Shiqi hesitated. Chapter 85. Unexpected turn of events. Duan Wuda has perished 22,360,000. Chen's greatest trump card lies in the possession of attribute points. As long as he has sufficient attribute points, his strength can surge at any moment. 17. You may question my character, but you cannot doubt my power, he corrected. Jiang Shiqi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen. "Master, you actually made a joke?" she inquired. "Me?" Chen intended to retort, but was interrupted. "Duan Wuda, make your move," Dai-san declared with unwavering confidence. He was utterly assured of his ability to vanquish Duan Wuda. With a series of sharp sounds, he approached Duan Wuda, summoning a blood-red demonic spear. This weapon, known as the Phoenix Beak Shadow Wind Spear, is a superior spiritual artifact. Our grievances must come to an end, Daisen proclaimed. Battle. The unscrupulous old man Duan Wuda showed no fear. He tightened his grip on his Taitsong's sword, remaining vigilant against Daisen. After all, Daisen posed a formidable threat to him as well. Kill, he shouted. Whoosh. Despite having lost a leg, he charged towards Daisen with indomitable spirit, resolved to take Daisen down with him if he were to perish. Good. Daisen roared in response, his demonic spear spinning as he lunged at Duan Wuda. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their combat fierce and swift, exchanging no less than 100 blows in the blink of an eye. Both were quasi-emperors, having grasped the power of their respective domains, and their strengths were evenly matched. Autumn Leaf Slash. Great Song Limitless. Their figures darted through the forest, the terrifying true energy they exuded cleaving towering trees in half, their branches and leaves reduced to powder. Countless stones, caught in the maelstrom of their unmatched force, flew about like arrows. Those struck by their attacks faced certain doom. What a terrifying sight, Jiang Shiqi exclaimed. Quasi-emperor level warriors are truly fearsome, Chen remarked. Yuan Qi, do we stand chance? The Qingmian Thunder Python and Yuan Qi, along with other demon clans, wore expressions of trepidation. The strength on display was indeed astonishing. Boss, while quasi-emperors are formidable, we are numerous. With our bloodline power, we can still slay an emperor. Yuan Qi, the reckless one, declared with wild enthusiasm. The earlier hidden demons likely orchestrated today's events, intending for us to slaughter one another, allowing them to profit as bystanders. The Qingmian Thunder Python, possessing keen intellect, perceived Daisen's machinations clearly. Boss, what shall we do? Yuan Qi asked. We must endure for now. Our true enemies are the human race. Today, if we were to slay Duan Wuda along with this brat, it would be a tremendous fortune for our kind. Subsequently, our chances of triumphing in the invasion of the human race would be significantly enhanced, murmured the green-faced Thunder Python. Excellent, replied Yuan Qi, who held unwavering trust in the green-faced Thunder Python, for they were brothers forged in adversity. With a resounding crash, dozens of towering trees collapsed, and two figures emerged from the depths of the forest. There lay Duan Wuda, a sword embedded in his back, collapsing powerless to the ground. Duan Hong, you treacherous disciple who betrays his own lineage, you deserve to die. At that moment, a figure stepped forth from the shadows. It was none other than Duan Hong, the very one Duan Wuda had just slain. Astonishingly, he was alive. Ancestor, your failure to kill me is a testament to your incompetence. Previously, you sought to expose me and strip me of my rightful inheritance. Did you believe I would allow you to live? Only with your demise can I ascend as the heir of the Duan family. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for being so out of touch with reality. 8. Someone will unearth your vile deeds. You are doomed, Duan Wuda uttered, just as Daishan appeared before him, a demonic spear piercing through Duan Wuda's body, pinning him to the ground. With a feeble groan, Duan Wuda collapsed. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, accompanied by Jiang Shiqi, hastily fled eastward. This turn of events caught him completely off guard. He decided not to engage, but to retreat instead. Master, why are we running? Did you not just declare that we could easily overpower them? Jiang Shiqi inquired. Talp, talp, talp. Yi Chen had no time to respond. Having just noticed pursuers closing in behind them, it was the green-faced Thunder Python and Daishan. The duo, both possessing quasi-emperor combat prowess, posed a serious threat. A thunderous roar echoed as great trees toppled. The green-faced Thunder Python, in a fit of rage, revealed its true form, an enormous serpent nearly 1,000 meters long, crashing through the ancient trees in its path. This cannot stand. That brat must be eliminated. I witnessed everything, Duan Hong declared as he joined the fray. Daishan, equally frantic, darted forward with remarkable speed, for he was indeed a true quasi-emperor. Brat, come to a halt. If you are willing to surrender to our demonic clan, I can spare your life. What say you? He attempted to entice Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen remained undeterred, continuing his frantic escape through the dense ancient forest, leaving the towering trees in ruin. Master, they are closing in on us, Jiang Shiqi noted, observing the green-faced Thunder Python and their pursuers less than 1,000 meters away. Fear not. Let them come, Yi Chen proclaimed boldly. Unbeknownst to him, his burning desolation sword had been infused with genuine energy. Kill. At long last, as the azure-faced thunder python was about to catch up with him, Yi Chen retreated instead of advancing. His sword slipped from his grasp, soaring forth with a terrifying radiance. Enveloped in flames, aimed directly at the azure-faced thunder python. The creature hissed menacingly. Its tail swept across, and the overwhelming demonic aura sent the flames and the fiery sword crashing away. Hit, little red, yo. It sneered with unrestrained glee. Yet, before it could finish its taunt, Yi Chen dashed in close, delivering a powerful punch to its massive form, sending the beast hurtling through the air with sheer force. No, this cannot be, it gasped, unable to accept the reality unfolding before it. Those who offend the human race shall be mercilessly slain, Yi Chen declared coldly. In the face of the azure-faced thunder python's utter astonishment, Yi Chen savagely tore into the creature's body. Blood and flesh erupted in a chaotic spray. The python could hardly fathom the scene. Its physical form was immensely formidable, comparable to a spiritual artifact. How could it be so easily shredded by a seemingly feeble human? This reality was beyond its comprehension. No, it roared in fury. Then, summoning its last reserves of strength, it charged at Yi Chen in a desperate counterattack. Dream on. Yet, having lost the initiative in their clash, it could hardly stand against Yi Chen now. In Yi Chen's right hand, a surge of heavenly fire erupted. A giant python, is it? Fond of devouring humans, are you? Let us see you perish. With a mere lift of his hand, an unfathomable force was unleashed. The azure-faced thunder python was instantly engulfed in the divine fire, which penetrated from the outside in, annihilating its veins and flesh in an instant. No, damn thing, this is heavenly fire, the python exclaimed in horror. No, it's not merely heavenly fire. I neglected to mention, I'm not human. I am a zombie. Yi Chen had just injected his corpse poison into the python's flesh. At this moment, the azure-faced thunder python was laden with the deadly toxin, and its time was swiftly running out. Yi Chen, now a blood corpse, carried a poison of unparalleled lethality, one that the python could not hope to counter. What? You are a zombie? No, the python's expression shifted drastically at this revelation. Chapter 86. The Might of the Supreme Tao Emperor's Weapon. Young man, you cannot escape. Daishan had also arrived. However, upon discovering the severely weakened azure-faced thunder python, he found himself at a loss for words. The scene before him left him utterly astonished and unable to accept the reality. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, finally confirming that the situation was not a mere illusion. Who exactly are you? He inquired, refraining from rashly stepping forward to assist, as he was uncertain of Yi Chen's origins and strength. The azure-faced thunder python had awakened its bloodline power, capable of contending with those of higher ranks. Yet now it was in a pitiable state, on the verge of collapse, all due to this seemingly inconspicuous human. Were you pretending to be a fool to catch a tiger? Daishan remarked. I'm not like you, flaunting my strength everywhere. Let me introduce myself. I am Yi Chen. Remember this name, for when you tread the path to the underworld, do not forget it. The one who will slay you is Yi Chen, he declared loudly, continuing to channel his power, incinerating the azure-faced thunder python. Despite its struggles, it was subdued by his overwhelming might. Daishan, save me quickly. He is a freak, a zombie. Kill him. The azure-faced thunder python cried out. What? A zombie? You were a zombie? No. What did you say your name was? Yi Chen? That name sounds familiar. I believe I have heard somewhere. Daishan's wariness towards Yi Chen intensified, making him hesitant to act. He recognized the terrifying nature of zombies. Among the alien races, there existed blood clans and corpse clans, the latter being the zombie faction, known for their formidable strength and defense. Yi Chen, him did it. Suddenly recollecting Yi Chen's identity. Is it really you? You're the possessor of the SSS grade talent, the battle god body of the human race. Yi Chen? Weren't you executed in a public trial? What's happening now? Indeed, I am Yi Chen. I have died, but the heavens have shown mercy, allowing me to return as a corpse to exact vengeance upon my enemies. Yi Chen replied coldly. What? You returned as a corpse? You? Daishan was taken aback. No, that cannot be. Even if you returned as a corpse, it is impossible for you to become this formidable in such a short time. Who exactly are you? He questioned. Why is it impossible? Yi Chen sneered. Daishan, you fool. Why are you wasting time with him? Hurry and save me. I can't hold on any longer. The azure-faced thunder python shouted. Peak level 8. Late level 8. Mid-level 8. Its realm was plummeting, inducing a profound sense of dread. It was utterly terrified. You wanted to save you? Does he possess such capability? Umph. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen scoffed disdainfully. Yi Chen you? Daishan warned, release him at once. Or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. However, his words bore no weight, for he dared not take action, paralyzed by fear of Yi Chen. After all, the fierce celestial flames were not to be trifled with. Enough, Yi Chen declared. The time for games has concluded. I shall personally see you on your way. With a flourish, he summoned the Hongyu Divine Furnace. Have you ever heard of the Extreme Path Emperor weapon? He inquired. What? Daishan exclaimed. You mean to say that what you hold is an Extreme Path Emperor weapon? Impossible. There are but a few in existence today. I refuse to believe it. Gripping his demonic spear tightly, he feared Yi Chen might strike at any moment. This venture to the Sword God Island was not intended to incite conflict. Yet you have unwittingly placed yourselves in my line of fire. Very well, I shall oblige you. To be frank, given enough time, even without the Hongyu Divine Furnace, I could easily annihilate you. However, to conceal my identity and whereabouts, I must eliminate you all at once. A friendly reminder, in your next life, do not provoke one named Yi Chen, for you cannot contend with him. As soon as his words fell, he immediately channeled the power of his two dantians. While the primordial spirit's celestial fire erupted forth, the two energies surged into the Hongyu Divine Furnace, which finally awakened a hint of Extreme Path Emperor power. In an instant, the surface of the Hongyu Divine Furnace erupted in terrifying flames. Daishan, I shall make an example of you today, Yi Chen proclaimed, locking his gaze on a Daishan. With a gentle hum, the flames on the surface of the Hongyu Divine Furnace exploded forth. No, Daishan cried out in panic. He swung his demonic spear in defense, only to find an overwhelming will crashing down upon him, an essence imbued with the might of heaven and earth, rendering him immobile. His resistance quickly faded into confusion. Then, the horrific flames descended upon him. Despite his quasi-emperor-level demonic physique, he was reduced to mere ash, as if he were a fragile piece of paper, mercilessly incinerated by the flames unleashed from the Hongyu Divine Furnace. I will not accept this. Why? And with that, Daishan fell. With a resounding chime, the system announced the demise of a mid-tier demon monarch, resulting in a bounty of 2 million attribute points. Following this, it recognized the host's inaugural successful kill of a monarch-level expert and, as a token of encouragement, issued a grand gift package of 6. The package was currently being prepared, and the host was advised to wait momentarily. As the grand gift package commenced its unveiling, rewards began to materialize. 100 primary enlightenment fruits, 1 monarch experience card, valid for a mere 10 minutes, during which the host would temporarily attain the full prowess of a monarch and a single drop of primordial blood. Additionally, the host received the supreme divine ability, Celestial Thunder, alongside upgrade card for both earth-shattering power and turtle shell defense, each capable of significantly enhancing their respective attributes upon use. Wow, this is astonishing. A grand gift package? Absolutely marvelous. Yi Chen exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration. The bountiful rewards from this system were undeniably enticing, clearly urging him to rampage, promising swift enhancement of his strength with each foe vanquished. The primary enlightenment fruit was described as a miraculous entity capable of elevating intelligence. The higher the IQ, the greater the understanding, with a chance to enhance innate talents and power without any side effects, available for unrestricted consumption. What? Daishan is dead? Yi Chen. You. No, please don't kill me. The once boastful azure-faced thunder python was now pleading for mercy. Spare me? Do you truly believe that is possible? Just moments ago, you were so arrogant. Come now, continue with your bravado. Yi Chen retorted, swiftly ending the creature's existence. In an instant, the azure-faced thunder python perished. Master, you were so impressive, just now. Jiang Shiqi exclaimed in astonishment. Within mere minutes, 2 alien monarchs had fallen to Yi Chen's might. The celestial furnace? An extreme path imperial weapon. This is magnificent. Jiang Shiqi reflected, recalling that her own clan possessed an extreme path imperial weapon, a supreme treasure passed down from their ancestor, the Flame Emperor. It served as the very foundation of their clan. Now, with Chen wielding such a magnificent weapon, it provided an unparalleled safeguard. As long as he refrained from provoking the top imperial clans, he would remain unharmed. We must depart and seek the infinite sword wall, Chen declared, activating the celestial furnace and taking Jiang Shiqi with him as they shattered the void and ventured forth. Such was the power of an extreme path imperial weapon. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Duan Hong. An extreme path imperial weapon? Chen. He seethed, watching the departing figure with a heart brimming with unquenchable rage. His discontent simmered within him. In his view, why should Chen possess Jiang Shiqi and the supreme Tao Emperor weapon, both of which he believed rightfully belonged to him? Chen, I shall reclaim everything that is rightfully mine. Await my return. Chapter 87. The blood of the minister kill. Kill. In the valley that had previously existed, Chen returned wielding the cosmic divine furnace, seeking vengeance. At this moment, he exuded an awe-inspiring aura, his terrifying power sealing the void. Flames and overwhelming imperial might surged forth, ruthlessly slaughtering the demon and beast tribes in their path. Yet, facing the supreme imperial might of the cosmic divine furnace, even the reluctant Yuan Qi could only be mercilessly suppressed, his body consumed by divine flames, turning to ashes. Annihilate. Chen activated the cosmic divine furnace, extinguishing everything without mercy. The valley was flattened by the terrifying force. Soon after, torrential waters surged in, transforming the area into a marshland. In this battle, thousands of demons and beasts were exterminated, and Chen gained over 10 million attribute points, which elated him immensely. Half an hour later, when others arrived at the scene and witnessed the transformation, Chen and Jiang Shiqi departed from the valley, making their way toward the infinite sword wall. What is happening? Wasn't this place a valley before? How has it turned into a marshland? What exactly occurred just now? Oh, look over there. It appears to be a severed limb of a beast. Yes, that is Yuan Qi's rib, still bearing the bloodline power of their monkey clan. Yuan Qi is dead? Who could have done this? Swish, swish, swish. Before long, dozens of individuals gathered at the site. Among them were humans, demons, beasts, and even sea creatures. It is unclear. We arrived too late. The killer has already departed, remarked a human quasi-emperor. This individual was a quasi-emperor from the Undying Palace, known as Zhuo Bufan, also referred to as Zhuo the Sword Immortal. Zhuo Bufan, was this deed committed by your kind? A powerful demon exclaimed. Not at all. Yuan Qi's strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, according to the circumstances, Yuan Qi was accompanied by the azure-faced thunder python. Their combined might would pose a challenge even for those in the initial stages of the quasi-emperor realm, let alone the latter stages. The killer must be at least at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, Zhuo Bufan asserted. Is that so? The pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm? Your human race is not without such strength, is it? The demon powerhouse spoke ominously. Me? Spare me your nonsensical accusations. My human race bears a blood feud with your kind. If we were responsible, would we shy away from acknowledgement? Do you think we fear you? Zhuo Bufan retorted loudly, drawing the sword from his back, ready to strike. You? The atmosphere grew tense, swords drawn. Enough. Our great enmity does not require haste. Now that the Sword God Island has emerged, the opportunities within are of utmost importance to us. As for the deaths of Yuan Qi and others, they are but minor grievances. Are they truly that significant? Another voice interjected. This was a quasi-emperor level sea beast, transformed from a swordfish, wielding a bronze spear, exuding formidable strength that commanded respect. Indeed, seeking opportunities is of utmost importance to us. The demise of Yuan Qi and the azure-faced thunder python is inconsequential. Over the years, how many formidable talents from various factions have met their end? Very well, everyone disperse. Return to your respective homes and families. Any grievances can be settled 3 days hence at the Wuliang Sword Wall. Good. Subsequently, all departed. On Sword God Island, which opens once every few millennia. Countless precious medicines and spiritual artifacts lie within. These treasures are exceedingly valuable to those on the verge of becoming emperors, and some may even offer a chance for a quasi-emperor to ascend to true imperial status. Cursed Zhuo Bufan, I shall personally sever your head from your shoulders. In Jiang City, at the residence of the Bian family, somewhere within. Senior sister, I have just learned that the blood essence of the general is in the Mo family. Their ancestors were demon-slaying clansmen, though their fortunes have waned. However, a drop of the general's blood essence has been preserved. The general is the king of zombies. What do you need his blood essence for? Xiao Lanlan hurried back. Ever since Shangwan Xiener and Bian Hongba returned to Jiang City, Xiao Lanlan joined them, and the two provided mutual support. This item is of great use to me. Kulme, accompany me to the Mo family. The great use that Shangwan Xiener referred to is undoubtedly related to Yi Chen. Yi Chen is a zombie, and the general is the king of zombies. Thus, his blood essence is a supreme treasure. She aims to gather the ultimate treasures that zombies utilize for cultivation, to assist Yi Chen in transforming into a zombie immortal, so they may share the same bed. Indeed, Xiao Lanlan replied. On the carriage, she continued, Senior sister, what is your plan? Will we seize it or purchase it? Purchase? Seize? You remain too naive, junior sister. I will demand the Mo family to present it willingly. Shangwan Xiener declared with unyielding authority. What? Present it willingly? Would they be inclined to do so? The Mo family also possesses formidable experts, Xiao Lanlan remarked. Experts? 6th rank. Are they considered experts? If they refuse to comply, we shall eliminate them. After the events surrounding Yi Chen, Shangwan Xiener had grown increasingly decisive, her former benevolence gradually fading. Very well, Xiao Lanlan conceded, following Shangwan Xiener's lead. Before long, their carriage arrived at the Mo family villa. Clack, 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 halt. Several Mo family guards obstructed their path. Open the door, Shangwan Xiener commanded, rolling down the car window. Who are you? One guard inquired. Inform the Mo family. I am Shangwan Xiener of the Maoshan sect, she asserted. What? Maoshan sect? Please wait. I shall relay your message immediately. Stand down, everyone, the guard responded, promptly allowing them passage. Afterward, he communicated with Mo Jiaxing in the villa via intercom, relaying the news of Shangwan Xiener's visit to their captain, Gong Jun. At that moment, Mo Jiaxing was in the villa's bedroom, diligently learning a foreign language with 2 foreign ladies, reveling in his progress and feeling exceedingly elated. Master, you are truly impressive. We are no match for you. Our bones feel as if they might shatter, the 2 ladies exclaimed playfully. Ha, my prowess has only just begun. This evening, I shall continue to discipline the both of you, Mo Jiaxing declared with great pride. Having recently broken through to the 7th tier of cultivation, he felt invigorated, his enhanced martial prowess allowing him to easily handle the 2 foreign ladies, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Master, you are quite naughty, yet we find it delightful. One blonde lady remarked. Is that so? Little vixen, I shall seek you out tonight. You will beg for mercy, Mo Jiaxing replied, his spirits high. The greatest achievement for a man lies in his ability to conquer women. Knock, knock. Gong Jun rapped on the door. Master, I have significant news to report, he stated. Comment? Montak Yashing responded. Gong Jun entered, approaching the bed, his gaze lingering on the 2 blonde ladies, his heart racing, though he harbored no ill intentions, as they belonged to Mo Jiaxing. Gong Jun, what is it? Mo Jiaxing inquired. Master, the brothers outside just informed me that Shangwan Xiener from the Maoshan sect has arrived. Gong Jun replied. What? Shangwan Xiener from the Maoshan sect? What brings her here? Mo Jiaxing questioned. I am uncertain. Should you perhaps go to greet her? Gong Jun suggested. Very well. The Maoshan sect is not an entity we can provoke. You go ahead. I will join you shortly, Mo Jiaxing agreed. Understood. Gong Jun replied quietly. My dear, I must attend to urgent matters. We shall continue later. Mo Jiaxing kissed the 2 foreign ladies before changing his attire and striding out of the room. As he entered the hall, he encountered Shangwan Xiener and Xiao Lanlan. Your Excellency, it is an honor for the Mo family to host your presence, he said with excessive flattery. Mo Jiaxing, I have heard that your family possesses the blood of a general. Is that true? Shangwang Xian erstattet deutlich. The blood of a general? Your Excellency, you must be mistaken. We would never harbor such a malevolent thing. I do not possess it. It is slander, Mo Jiaxing laughed. Dismissing the claim. Mistaken? Spare me. Well, have I ever been wrong? Mo Jiaxing, I advise you to comply and not provoke my ire. I am not here to seize it from you, nor to demand it. I wish for you to willingly present it to me. If you do not cooperate, I shall become quite displeased, Shangwan Xiener declared, her tone laden with threat. Chapter 88. The Ancestral Land of the Mo family, finally obtaining the blood of the General No. I assure you, Holy Maiden, our Mo family truly does not possess the blood of the General, Mo Jiaxing asserted through gritted teeth. The blood of the General was a treasured possession of their family, and he was unwilling to part with it. Oh, is that so? You claim that your Mo family lacks the blood of the General? It seems I have made an error in judgment, haven't I? Shangwan Xiener murmured to herself. Upon witnessing this, Xiaolanlan understood that Mo Jiaxing was about to face dire consequences. She was acutely aware of her senior sister's temperament. The tone she employed indicated her current fury. Holy Maiden, I assure you, our Mo family truly does not possess it. If we had the blood of a general, would we have fallen to such a state? Our Mo family was once a top-tier martial arts family, Mo Jiaxing argued eloquently. Suddenly, an invisible force erupted, and Mo Jiaxing was struck as though by a speeding vehicle, causing him to fly backward. He cried out, landing painfully some distance away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, utterly disheveled. Holy Maiden, what are you doing? I will accuse you of excessive force. He shouted frantically. Accuse me? Is that so? Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to do so. However, you must first surrender the blood of the General, or else I shall take your life, Shangwan Xiener declared sternly. What? You cannot do this. This is outright robbery. I refuse to comply. Mo Jiaxing continued to resist, unwilling to hand over the blood of the General. The blood of the General was the essence of the Zombie King, a drop of which held immeasurable value. Not only could it be utilized in alchemy to concoct top-tier elixirs, but could also be employed in secret techniques for martial body refinement. Such a treasure was worth its weight in gold, and he would not relinquish it easily. As for Shangwan Xiener's threats, he dismissed them, firmly believing she would not dare to kill him. Despite her status as the Holy Maiden of the Maoshan sect, the Dragon Kingdom imposed strict legal constraints upon martial artists. Those who committed acts of murder would face judgment. A martial artist's crimes were judged the same as those of commoners. You refuse to comply? And what can you do about it? If you do not surrender the blood of the General, I will kill you. Do not question my resolve, for you cannot afford the consequences, Shangwan Xiener asserted. Mo Jiaxing was still holding out, but as soon as he uttered those words, Shangwan Xiener turned her gaze toward Gongjun. Do you know where the blood of the General is located? She inquired. Me? Well, Holy Maiden, I cannot betray the family head. Gongjun hesitated. Is that so? Why can you not betray? Do you not wish to become the head of the Mo family? Do you not desire the power of Mo Jiaxing, including his women? As far as I know, you seemed to covet the 2 foreign women in Mo Jiaxing's bed not long ago, did you not? Shangwan Xiener appeared to see through the hearts of men. Her words caused Gongjun's expression to change dramatically, prompting him to immediately defend himself. No, it's not like that, I am. As he spoke, he noticed a shift in Mo Jiaxing's gaze upon him. Thud! He fell to his knees. My lord, it's not like that. I am innocent. She is sowing discord. However, his words clearly failed to convince Mo Jiaxing. Gongjun, you scoundrel. I sensed something amiss in your eyes earlier. It turns out you covet my woman. You wretched creature, an ungrateful pup. After I had laid bare my heart and entrusted you with so much, you dare to desire my woman. Damn it, I shall kill you. Mo Jiaxing roared in fury. No, my lord, I didn't I was just. Gongjun attempted to justify himself. Just what? You accursed wretch, are you courting death? I will end you. As Mo Jiaxing spoke, he prepared to strike. Yet, just as he channeled his energy to kill Gongjun, Shangwan Xiener raised her hand and sent him crashing to the ground. Wow, Mo Jiaxing spat blood, feeling incredibly weak. What? Why? Shangwan Xiener, you are breaking the law. My empress, The martial alliance will not spare you. You are doomed. He continued to challenge her. Foolish creature, you deserve to be dealt with. Xiao Lanlan remarked disdainfully. What empress? What martial alliance? Fairness? There is no such thing as fairness before the apocalypse. Now, in this world of devastation, where can one find fairness? It is a jungle where the strong prey upon the weak. Everything is dictated by power. Her senior sister, a saintess of the Maoshan sect, possesses SS-level talent and is destined to be the future leader. To speak of fairness and legality in front of her sister is sheer ignorance on Mo Jiaxing's part. The one who is truly doomed today is not Gong Jun, but him. Gong Jun, is it? Go and kill Mo Jiaxing. Everything he has will be yours, provided you bring me the blood of Jiang Chun, Shangguan Xiener instructed. What? Really? Gong Jun, gritting his teeth, realized Mo Jiaxing was determined to see him dead, and he was prepared to fight back. After all, Mo Jiaxing was not offering him any chance of survival. No one wishes for death in this world. Furthermore, he reminisced about the exquisite figures and alluring charms of the two foreign women from before, while simultaneously coveting Mo Jiaxing's other women. In the Mo residence, there were more than 20 young and beautiful women. Each of these women was a seductive beauty, and he had long desired to share a bed with them, to bask in the warmth of love. Do you know about the blood of Jiang Chen? Shangguan Xiener inquired. Yes, Saintess, I truly know. Behind the artificial mountain, there is a subterranean palace, the ancestral ground of the Mo family. It conceals many treasures, including the Mo family's martial arts manuals. I can lead you there. Did you just agree to my conditions? Gong Jun inquired regarding Mo Jiaxing's identity, status, and women. Very well. Gong Jun, you are indeed a clever individual. I, Shangguan Xiener, am the saintess of the Maoshan sect. With my presence, should I declare you the head of the Mo family, none would dare to oppose it. This, you should trust me, Shangguan Xiener asserted. All right, I believe you, Gong Jun replied, his heart swelling with joy. You scoundrel Gong Jun, you have betrayed the Mo family. I shall kill you, Mo Jiaxing roared. He loathed Gong Jun, the traitor, yet remained oblivious to the murderous glint in Gong Jun's eyes as he approached. What do you intend to do? I must remind you, murder is a crime, he stammered, but he realized too late that Gong Jun would not spare him. Some matters, once begun, must be carried through to their bitter end. As the captain of the Mo family's guard, he was a ruthless figure. Otherwise, how could he maintain control over his subordinates? In an instant, the knife in Gong Jun's hand pierced Mo Jiaxing. Mo Jiaxing, having been gravely wounded twice by Shangguan Xiener, was defenseless against this blow, unable to muster a response. His cries did not elicit Gong Jun's mercy. With a swift motion, Gong Yun civilip mo ding isent. You wretched creature, still speaking of legality? Have you not taken enough lives over the years? Do you think me a fool, Gong Jun? Just a fleeting glance at those two foreign beauties, and you saw my death? Have I not served you faithfully all these years? You are too cruel, Gong Jun retorted, striking Mo Jiaxing's other hand. Mo Jiaxing cried out in agony, consumed by fury. Enough! Kill him! I demand the blood of the general, Shangguan Xiener commanded. Yes, yes. Gong Jun ceased his chatter, raising his hand to end Mo Jiaxing's life. Subsequently, he personally escorted Shangguan Xiener to the hidden crypt, where they sought the blood of the general. Gong Jun, from this day forth, you shall be the new head of the Mo family. Should anyone oppose, slay them. Shangguan Xian est déclarat. Thank you, esteemed saintess. After bidding farewell to Shangguan Xiener, Gong Jun entered his chamber, gazing at the two enchanting foreign beauties with immense satisfaction. He then shared the bed with them, ushering in yet another night of fervor. In the vehicle, sister, what do you intend to do with the general's blood? For cultivation? Xiao Lanlan asked. No, I have grander plans. On Sword God Island, within a cave, Yi Chun and Jiang Shiqi were resting. Ding! Successfully deducted 1,000 attribute points. Ding! Successfully deducted 1,000 attribute points. Ding! Successfully deducted 1,000 attribute points. Thus began yet another opportunity to enhance one's strength. Chapter 89. The 20-level power to shake the heavens host. Yi Chun level 5, Blood Corpse. Next level, Flying Corpse, Life. 1 billion, can reverse life and death through attribute points. Combat power, 35, 200, combat power increased by 20. 000 upon upgrading to Blood Corpse. Abilities, level 15 energy absorption, autonomously absorbs various energies within a radius of 55,000 meters. Speed of energy absorption increased by 8,000. Attribute point conversion at 520 points hour, with a daily conversion cap of 6,000 points. This ability can be upgraded, with no upper limit on levels. Current points required for upgrade, 150,000. Level 1 corpse resistance, immune to all zombie and corpse viruses, maxed out, cannot be increased. Level 23 corpse poison, capable of inflicting harm through poison, can be upgraded, with no upper limit on levels. Current points required for upgrade, 660,000. Current corpse poison can kill peak quasi-emperors, and even a great emperor would suffer severe damage. Level 13 power to shake the heavens. Combat power increased by 25,500, can be upgraded, with no upper limit on levels. Points required for upgrade, 200,000. Level 12 Xuanwu power, absorbs 8th tier damage, has 9th tier damage, can withstand one attack from a peak quasi-emperor. Can be upgraded, with no upper limit on levels. Points required for upgrade, 150,000. Level 10 mobility, maxed out, arms can move freely. Capable of executing even the most complex martial techniques with greater agility than an ordinary person. Legs are fully liberated, exhibiting superior flexibility. Level 10 plunder, maxed out, cannot be upgraded. When killing humans, zombies, or other races, there is a 65% chance to successfully plunder most attribute points from the opponent. Talent. SS level talent, Battle God Physique. Awakened, can enhance talent potential through attribute points, with opportunities to trigger talent sublimation, requiring 100 points for each enhancement. Soul Devouring, level 10, maxed out. Treasure, Hengyu Divine Furnace. Current level, Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, can be upgraded. Points required for upgrade, 160 million. Next level, Immortal Artifact. Burning Sword, damaged, cannot be enhanced, requires repair. Divine Ability, Upper Clear Divine Thunder, current level, 1, can be upgraded, with no upper limit. Points required for upgrade, 200. What? Merely the power to shake the heavens has increased my combat power by 20,000. What about my strength? Good heavens! Chen was utterly astonished by this outcome. It was simply astounding. System, assess my peak combat power. Beep, detecting host peak combat power. Base combat power, 35,200. Combat power increase from level 13 power to shake the heavens, 25,500. Martial power in the Spirit Sea Realm, 5,800. Battle God Physique, 10-fold power enhancement. Beep, host current peak combat power is 665,000. 665,000. This figure? I can now be considered a quasi-emperor, right? How magnificent! This combat power filled Chen with immense joy. However, this combat power does not take into account the calculation of the Celestial Furnace. With the Celestial Furnace at his disposal, he would be virtually invincible among the quasi-emperors. At present, he possesses sufficient strength for self-preservation in this realm. His potential is immense. After all, in terms of his current status as a zombie, he is merely a blood corpse with limited initial strength enhancement. Once he evolves into a flying corpse, his combat power will experience a remarkable leap. Furthermore, his martial prowess is only at the Spirit Sea level. As he ascends to the 7th and 8th tiers, his power will escalate exponentially, rendering him unrivaled in the world. Beep. Successfully deducted 200,000 attribute points. Beep. The power of heaven shaking has successfully upgraded to level 14. Beep. Successfully deducted 500,000 attribute points. Beep. The power of heaven shaking has successfully upgraded to level 15. Beep. The power of heaven shaking has upgraded to level 20, current power enhancement, 46,000. He continued to upgrade. Beep. The power of Xuanwu has upgraded to level 20. Beep. The ability to attract Qi has upgraded to level 32. Beep. The Supreme Divine Thunder has upgraded to level 26, capable of summoning the Supreme Divine Thunder. Covering a radius of 26 kilometers, this thunder at its current level can injure those at the 8th tier. After resting for half a day in this place, Chen finally concluded his training. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Jiang Shiqi indulging in snacks. The sound of crunching echoed as she munched on potato chips. Shiqi, did anything happen while I was training? Chen inquired. Master, nothing at all. It's perfectly safe, Jiang Shiqi replied. Come, master, try some of the snacks I brought. She offered, showing her filial piety towards Chen. Very well. Shiqi, we must continue our journey, Chen responded. They had already delayed for quite some time and needed to head towards the infinite sword wall. Master, can we not set off until tomorrow? It's quite late. Jiang Shiqi asked. The infinite sword wall is of great importance. We cannot afford to delay. Currently, all factions are converging on Sword God Island, coveting its legacy. We must remain vigilant. Chen spoke softly. Understood, Jiang Shiqi replied. With a rhythmic sound of footsteps, the two made their way towards the infinite sword wall. Before long, the moon over Sword God Island turned a blood-red hue, casting an eerie ambience as they entered a marshland. This swamp appeared dark and murky, with a sickly green tint, instilling a sense of foreboding. Master, shall we fly over it? Jiang Shiqi suggested. Not yet. Let us wait a moment. Chen examined the system's navigation, which indicated that this area was a no-fly zone, prohibiting aerial travel. Cannot fly? Then we shall need to use a boat or a raft to cross. He proceeded to craft a wooden raft. At this moment, the sky began to brighten. Shiqi, let us go, Chen instructed Jiang Shiqi. Yes. The two stood on the raft and began their journey forward. Chen propelled the raft with his true energy, summoning the celestial furnace with his right hand. Deep within the marsh, he sensed an ominous presence lurking. Master, this marsh is exceedingly quiet, isn't it? Jiang Shiqi glanced around and couldn't help but remark. Indeed, I noticed that as well. Chen nodded in agreement. Oh, master, look over there. There are floating corpses on the marsh. They are beasts. Are they dead? Jiang Shiqi, with keen eyesight, spotted the bodies drifting on the water's surface. Floating corpses? Chen's expression turned wary upon hearing this. He understood that there was something amiss in this marsh. Who could it be? He extended his spiritual sense, sweeping the area within 100 miles, scrutinizing every blade of grass and tree. As their wooden raft approached one of the floating corpses, Chen stepped forward and turned it over, revealing a gaping hole in the belly of a leopard, its entrails seemingly removed by some entity. Master, this is rather eerie, isn't it? Could it be a heart-eater? Jiang Shiqi speculated. What kind of heart-eater would dwell in such a place? However, if it is not a heart-eater, it may well be a creature with similar predilections. Shiqi, we must exercise caution, Chen advised. Understood. Jiang Shiqi nodded in response. Chen then raised his hand, incinerating the corpse with heavenly fire, fearing the possibility of these creatures undergoing a transformation. Nevertheless, his strength had increased significantly, granting him a greater capacity for self-preservation in this marsh. Although the unknown still filled him with trepidation, it did not alter the overall situation. Russell, after a few more minutes, the tranquil water surface and the surrounding environment finally stirred, which somewhat reassured the two. Movement indicated the presence of life, not a realm of the deceased. It is a hexagonal, star-patterned fish, a trident fish, a butterfly fish, a golden-backed fox fish. The marsh indeed held traces of fish, and Jiang Shiqi was able to name many species, many of which Chen had only heard of online, rare and extraordinary specimens. Master, these fish are quite precious. We should catch some. Even if we don't sell them, we can enjoy them ourselves. What do you think? Jiang Shiqi proposed. Fishing? Surely you jest? We hardly have the time or energy for that at the moment. Chen declined. He needed to hasten towards the infinite sword wall, where his task awaited. 206 pieces of sword-out Emperor's bones? Acquiring them would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Huh? Really? Master, these are truly rare. These fish are exquisite ingredients. Jiang Shiqi lamented. Enough, Shiqi. I promise you, once we have completed our important business, we shall return a fish. Will that suffice? Chen assured him. Very well. Jiang Shiqi conceded. Just then, a grand ship appeared in their line of sight, extravagantly adorned, with numerous guards aboard, clearly belonging to a powerful faction. A large banner displayed the character. Lu. Master, look quickly, there is a giant octopus on that ship. Chapter 90. Ninth Order Demonic Beast, huh? Stop the boat. There are people ahead. Tap, tap, tap. At last, someone has discovered Yi Chun. Quickly, bring him aboard. Before long, Yi Chun and Jiang Shiqi have boarded the vessel. Thank you. Yi Chun raised his hand and spoke, for the grand vessel was undoubtedly safer than their wooden raft. Before long, a group approached, led by a strikingly beautiful woman. Second miss. Numerous guards bowed to the enchanting beauty. Are you outsiders, trial participants? She inquired. Indeed. Yi Chun replied. Are you of the human race? No, you're not a living being. There's a certain aura of lifelessness about you. Is this the essence of the deceased? Are you a revenant? The enchanting lady swiftly discerned Yi Chun's origins, which took him by surprise. I am Yi Chun, who, by a twist of fate, has become a zombie. May I inquire about your identities? Yi Chun made no attempt to refute the statement and openly acknowledged it. We are the original inhabitants of Sword God Island, the Lu family of Sword God Mountain. They are our family guardians, and as for myself, I am Lu Yin, the enchanting maiden proclaimed. Thank you, Miss Lu Yin, for your assistance, Yi Chun said with a respectful gesture. There's no need for formalities, please follow me. Lu Yin invited Yi Chun and Jiang Shiqi into the cabin, extending a warm welcome. Have both of you come for the trials of the Infinite Sword Wall? She inquired. Indeed, Yi Chun remarked, that is fortuitous. Our journey happens to lead us back to Sword God Mountain. You may accompany us as we traverse the marshes into Ning Luo River and subsequently ascend to Sword God Mountain. Lu Yin responded, in that case, it would be our honor to comply. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun did not decline and readily agreed. You two need not be so polite. It is merely a trifling matter, Lu Yin remarked. This vessel belonged to the Lu family and was specifically designed to accommodate those coming for trials, facilitating trade and offering services. Within the ship, there were numerous entertainment facilities, as well as an auction. However, the auction was not a venture of the Lu family. They collaborated with the enigmatic force known as Wanbao Pavilion from Sword God Island. Wanbao Pavilion is an external entity shrouded in mystery, possessing the ability to traverse freely between Sword God Island and the outside world, harboring masters of imperial caliber. Miss Lu Yin, I recently discovered a giant octopus causing havoc. What is its nature? Yi Chun inquired, having just discovered that the colossal octopus possessed the formidable strength of an 8th-tier pinnacle, which indeed posed a significant challenge. You need not worry. Our Lu family can certainly manage this. It is merely an 8th-tier beast, Lu Yin confidently asserted, for they had a quasi-emperor level expert aboard their vessel. Is that so? Very well. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun did not inquire further. He had also been speculating about Lu Yan's prowess. An 8th-tier beast? What a statement. He immediately deduced that there was a presence of an emperor-level being aboard Lu Yan's vessel. Subsequently, he did not dwell on it further. Please escort the two gentlemen to their quarters. Yi Chun and Jiang Shiqi were escorted to the second level of the cabin, room 206. Master, there is something peculiar about Lu Yin and this ship, Jiang Shiqi inquired. Oh, what exactly seems peculiar? Yi Chun responded. To be honest, I cannot pinpoint the exact oddity. It's merely an instinctive feeling that they harbor issues. This vessel is also questionable, Jiang Shiqi remarked. Enough with the conjectures. Let's rest for now. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. The sky 1T fall, Yi Chun chuckled lightly. Very well, Jiang Shiqi conceded, choosing not to elaborate further. She took a shower and settled into bed. The accommodations were quite satisfactory, rivaling that of a 5-star hotel. Yi Chun reclined on the sofa, continuing to enhance himself. After all, this time he was focusing on fortifying his body, as it was his greatest asset. His physique, a result of the zombie body and breaking through limits, possessed formidable strength. This physical prowess rendered him comparable to the ancient progenitors, remarkably powerful. Regarding Jiang Shiqi's earlier warning, he shared her sentiment. The ship was indeed suspicious. However, he was unperturbed by potential turmoil. Was it not said that the greater the storm, the finer the fish. He concentrated on reinforcing his skeletal structure, as it served as the source of his strength. Only with a robust skeleton could one harness greater power. He allocated the remaining millions of attribute points to his bones, enhancing all 206 of them 9 times. Now his skeleton gleamed, exuding an enigmatic aura. He gently stretched, discovering newfound agility, and a latent power within him was terrifying. He believed he could effortlessly rend a mid-stage quasi-emperor beast to shreds. This was not a mere fantasy, but a reality. The sensation of possessing such strength was exhilarating. He could not help but reflect on it. On the deck, an octopus rampaged fiercely, battling dozens of guards. At a critical moment, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, ruthlessly cleaving the formidable 8th-tier octopus in half. What is this? His sword is incredibly swift. Many guards gasped in astonishment. Quiet down. It was Lord Siegyoga who just made his move. What? Lord Siegyoga? He has arrived? As the crowd murmured, a beam of sword light soared back from a distance, returning to the hands of a man clad in a green robe, none other than Siegyoga himself. Let us not waste it, Siegyoga commanded loudly. Understood. The guards complied, unwilling to defy him. For Siegyoga was a revered figure of the Liu family's merchant ship and a quasi-emperor level swordsman, whose might was not to be trifled with. Miss, it seems that Siegyoga's strength has remarkably increased once again. The last time the Sword God Island opened, he comprehended the 6th grade sword intent within the boundless sword wall. Now, it is likely that he has integrated this sword intent into his very being, transforming it into the seed of his sword path. It is probable that within a century, he may ascend to the late quasi-emperor stage, remarked an elderly woman beside Liu Yan. Old Granny Kuahua. Our Liu family has invested considerable effort in him. Even our ancestral elder has decided to betroth my elder sister to him. Liu Yan harbored no fondness for Siegyoga, considering him excessively arrogant and haughty. However, her elder sister was quite taken with the fellow, leaving Liu Yan with little recourse. Miss, should he join the Liu family, our power would multiply several-fold. The prospect of dominating Sword God Island would no longer be a mere fantasy. The glory of Dao Wui must eventually fade, the old woman continued. There exists no eternal force in this world, as is the way of heaven, Liu Yan replied. Over the years, the Liu family's influence had burgeoned, especially after their collaboration with the Wanbao Pavilion, giving them the potential to surpass the Taoists. The Taoists, the legacy left by Dao Wui. Suddenly, amidst the marsh, a stirring was felt as a colossal figure began to emerge from the depths. In the next moment, a massive shadow abruptly appeared beneath the merchant vessel, and its tail struck the hull with ferocious force. With a thunderous roar, the entire ship shook violently, sending torrents of water spraying skyward. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy emanated from the depths. This is bad. There are demonic beasts in the marsh. A peaked 7th-tier guard exclaimed, having spotted the ominous shadow beneath the water. This is terrible. It is a giant python, the crimson-winged profound python. We are in grave trouble. The guard quickly identified the beast and warned the others. What? The crimson-winged profound python? Is it truly him? Soon after, nearly 100 martial artists gathered on the deck. Their faces a mixture of confusion and terror. The reputation of the crimson-winged profound python was indeed formidable, a 9th-tier demonic beast. What brings him to this marsh? With a tremendous splash, a massive figure burst forth from the water, revealing itself to have wings sprouting from its ribs, crimson in hue, with a fearsome maw and venomous fangs that instilled dread in all who beheld it. Is it really him? The god of slaughter has arrived. We are in trouble. The crowd murmured anxiously. At that moment, Chen also perceived the unfolding scene outside the ship. His spiritual essence recognized the 9th-tier demonic beast, stirring within him an insatiable desire to engage in battle, to test his own might, while simultaneously supplementing his attributes. Clop, clop, clop. Where is that wretched creature? Liu Yan, accompanied by her entourage, arrived on the deck. Let us slay it. Chapter 91. The ferocity of the crimson-winged serpent. The crimson-winged serpent, a 9th-tier beast. Our Liu family merchant ship is about to strike it rich. Previously, Wanbao Pavilion declared they would pay exorbitantly for materials from ninth-tier beasts. Summon Xie and Master Jiang. Today, we shall besiege this monstrous creature. Lu Yan, a shrewd merchant, gazed at the crimson-winged serpent with avarice. Ninth-tier beasts are exceedingly rare and thus command high price. Indeed, several guards hurried to fetch them. Miss, this creature is incredibly formidable. Can we truly handle it? One inquired. Though the crimson-winged serpent is fearsome, it is not invincible. What is there to fear? Lu Yan declared loudly. Agreed. Soon, the esteemed Xie and Master Jiang appeared. Both were formidable figures of quasi-emperor rank. Ah, is this the very beast? It is courting death, Master Jiang proclaimed. This creature is not easily subdued. Its strength is likely nearing the mid-range of the ninth tier. Generally, among equals, a beast's power far surpasses that of our humankind. We must not underestimate it, Xie cautioned gravely. What? Mid-ninth tier? Does that not render it more troublesome than a late quasi-emperor human warrior? My esteemed sirs, do you possess the confidence to subdue it? This creature is laden with treasures, particularly its inner core, which is worth a fortune, Lu Yan whispered. Human, did you slay my kin? Amidst a surge of water, the crimson-winged serpent opened its massive jaws, its eyes resembling lanterns, instilling fear. It had come for vengeance. What kin of yours? We have done no such thing, a guard interjected. Is that so? Still deceiving me? Just moments ago, my kin perished here, and this is the only merchant ship present. If not you, then who else could it be? If you do not surrender the murderer, I shall annihilate you all, the crimson-winged serpent bellowed. As it spoke, it thrashed its colossal body, generating monstrous waves, intent on blocking the ship's escape. Heavens, this is dire. The ninth-tier beast, the crimson-winged serpent? We are doomed. What shall we do? Many warriors aboard the merchant ship cried out in terror. The crimson-winged serpent is a notorious apex beast of Sword God Island, its strength unfathomable, and its appearances often result in catastrophic losses. Quiet down. There is no need for alarm. We are on the Lu family merchant ship. The Lu family is a top power on Sword God Mountain, and we have quasi-emperor warriors guarding us. We shall be safe. Do not worry. Some attempted to soothe the fears of others. After all, the Lu family of Sword God Mountain is an immensely powerful clan, and their merchant ships are always accompanied by quasi-emperor protectors to handle unforeseen events. The Lu family's merchant ship is equipped with an exceptional formation, which is precisely why we narrowly escaped death at the hands of this monstrous creature. There is no need for panic. All will be well. Just now, we have only slain one octopus. You cannot possibly claim that creature is kin, can you? It is evident that you belong to different lineages. A mid-tier, 8th-level guardian argued in defense. How could a member of the crimson-winged Xian python not be a great octopus? Are you questioning my words? Since you have agreed to this matter, prepare to meet your demise. Blood for blood. The crimson-winged Xian python proclaimed loudly. Wait, have we been extorted? Is this fellow attempting to rob us? Is he mad? Lu Yan scoffed upon hearing this. Miss, we should prepare for battle, suggested the old woman. Agreed. Montauk King, gather the men and teach this fellow a lesson. Lu Yan intended to test the waters. Yes. And Mo Qing, the captain of the merchant ship with late 8th-level prowess, immediately organized the crew to prepare for a counterattack, readying his flying sword to confront the beast. Miss, their strength seems limited. Could it be? The old woman remarked. Pay them no heed. Let them first gauge the strength of this monster. Afterwards, we shall allow Xie and Master Jiang to engage. Lu Yan instructed. Understood. The old woman, without further comment, took her place as an observer. She was tasked with protecting Lu Yan. The rest was not her concern. A roar erupted as the crimson-winged python finally recognized the impending assault from the crew aboard the merchant ship, bellowing in fury. It detested the disloyalty of words. Kill! The massive serpent surged forth from the water, its gaping maw unleashing terrifying energy projectiles that hurtled toward the ship. With a thunderous crash, the energy projectiles collided with the ship's defensive formation, causing it to tremble precariously. This was an exceedingly dire situation. Monster, do not be arrogant. Kill! Fire the cannons! An enraged roar resounded as dozens of energy cannons fired upon the crimson-winged python. Do these aquatic cannons dare to oppose me? They are unaware of their impending doom. The python was evidently incensed by the human's actions. Kill. It relentlessly battered against the defensive formation. Two quasi-emperors? This is quite the formidable lineup. However, even united, they may not be able to contend with the crimson-winged python. This merchant ship is in grave peril. Chen discerned an incredibly terrifying energy within the python, a force likely indicative of an awakened bloodline power. A ninth-tier demon beast, awakened with the power of its bloodline, possesses a destructive force that is beyond comprehension. It refrains from recklessly engaging, for it understands the virtue of concealing one's strengths. The one who stands out is often the first to be targeted. The wisdom of self-preservation is, indeed, a form of survival skill. Boom, boom, boom. Nearly 200 shells were launched at the crimson-winged Chen python, yet its formidable armor withstood the onslaught. Some of the missed spiritual light cannons detonated in the water, sending countless columns of water soaring into the air. Ultimately, this was not a grave concern. Damn, you vile creature, I shall have a word with you. Mo Qing, brandishing a long sword, leaped into the air, the blade shimmering with azure light, unleashing a terrifying sword intent towards the crimson-winged Chen python. Another expendable, Chen remarked, assessing that Mo Qing was no match for the serpent. How pitiful, he commented. Kill. Mo Qing's sword struck the body of the crimson-winged Chen python, producing sparks like lightning. It inflicted not a single wound. The python's defenses were too formidable. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, the surface of the water erupted violently, sending splashes in every direction. Humans, you are courting death. The crimson-winged Chen python finally erupted with fury, using its massive body and strength to relentlessly assault the merchant ship's barrier. I shall tear you apart. It then charged directly at Mo Qing, unafraid of blades, sending him flying with a brutal strike. Crack! Mo Qing's sword shattered, and he coughed up blood. Ah, you wretched creature, with such power, how dare you act so arrogantly? You deserve to die. Kill. Many warriors murmured among themselves. Miss, should we not take action now? Master Jiang proposed, unable to tolerate the arrogance of the crimson-winged Chen python, wishing to slay the boastful beast. Take action? No, we must wait. Lu Yin shook her head, believing this was not the opportune moment to strike. She intended to first exhaust the serpent's strength with her guards, and then have Xie Zhouge and Master Jiang bring this farce to an end. Very well. Master Jiang acquiesced to Lu Yin, for the Lu family had employed him. Chapter 92. The ferocity of the serpent, a soft chime resonated, accompanied by a gentle suggestion. The host may currently allocate all attribute points to restore eating and digestion capabilities by continuously enhancing the mouth, esophagus, stomach, and intestines. There exists an opportunity to attain the divine ability of the flesh to devour the heavens and earth. As Chen observed the battle from the cabin, this notification sparked a glimmer of hope within him. The notion of a divine ability tied to the flesh was immensely appealing. Due to limitations in the system's combat power evaluation, the system continued. The host's physical strength is not accounted for in the system's combat power. Once the host's strength reaches the level of an emperor, this system will upgrade, and the power of the flesh will merge with the host's total combat power. Current host's physical combat power, peak semi-emperor, half-step to emperor, the system announced. What? Peak semi-emperor? Half-step to emperor? Is my physical form truly this formidable? Indeed, I have invested countless attribute points in my body. These points enhance my physical potential and combat prowess. Chen gradually developed a renewed understanding of his strength. He had not anticipated that his physical power would surpass his current realm, solidifying his resolve to prioritize the refinement and enhancement of his physical might in the future. All his efforts had not been in vain. Perhaps soon his body would evolve into an invincible treasure. Half-step to emperor? A sinister laugh escaped his lips as he reveled in the thought. He then began to allocate points to his intestines, stomach, mouth, teeth, tongue, and oral cavity, reinforcing every aspect from cells to skin. The remaining attribute points were all invested in this endeavor, and his strength continued to evolve. Top, top, top. Before long, Chen noticed that his digestive system and teeth had regained their functionality. His stomach was moving once more, and vitality returned to his esophagus. He persisted in enhancing his attributes, for he had yet to activate the divine power of the flesh. Success. Deducted 1,000 attribute points. Success. Deducted 1,000 attribute points. Roar. The crimson-winged serpent unleashed a ferocious roar. Its might was truly terrifying. The guards tasked with testing its strength were utterly no match for it. Kill. Bang. 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 A massive tail swept through the air, sending men and horses tumbling, with many obliterated in its wake. Witnessing this, Chen felt a pang of fear. The disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. He approached Lu Yan. "Miss, we are no match for this monstrous beast. Its wounds are severe. Enough. Master Jiang, Jiuge, you must go forth. This 9th-tier demon serpent is formidable. It will require your combined efforts for a chance at victory. Remember, do not be careless," Lu Yan instructed. Understood. With that, Jiuge drew his sword and charged towards the crimson-winged serpent. Slash! He raised his hand, releasing the domain of the quasi-emperor. At this moment, he was utterly serious, for he faced the crimson-winged Xian python. A quasi-emperor level human expert? To kill me? Are you worthy? The python's scarlet eyes instilled profound dread. Subsequently, its massive wings unfurled. Whoosh! A phantom struck mercilessly against the protective barrier. Crack! With a sharp sound, the ship's defensive array shattered instantly. "This is bad. Everyone be cautious," Jiuge shouted, though his warning came too late. The crimson-winged Xian python surged forward, its serpentine body shimmering with an eerie light. When his sword light struck, it merely produced a series of sounds and sparks, failing to inflict any damage. Damn, its scales are too formidable. His mind buzzed. He had never encountered such a situation before. Truly extraordinary, Master Jiang remarked, his cultivation slightly superior to Jiuge's. Witnessing Jiuge's ineffective attack, he set aside his earlier disdain. Tap, tap, tap. Behold the blade. He summoned his life's treasure, the dragon slashing blade. A quasi-emperor weapon. Prepare to meet your end. Master Jiang darted forward. In the next moment, he stood before the massive python, swinging his blade. At last, his strike pierced its defenses. The python's scales bore several minute wounds. Although tiny, they were indeed cuts. Curse it! The crimson-winged Xian python was forced to retreat under the relentless strikes, green blood seeping from various wounds across its enormous body. Get away! Its tail whipped back. Not good. Master Jiang hastily raised his blade in defense, but an overwhelming force struck him, sending him flying. Boom! Even as a quasi-emperor expert, Master Jiang was hurled, crashing onto the deck and leaving a human-shaped dent. Hiss! This monstrous python is too ferocious. Even Master Jiang could only barely breach its defenses. Must we truly resort to that technique? Lu Yan's expression turned grave. A quasi-emperor, while formidable compared to weaker foes, could still be slain by the elite among quasi-emperors. The predicament of Master Jiang and Jiuge exemplified this truth. Thunderous sounds erupted as Master Jiang crashed onto the ship, causing it to sway violently. This is dire. Master Jiang has fallen. We are doomed. Panic ensued aboard the Lu family's merchant vessel, as numerous warriors and merchant travelers cried out in terror. 1,000 illusions sword array. Annihilate. Jiuge unleashed his ultimate move, summoning 6 flying swords that coalesced into a sword array, forming a domain infused with his quasi-emperor domain, the Forest of 10,000 Trees. The Forest of 10,000 Trees represented one of the wood attribute domains. This realm can ensnare, harm, and particularly paralyze. A realm? A sword formation. Is this the extent of your capabilities? Humanity, do you not comprehend the principle that one might conquer 10 with a single force? The crimson-winged Xian python was dismissive, regarding Jiuge's ultimate technique with disdain. Subsequently, its formidable body surged towards the sword formation. Buzz! The python's body emanated an eerie luminescence, as if imbued with some arcane power, fearlessly confronting the might of the sword formation, advancing boldly and crushing its energy with overwhelming force. Crack! The sword formation shattered. Bang, bang, bang. 6 flying swords were swept aside by the python's tail, sent hurtling backwards. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 swords transformed into streaks of rainbow light, scattering in all directions. Several guards were struck by the long swords, pinned to the ground. What? Siegyoga observed in astonishment, unable to fathom why such a vast disparity existed among those of equal rank. Meanwhile, Mo Qing was pierced by errant blades, barely clinging to life. What a wretched creature! Lu Yin, witnessing this, was equally incensed. Miss, this fellow likely possesses the strength of a late-stage quasi-emperor. Jiang Tianjun and Siegyoga are no match for him. Do you require my assistance? The old crone inquired. Humans, you shall all perish today. Pay for the lives of my kin. The crimson-winged Xian python hissed ominously. As it spoke, its colossal form stirred. Kill! A terrifying pressure enveloped the merchant ship as it commanded. This fiend has unleashed a deadly move. Eliminate him! Lu Yin gritted her teeth. Indeed, the old crone declared as she soared away. Unfazed by the python's oppressive aura, she approached with an air of composure. As she advanced, a terrifying force radiated from her aged form. Wretched spawn! The old crone's strength proved even more formidable than Master Zhong's. At that moment, a system prompt resonated. Ding! The host is blessed with fortune. While augmenting internal organs, a lucky strike is unexpectedly triggered, activating the divine ability of the flesh to devour the heavens and earth. In that instant, Yi Chun activated the divine ability through augmentation. Devour the heavens and earth. Boom! A tremendous sound marked the conclusion of the confrontation between the crimson-winged Xian python and the old crone. Thud! Thud! The old crone staggered back several steps, arriving before Lu Yin, her aged visage alternating between pallor and flush, before she suddenly coughed up blood. Old hag, I thought you were formidable. Turns out, you are but a useless wretch. Begone! The crimson-winged Xian python scoffed arrogantly. As it spoke, it transformed, morphing into a middle-aged man with striking purple hair, exuding an aura of wicked charm. The game is about to end. Chapter 93, The Cruel Truth. What? The game is over? What do you mean by that? Lu Yin exclaimed loudly. You said it? The crimson-winged serpent replied with a sinister smile. An unsettling expression crossed his face, causing an inexplicable shiver to run down Lu Yin's spine, as an incredibly terrifying truth filled her with profound sorrow. No, you're talking nonsense. It's impossible. He is my brother. He wouldn't. Lu Yin cried out in despair. Brother? Ignorant human. For the sake of power, people can even kill their own parents. Let alone you. You are merely a sister. The crimson-winged serpent's words shattered Lu Yin's last glimmer of hope. No, it cannot be like this. Lu Yin's sanity began to fray. Miss, do not believe his words. This monster is deliberately sowing discord between you and the young master. He would never harm you. You are siblings, the old woman interjected loudly. Yes, what the old lady says is true. This is not real. My brother would never kill me. He cares for me deeply. Moreover, he is the legitimate heir of the Lu family, destined to be the master. He has no reason to kill me. Hearing this, Lu Yin's expression gradually calmed. Tell me, who sent you here? If you refuse, I will ensure your demise, she declared fiercely. As the second lady responsible for the Lu family's merchant fleet, she was no delicate flower, but had emerged from a sea of corpses. Such words carried a ferocious weight. Lu Yin, you are only deceiving yourself. It was Lu Ji who sent me. He wants me to consume you. The crimson-winged serpent proclaimed loudly. With a swift motion, he transformed, his power becoming even more terrifying, his movements growing increasingly agile. In a single stride, he aimed a palm strike at Lu Yin, intent on ending her life. Beast, do not harm my lady. The old woman shouted as she positioned herself in front of Lu Yin, raising her hand to deliver a strike, channeling her semi-emperor domain and all her true energy into this blow. It was a do-or-die situation. You old fool, do you believe you can withstand me? The crimson-winged serpent sneered, a terrifying aura emanating from him as he summoned his bloodline power. Kill! Bang! Their hands collided. Crimson-winged serpent, I shall perish with you. The old woman's eyes glinted with madness. Suddenly, her body exploded, unleashing a horrific force that enveloped the crimson-winged serpent. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Coughing up a mouthful of green blood, the crimson-winged serpent finally sustained injury. "No, old woman, I will make you pay for your blood with blood. You shall not have peace in death," Lu Yin declared, her voice brimming with murderous intent. She harbored an unrelenting hatred for the crimson-winged serpent before her. For it was the very creature that had caused the demise of her beloved Granny Sunflower, who had nurtured her throughout her childhood. This grievance was etched deeply in her heart. Revenge? Lu Yin, do you even deserve such a thought? The crimson-winged serpent, though injured, still possessed the strength to fight back. Talp! 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 At last, Master Jiang and Xie Jioga had arrived. Together, their combined forces held the potential to slay the crimson-winged serpent. They positioned themselves on either side, surrounding the beast. Xie Jioga, Master Jiang, eliminate him. He has killed Granny Sunflower, and I shall ensure he meets a wretched end. Yet as her words fell, neither Xie Jioga nor Master Jiang responded. They appeared utterly indifferent, as if her command had not reached their ears. What are you doing? Move, Lu Yin urged once more. Ha! Foolish creature, are you blind? Can't you discern that they are in league with me? The crimson-winged serpent taunted cunningly. What? No, this cannot be. You are deceiving me. This is not true, Lu Yin exclaimed loudly. However, the ensuing moment left everyone bewildered as Master Jiang and Xie Jioga turned their weapons towards Lu Yin. Confusion swept over the crowd. They struggled to comprehend the situation. Were Master Jiang and Xie Jioga allied with the crimson-winged serpent? What were their intentions? To kill them? Or perhaps, someone inquired, are you blind? Can't you see? This trap was set for Miss Lu Yin. Someone desires her demise. Who would dare? Miss Lu Yin is the head of the Lu family's merchant fleet. Who has the audacity to target her? Are you seeking death? You're not only blind, but also lacking in wit. Do you not understand? There are those within the Lu family who wish for Miss Lu Yin's existence to be extinguished. It appeared that internal strife had emerged within the Lu family. Tap, tap, tap. A figure emerged from the cabin, a woman. Second miss, your journey ends here, she declared. Fu Yinqing? Is it my elder sister? No, this cannot be. Why would she do this? She has always cared for me. She would never harm me. Why? Lu Yin was utterly astonished, unable to believe her own eyes. Second miss. The eldest lady has decreed that she shall be the sole speaker for the Lu family this generation. Anyone who dares to compete with her is destined for death. Fu Yanqing gestaltet. Huh. My sister has concealed her intentions well. It seems that not only I, but also my elder brother and younger siblings shall become her targets. Am I right? Lu Yin lamented sorrowfully. This matter does not concern the second Mississippi. The eldest lady has instructed me to grant you an opportunity for final words. Do you have anything to say? Fu Yinqing inquired. Final words? No need. My family is doomed. I have nothing left to say. Come, let us proceed, Lu Yin replied. Second miss, please do not blame us. We are merely following orders. My apologies. Bring forth the execution. Fu Yinqing commanded. Yes. Following this, Xie Jioga, Master Jiang, and the crimson-winged Xian Python began to encircle Lu Yin. She found herself with no escape. Am I truly destined to die? Elder sister, why? Lu Yin struggled to accept this grim reality. Clap, clap, clap. What a captivating conspiracy theory. Utterly intriguing. Yet, I regret to inform you, Lu Yin, that I, Yi Chen, have made my stand. If you wish to live, I suggest you vacate the premises immediately. A sound of footsteps approached. It appeared Yi Chen was finally prepared to intervene. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in these murky waters, as it may lead to your demise. Do you comprehend? Fu Yanqing warned. Ha! Fu Yanqing. Is it? Pray tell, if you proceed to eliminate Lu Yin, will you spare the lives of those aboard our vessel? Are we not also your prey? Do you not intend to silence us? Yi Chen retorted, having unraveled their scheme. It was for this reason he stepped forward to rescue Lu Yin, believing she could guide him to the Sword God Mountain. You? Someone, eliminate this ignorant fool. Fu Yinqing shouted, her patience wearing thin. Clearly, Yi Chen's previous remarks had struck a nerve. Good heavens, these individuals are utterly ruthless. They intend to murder Miss Lu Yin and subsequently eliminate us to cover their tracks. How treacherous! Many had overheard this, and their agitation intensified. No, we cannot remain passive. We must eliminate them to protect Miss Lu Yan. Only she can ensure our survival. Some proposed. Indeed, we cannot allow them to kill Miss Lu Yan. Damn it! You have completely disrupted our esteemed young lady's plans. She will not spare you. Your fate is sealed, Fu Nianqing declared loudly. Spare me? You are hardly in a position to make such demands, Yi Chen scoffed, no longer inclined to engage in further banter. He was ready to take action. Chapter 94. The Grand Finale. I am the Supreme of the Great Path. Kill. Yi Chen summoned the Hongyu Divine Furnace. Now, possessing the peak combat strength of a quasi-emperor, he wielded the power of the ultimate imperial weapon with his physical body, the might of which was truly terrifying. You shall all perish. Ultimate imperial weapon? You? Who exactly are you? I advise you not to deceive yourself, offending our young lady. Even with an ultimate imperial weapon, you will only meet your demise, Fu Nianqing declared. Yet, a flicker of fear in her expression did not escape Yi Chen's keen observation. Your young lady? Even the current empress, Yi Chen, could slay her. Yi Chen projet met lude. He propelled the ultimate imperial weapon, Xie Jiugao Master Jiang, and the crimson-winged Xian Python had no time to react before being suppressed by the imperial might, rendering them immobilized. Release us at once, or we shall make you pay, Xie Jiugao threatened. Still threatening me at this juncture? You dare? Yi Chen responded with disdain. He summoned his primordial spirit, and the ultimate imperial weapon erupted with resplendent divine flames, incinerating Xie Jiugao. Ding! Killing Quasi-Emperor Xie Jiugao triggers plunder, gaining 6 million attribute points. What? 6 million? This is extraordinarily generous. Yi Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Jiugao? No. You scoundrel. You have slain the husband of our young lady. Fu Nianqing seethed. Yi Chen, I will kill you. You shall all perish. Yi Chen shook his head, activating the ultimate imperial weapon, transforming the divine flames into a sword that severed Fu Nianqing. Fu Nianqing is dead. Lu Yan, witnessing the scene, was engulfed in terror. She had not anticipated Yi Chen's ruthless nature and was left pondering who he truly was. Eventually, she recalled a figure, none other than the prodigy of humanity. 10 years prior, he had rendered great service to the human race, only to be betrayed, publicly tried, and executed by the citizens of Su City. But had he not perished? How could he reappear in the mortal realm? Yi Chen then swiftly dispatched Master Jiang and the crimson-winged Xian Python, acquiring an additional 8 million attribute points. I have struck it rich. He reveled in his triumph. Subsequently, he took Jiang Shiqi with him. Ignoring the encirclement of many, he boldly penetrated through. Kid, stop! Someone attempted to obstruct him, but Yi Chen swiftly subdued them, the imperial might of the Hongyu Divine Furnace sealing off the infinite sword wall. Those who do not wish to die, scram, Yi Chen declared imperiously. Having said that, he entered the infinite sword wall. Before long, his cultivation ascended to the status of an emperor. He obtained the inheritance concealed within the infinite sword wall, a culmination of millennia of power, causing his cultivation to surge dramatically, amassing an astounding 100 trillion attribute points. Thereafter, Yi Chen revived himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reversing the yin and yang, transforming from a corpse-like being and receiving a special reward. Ding! Rewards obtained. Eternal Cultivation 1, Eternal Memory 1, Eternal Burial Coffin 1, Supreme Body of the Great Path 1, Indestructible Soul 1. With a series of sharp sounds, Yi Chen refined these items, and, subsequently, his cultivation reached an astonishing level, leaving him unaware of the extent of his transformation. This power was magnificent, and his memories returned. It turned out that he was the eternal celestial sovereign, the sole supreme of the great path in the universe. Yi Chen was merely a fragment of his consciousness, a fleeting thought. It was revealed that the loneliness in the eternal divine realm birthed this thought, which consequently led to all these miraculous opportunities and trials of life and death. Now, with clarity of mind, he returned to himself. The system served as his protective treasure, manifested as the primordial pearl. This primordial pearl was his life's ultimate treasure, safeguarding him at all times. He raised his hand and summoned Jiang Shiqi. Master, what is this? Jiang Shiqi realized she no longer recognized Yi Chen, for his cultivation had become terrifying. Shiqi awakened. At Yi Chen's command, a voice resonated in Jiang Shiqi's mind, leading to the revival of her sealed memories of her past life. I am a primordial dream, celestial monarch. I am your wife. No, why? Jiang Shiqi was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend that she was the reincarnation of a celestial monarch. Very well. Primordial dream. Let us go meet Ji Yilan. That wretched person, she must face her demise. Yi Chen took Jiang Shiqi to Longjing. He has awakened. Ji Yilan sensed Yi Chen's terrifying aura and couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. She did not resist, for she knew that resistance was futile, understanding better than anyone the depth of Yi Chen's terror. The supreme of the Great Path? No. Yi Chen had long transcended the Great Path. His power was beyond measurement. He had once traversed back to the time before antiquity, annihilating the strange progenitors in the bizarre wasteland beyond the realm gate. He raised his hand and obliterated that wasteland. Now he had returned, and her numerous schemes had been exposed. I am doomed. Ji Yilan, what else do you have to say? Yi Chen inquired. You may kill me, Ji Yilan replied. I was betrayed by the Qin family, and you were the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Ji family is merely your puppet. You are the root of the apocalypse. Why did you do this? Yi Chen pitit. Because I seek revenge. You took me away from my Lu Lang back then. I loathe you deeply. I lured your thoughts into this realm to kill you once, to repay this grudge. Now I have succeeded. I have killed you once. Ji Yilan declared. You are a madwoman. I once stated that Lu Jifeng is a bizarre entity originating from the dark forces, intent on subverting all living beings. My act of slaying him is for your own good, for the sake of the three realms, Yi Chen explained. I will not listen. I will not listen. All I know is that you have killed my Lu Lang, and I demand retribution. Yi Yilan retorted. I shall spare your life, yet I will obliterate your memories. You will become mine. You are destined to be my woman for eternity, he declared. With that, Yi Chen erased Ji Yilan's memories. Subsequently, he vanished. In the next moment, he arrived at the territory of the Qin family. Qin Tianda, come forth and meet your demise. He bellowed. Kill. As his words echoed, the heavens dimmed, and all fell silent. The ancestral grounds of the Qin family trembled. Who dares? How arrogant! Numerous members of the Qin family emerged, among them Qin Tianda. It is you, Yi Chen. What brings you here? Qin Tianda exclaimed in shock. What is it to you? Are you not surprised? I have come to eradicate your entire lineage. Yi Chen responded citerni. You vile creature, I shall not spare you. You have slain my son. I will see to your end. Qin Tianda shouted. Do you possess the strength to do so? Are you worthy? Yi Chen scoffed. With a mere gesture, all members of the Qin family were encased in ice. Their souls obliterated, plunged into eternal damnation. It is time to seek my Siener. Yi Chen then journeyed to Jiang City, where he found Shangguan Siener. He restored her memories, for she was his rightful wife. When he descended into the mortal realm, so did she, and their bond deepened through love and companionship. Beloved, Sienna has missed you. Let us consummate our union, she said. Yi Chen brought an end to the apocalypse, and within a few years, the world began to heal. The Dragon Kingdom emerged as the mightiest nation, as he wielded his immense power to obliterate all nuclear weaponry. For precautionary measures, he refined Blue Star, rendering it an invincible existence. Even should nuclear arms or foreign entities dare to invade, they would ultimately fail, for his supreme divine power would suppress all. Husband, where shall we go? Sister-in-law is about to give birth. Shall we not return to the eternal divine realm? Shangguan Siener inquired as they gazed at the moon. This moon feels so desolate. Oh, is that the moon palace's Chang'e? She resembles our sixth sister. Could it truly be? The end.